We're a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. I've changed for the better this time. I thought I would never be fine. I strive just to say I'm alright. And for the first time in a long time, I'm alright. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. I'm not falling. I'll push all my chips and call all in. I'll bet on myself, you keep stalling. I hear destiny and it's calling. I'll keep my head up high through the downs and lows. And we're all going life, still nobody knows. But I'ma choose what's right and take what comes and goes. And ain't no one in life holding me back no more. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. Back a year ago. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. I've changed for the better this time. I thought I would never be fine. I strive just to say I'm alright. And for the first time in a long time, I'm alright. I've seen a lot of change.
Hey everybody, hi. Gosh, I didn't think I was ever going to get back in here. My dogs are going wild. Hello, Millie. Hi, Tammy. Hi, Angel. Robin. Oh, thank you all for being here. Hello, I got a present today, Millie. It's I got one today. You can't really see it because it's in the box, but it's my microphone thing. So I'll have the big thing, but I'll have my new desk. I have the desk, I just don't have it in here. I love it. And it has the little gift thing. Day by day, I didn't expect it. It says, enjoy your gift last. Lean on me. I mean, I didn't mean lean on me. This is from Millie. Pretty much Millie RN. Thank you so much. Yeah, I got this one today. I'm so excited. I was going to wait and do it all unboxing at once, but you know, I can't wait. And my chair will be here soon. Well, I think my chair will be about the 20th, I think, but it might be here before that. So I'll be glad to get rid of this so hard chair. So I'm just really aggravated over. Y'all see my thumbnail. I'm really aggravated over the whole. Sorry, y'all. Got a bad view. Oh, I'm a mess, y'all. I was trying to get here on time. I'm so sorry. And then my internet wouldn't work. I had to reset my box. So hopefully it does good. I hadn't reset it in a while. But hi Christy. I wanted to talk about all this troubles surrounding these cameras. So we know for sure that they had cameras. There's been audio recordings of Jody Sue talking about him. There's been people asked Andy about him, and their stories don't line up. So I don't know what they're hiding or what. So I wanted to play a few audio clips. Let me see what Robin said. You know, if they had cameras, they wouldn't give a damn about where Summer is. You heard how Jody Sue talked about kids. Yes, I sure did. Sorry, I lost your hotel Wi-Fi. It's not good. Tammy, how was your trip, honey? And is everything going all right? Hi, Music City Mom. I love you. I love all y'all. I'm just glad y'all showed up. And I'm sorry if I did mute in a minute. My dogs are being wild as bucks. I don't know if it's full moon or what. I wanted to come on at 8. I've been fighting them ever since to settle down. They've been wild and real wild. I've had a hectic day today. Love you and your smile when you said my name. Oh, music. It's great. Long ride, but worth it. Yes, I've been keeping you, all y'all, in my prayer. Each of y'all have a different prayer that I say. Like each one of y'all that's asked me to pray, I say I really do pray for y'all. That's my musically mom. I love how she calls you musically. Musically mom. I love it. Oh, I hope I have vape juice. It feels like there ain't nothing in this bottle. I'll cry. I have to go. I have always seen this bottle of menthol, but I wouldn't touch it because it's cold. It's in there. It's hard to get out. She cracks me up. I know. Musically mom. Oh, yeah, musically. Probably sings like a bird. I didn't really get all fixed up for y'all. There's been like this script this morning. It turned out halfway decent. It rained a little bit. You're muffled. I'm muffled. Okay. I'm just trying to straighten it out. I hope nothing's wrong with my computer because my dog's knocked it off of my lap desk thing. I'll try to straighten it up. See if I can do anything to it. If I can remember how to do it. I got my own little setting. Go down. If I can find my settings. Audio. Beep, beep, beep. I'm just testing it. Well, when I get me a microphone, hopefully it'll work a lot better. Let's see if y'all can hear me now. Can you hear me now at all? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Nope. Can't hear me now. Hold on. Can you hear me? Beep, beep, beep.
Can you hear me now? Is that any better, guys? Is that any better? Is that any better? All right, good. Hello. Hello from the other side. Oh, shoot. I had to switch the settings around. It's where I had my headphones in, I think, earlier. I hope it's not muffled, though. It kind of worries me. Okay, good. Hey, Dazed and Confused. Oh, I feel honored to have you in here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's like the Verizon commercial. Oh, there's Suzanne Hill. Suze. Oh, I love it. The people's coming in. My lives have been pretty low on attendance lately. I had to come up with something juicy to talk about. So I want to talk about this. I have different clips. I want to make sure that I do it the right way, so I'm going to do the fair use thing, and I'm just going to use the audio, y'all, because I don't want to get in trouble. Hey, Jacob, how are you? Jacob has a fishing channel. I love fishing. I haven't been all summer, though. Confused, how many lives are you on right now? Oh. she's been all around the world now, yeah. I can't find my baby. She can do it all, honey. She's good at it. There's a dazed and then there's a dazed and confused. I think you're the one that told me that. Somebody told me that. I didn't know there for a little bit. I figured it out, though. Somebody help me. Sorry, y'all. I accidentally deleted my Cash App banner. How it goes tick, and I had to redo it, and it's so big. But I can take it down. I wanted to scroll, but it won't work. Let me try it again. I don't know why. No, it's not gonna let me scroll it. It's so weird. I don't know what I've done. I was sitting there trying to figure it out why I was trying to come live, and I don't know what happened to all my settings were gone. I don't know if it's where I reset my internet or what. I had to come back in and redo everything. I was so mad. Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know what's going on. Let me see what this does. Nothing. Did y'all? I'm doing pretty good at making my thumbnail. I mean, they're not very creative, but I'm doing better. My hands are on fire. Jacob, take her fishing trip. She needs a vacation. I'm in 3 chats. Music City, Mom. Sure, I don't know how you do it. Thank you for being here, though. Oh, love her. I haven't seen Flies on the Coastline in a bit. I hope she's okay. I hope I didn't make her mad or something. It did say 5 different people unsubscribed. So, but also, I've heard a lot of people saying this week that people unsubscribe. So, check and make sure you're still subscribed if you didn't get a notification, because they're just automatically deleting your subscription. You have to redo it. You have to go back and subscribe again. It's weird. I don't know why, but a lot of people saying that lately, the last few days. Hey, Darlene. Hi, honey. I was trying to let a few of you get here. I got 18. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to start cussing somebody else so I can draw them in. Ain't that pitiful? If you're being mean or being this negative, you'll have all kinds of people in your life. But I'm grateful for each and every one of you. So it made me resubscribe to Tiffany. Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know why, but it said I lost 5, and I didn't know why. So, in the last 28 days, though. But maybe it's just somebody got mad or somebody done with me. Because my channel is, like, not getting very many views. Thank you, Jacob. No, there are 2 or 3 lives going on right now, I think. I know. I hate it because it's Monday is my day and Friday, and I don't want to. That's the days that's the best for me. I need to start going live different times. But I want to stick to my schedule because when you get people that come every time, they like it if you have a schedule, you know. That's what the YouTube guy, Think Media, said. One big one. Yeah. Well, you're making me want to watch. Is it good? Oh, goodness. Well, let me play my little thing. I won't keep y'all too long. It's the words of Jody Sue about the cameras and Andy about the cameras. I can just tell you, but I have like her saying it too. Let me go back and figure it. I think I screen recorded it on my phone, but I don't know how to play it on there. I didn't even edit it, so I just want to play it. All right, here we go. This is Ziggy, part of Ziggy's video. I think it's someone else's total video, but it has Ziggy in it. So fair use 107. It's just criticism and commentary. Well, I did have that fair use download. Like I said, everything's gone now. I don't know why. So I'm going to have to put everything back over to my... Wait, let me see. It might be here. Let me try it real quick. It might still be here. Let me see. Maybe. Nope, I don't see it. It didn't come. I got to get it back over here again. Shoot. Something's happened to my stuff. Hi, Annabella. Hey, honey. I love it. I wasn't thinking. I'm sorry. About what, honey? Yes, Cam's on fire tonight. Yeah, I like Cam. There's this Summer Roses going on right now. Okay. Yeah, I like to hear it too, to be honest. Shoot. I wonder how long he'll be on. Maybe I can reschedule mine. I don't know who'll be up. Will y'all be up for a while? Or would you like that and go over to watch that and come back? It's fine with me. We'll take a vote. If you want to come back and when Cam's ends, put a 1. If you just want to stay, put a 2. And it won't hurt my feelings because I'd like to watch it myself. And that gives me time to load these videos up to my own thing so I could just share them a lot easier from my phone to my computer. Can we talk about Don B? Can we talk about Don B? Now, Don B's saying he didn't stalk nobody, you guys. Now, driving by a house that has a suspect in it and hanging out in the area just hoping to see her, that's stalking. And I don't know if he said anything else to her or how far it actually really truly went. But to me, that's stalking, guys. That's like us that's just like us driving back and forth on Ben Hill Road just hoping to see her. I'm awake. I'm at work. Okay. If you go with me, I'll go. I'll stay here. What? There's a 2. What's the 2? Okay. Yep. I don't know if Cam would be mad if I streamed him because I don't want to do that. So if he stalked me, I'd hit him with the 2x4. It is stalking. Cam usually don't stay on that long. Let me go check it out real quick. You think it's stalking, Millie? Did he really say he wanted to shoot Ken was in the face on live? Oh, wow. I don't know. I didn't hear that one. He acted like he didn't know what he done. Robin thinks Don B's cute. He was my he caught the my very first video because I thought he had summer, y'all. He was my first suspect because somebody said he worked for cable internet and all that, and I thought, oh my gosh, and he lived close, and in that stalking thing at the hotel, a peeping Tom incident that the guest said it was him, that he was peeping Tom, and I thought for sure it was done. So that's why my first video ever on my channel, he called me a cuss words. Yes, he was using a drone to look into windows. Oh my gosh. So why did he deny it? So he was on a live deny, or somebody has, it's Jason Confused has a little bit, and he was saying he didn't do anything, cusser or nothing. Good to see you too, Joyce. He said he didn't. Well, I guess I could still go. I guess what I could still talk, and you'll have the access to go back and forth. So just do whatever, and I'm just gonna put my videos together and just chit chat with whoever stays and back and forth. It's fine. No drone. I didn't hear no drone. I did hear he was just like driving up and down the roads and stuff, and that was months back. So I didn't hear nothing about him saying out on live or anything like that. But you know, Candace takes a lot of crap, y'all. So just think of all the nasty things that's been said to her face and behind her back. She's never went and got no restraining order on nobody. She was going to press charges on Molly Golightly, but she didn't even do that. And she was up on her property. So she called the police, but she didn't take further action, I don't believe. Thank you, Millie, for letting him know who Don B is. I have 4 devices, so I have. Oh, okay, thank you, honey. I'm glad. Hi, everybody. I'll listen while I'm taking a walk. Your hair looks so nicely on me. Yes, Candace took a lot. Yep. Thank you. She sure did. You know, I still don't think. I think Candace is guilty of being an alcoholic and not watching her kids and proper care. But part of me don't think that she did anything to Summer. But I do think the neighbors did, and I think she's scared to death. I really, truly do. I think that's why she ain't staying there right now. And because she was fine when Jody was her friend. And as soon as she turned her back, Candace left that hill fast. Jacob, what is it, honey? Should I go to live tomorrow or not? Go live tomorrow or not? Well, yeah. You go live if you want to go live. And you don't even have to show your face if you're not comfortable yet. The only reason I do is I put my makeup app on. He took a picture of the house, yeah, and he zoomed in on it just like the regular phone, how you zoom in. That's all I seen. I seen that, and then another day. So that wasn't the same day that he was beside her on the road, and I did hear him talk about that. I actually didn't like Don B for the longest time. Then when I went over to Crime and Crazy Critters, they kind of taught him, said he's a good guy and stuff. But I don't know. I mean, he don't like Candace or Don at all. Like, he is very sickened by him. And I have heard a story that his parents weren't too good, and I think it kind of reminds him of it, to be honest, of his childhood, and that's why he's so passionate about it. Let's see what Millie said. I know you guys want to see me. Oh, yeah, I didn't get to go to it, but Millie told me to come on over, that you had a good fishing channel. That wasn't true about the drone. I hadn't heard that until today. Yeah. Stream away, Cam said it was okay. Oh, I'm afraid. Did he really? Music City Mom, find out. She's, I don't know. I mean, I know, I trust Anna. I know you're a mod over there, or you used to be. He likes me. He knows I don't have very many people, 22 people. If somebody wants to ask him, will you? So if my mod asked him, then I'll know for sure that I can stream it. Because I would like to go to his live and revive 3 minutes. Anna, how do you know he said yes? I don't want him to get mad at me. Cam is one of my friends. We started at the same exact time, but his channel's like booming. He's doing really good covering the Summer Wells. Do you know who the Summer Wells is, Jacob? Who Summer Wells is? Okay. All right, let me check it, Anna. As long as you didn't say it sarcastically. We'll see. I trust you. I'm not saying that. I just like to hear it myself. I was writing Cam. It's not under Cam. Let's see. So about 3 minutes ago, you say? Oh, yeah. I forgot about this live. I was actually didn't realize it was going to be right now.
Area on the same side of the road as where their driveway is, where
it's a good one.
Had parked. I have a video to show that too. That area where she had to talk about things that people can go to court with. That right there. So she was paying attention.
Oh, how am I gonna find it? Anna did ask. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Shoot, I'm scared, y'all. Maybe same people will come here. Could I post your link? Yeah.
Children, and then immediately on the same side of the road, the 6th is when she was.
Do you know what number it was at? You said 3 minutes back, but now it's been about 5 minutes.
She was already gone as the 4th. Here, I'm going to show you something before we get close to talking to somebody that. Suzanne says Sasquatch looking at us. Annabella said, "Cam, please read my comment." Sorry if I miss it. I'm on a roll. What did you say?
There it is.
Allie, please read my comment. Okay, we're looking for it. We're looking for it. Cam Lean on Me wants to know how long you're going to be on and if she can stream you, please. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, she can. I don't care.
All right, here we go. He said, yeah.
I'm cool with that. Just ask.
He said, just ask. He's cool with that. All right, here we go, y'all. We're going to go see what Cam said. It's a good one. So, hold on. Yay, now I don't have to miss it. Hold on, don't want that. If I can stream it. Oh, okay, hold on. I gotta figure it out, y'all. I got nervous. All right.
Jazz Speed Journey, she titles it. So this is 9:14.
I wish we had got the video to watch with it or to listen to, so we could read it, listen to it at the same time.
Yeah, we might do that, but this is this. Where would that be?
Hold on.
Ask Angel, is she still in here?
Yes, she is.
Angel, where's that interview?
She said there are probably errors in
That's okay.
Yeah.
There might be a few errors, but if anything, we'll play it at the same. I don't know if I can play it at the same time.
Here we go.
Where we go through the transcripts and play the.
I know Annabelle, honey.
There's key points in this though that
I love you,
point
honey. It'll show me right there. I can trust
She
you
says,
with my life.
Anyways, you know that was the high drama, right?
Can y'all
So
see it
then
and
we were
everything
just like
good?
normal for the kids and I. You know, most days health-wise, especially at that point,
Just let me know if
We're
it's
not
showing
good
up
for me.
good. I know.
I've been off
honey.
of thyroid meds.
Oh.
I had a really hard time running those survey lines and doing what I had to do to get all that done anyway, with no help other than my oldest. So the kids and I
know
were in
X.
the cabin. The doors open, the windows
Y'all gonna
open,
get me.
no TV or anything going. For the most part, the cabin itself was pretty
feel
empty.
bad.
I had a bed in there, a fish tank.
Hey, is it showing up good, y'all? Uh-oh. What's going on? I asked him. I heard him. Music City, Mom. Is it working? It ain't working. Did it freeze on him? Let me stop and see if it comes back. Oh my gosh. I stopped. Did it freeze on him? So I wish my book would work.
Hold on a second, guys.
My dogs. I can't hit mute because I wish there's a way I could just play that and mute myself out, but I think it mutes his out.
That camera. Hold on one second. That just shut us down completely.
Like everything just turned off.
Everything just turned off. It said it had to restart my computer. That was weird. I've never seen that happen before. So give me just a second. I'm going to fix this. Give me just a second. We can just go like this for a second, and I'm going to pull up the transcripts.
Yeah.
That was freaking weird. That shut us completely down. That was weird as crap. Let me go into settings and put the camera back up what it needs to do. She said make sure Roku is on. No, I got a blue screen and it said something went wrong. It has to restart.
Yeah, we have to restart your device.
It's okay. Everything's been running smoothly. I shouldn't have ran my mouth.
I told you, that's why I said knock on wood.
It's not even showing that camera right now as even being one of the cameras.
Okay.
Huh? Hold on, guys. I'll be right there.
Angel sent us this.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to pull that up. Give me just a second and let me fix this real quick. That's not even showing up. As the camera is not even showing up, babe.
It makes me feel bad because as soon as I went there, it took it. But I don't think it was my fault. People do that every day, don't they? You think I should just stop and then try it again in a minute? We're streaming Cam. He has an excellent live going on, and to be honest, it's a lot what I was going to speak on anyway. I don't like what mods delete people for. Are mods deleting people in here? Because remember we said we was going to give them a chance? They have to get a chance to like me. I won't have nobody. One of the mods deleted your demon comment. Your demon.
All right, so let me fix that.
But it's the truth. She's evil. She's very evil, and she does this every single time. She does somehow she's able to stop lives dead in their tracks. I've watched interference come anytime we're talking about her. Interference comes through the radio, start playing music. It's crazy.
I got this.
I don't know.
Bear with me, and we'll be right back.
But yeah. I don't know who deleted it, but she does really do that, you guys. It's no joke.
Like every time we do
Let's just say a prayer.
Setup, and that's what happens.
Let's read one of our prayer cards while we're waiting. Well, she says she's atheist, but I beg to differ. We're going to say a prayer card for Cam and Allie while we're waiting. And then I'm going to have to switch my dogs out of the cage because I have one of them in the girls in SCs, and I have to keep the boys from fighting. It's bad. Even though they can't do anything, they want to fight anyway. I wish they would get rid of her, but they won't. She's making money, and it makes them money. This is for Cam. Blessed rather are. Sammy, you scared me. They're in cursive, so bear with me. The other one's button. Blessed rather are those who hear the word of God and obey it. Because we're blessed. Hold on, y'all. I'm going to switch my dogs out. There he is.
Okay.
Why is it lagging now?
It's got to catch back up, I think. Everybody hears good. Jazz Justice did get. I saw that. Yeah, frozen.
What in the world?
I've got this.
Hello. I keep muting until my dogs settle down. I'm so sorry. Look, my dogs are going wild. Cam's things is going crazy. This is weird.
They can keep trying, but I'm going to keep fixing it. I got it. We're fixed. We're good to go. And it's going to lag a little bit. That's okay. We're here. We're back. Just bear with us. Thank you so much. Sorry about that, guys. Everything's been running too smooth, and that's what happens with this.
You said 2 hours. Is technical difficulty included in that?
Do what? Yeah. It's lagging so much right now, but it's okay.
It'll be okay.
So I'm gonna stop the camera, and I'm gonna show the transcripts. I gotta pull all that back up. See, it's
fine there.
It's not lagging there. It's just because there was too much stuff going on. Too much stuff. See, is that working now? There. Yeah, we're good. Right?
We're good.
Good to go. Okay, I will keep fixing this when they keep trying to do whatever they're doing.
Thank you.
If
Good to
that's
see you,
them,
Flies in the
or it's my
Coastlaw.
fault. We got a brand new setup. I don't understand that could even happen, but it does. But you know what? We're ready. Here let me pull these transcripts back up. Let me close anything that's going to take away from our bandwidth. And we're good. You've
gotten so good at this.
Do what?
You've gotten so good at it.
Thank you. I've worked hard on having to fight through this crap.
Oh.
Here we go. Let me pull up. Let me pull that back up. The transcripts. People still complain, I can't deal with the technical difficulties, but hey, look, I can't either, but I'm fighting through it. I'm working on it, and I'm trying to beat them every time they come at me. There it is. Here we go. All right, now let me share this with y'all, and we'll get back to it.
Whoa.
Gosh, that's annoying.
I tried to change my title, but it wouldn't let me. I'll have to do it later.
So we don't need our faces up there right now. Anyway.
I was going to say we're watching Cam for now.
All right, so can y'all see this? The link she sent us has the transcript over top of it. She said, okay, we'll just do it that way then. That'll be easier. Okay.
That's what I was saying. She emailed it.
Sweet
right,
D, thank you, honey. No problem at all.
Let me make sure that I think everything. Let me close everything that could be taken away from our from the bandwidth and everything. That just so that just in case.
They were talking about iced coffee in the chat. Now I'm gonna have to make me some.
You wish to quit Stream Deck? Yes, I'll quit it. Everything's going a lot smoother now. Okay. So let me pull up email. And then I'll be able to share this with you guys. These problems aren't going to be lasting too much longer. I'm working on stuff daily to try to fix all that. Is it this one right here? This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Annabelle, I know it now, darling. In XX country, I know it.
Why are we moving so slow?
I'm way behind on chat. Okay, I got you. Okay.
This is it?
Them dogs are killing me.
Okay.
That's my dog, Denise. They're going wild for some reason.
All right. So listen to this, guys, and then we'll get back to it.
It all collided right there. Andy gone and the first two cops. And it takes Andy on average, and so that's why I kind of time, but it had to be around 6:30 that the cops, Andy and Don showed up.
Okay. Well,
so they got there in
that's
10
helpful
minutes.
A little bit in terms of this story about Don and Candace being on the phone the whole way home from work. Summer, okay, so Candace starts yelling for Summer at 6 o'clock. She calls the police, or Don calls the police at 6:23 or 6:26. I could have sworn it was 6:26, but it doesn't matter. It does matter, but
Because she was hanging up with Dawn. When I talked to her, she said she was calling the police, and that's kind of how you know it was super
so
serious.
she called.
Because I knew with DCS involved and the risk she was taking and losing the other kids and other, that her calling the police, that meant it was super dire. But she said she was hanging up and she was calling the police. So that wouldn't have been but a minute or two after the Hill. So somewhere around, it didn't take the cops 15, 20 minutes to get in there after the call was made. But if she called them when she told me she was calling them,
Anna, that's a good
or
one.
she called them at the top of the hill, like she said, I don't understand, because they always have the call coming in police well after 6. But she says that she called before she ever left the top of the hill. But when she gets to the bottom, she tells me she's calling the police. And there's a discussion between her and Dawn. So who's calling them again? Why? I don't know. I just know that I hear them say that they called before they left the top of the hill.
What's the big difference?
But
It was
yet
it take
I
2
heard
minutes
her
to get down
hollering
the
Summer up
driveway.
there and talking to the boy.
All right, though. Hold on a second, because this right here is where this doesn't make sense at all. Because I'm going to pull up from a previous transcript. She's talking about, she says, we're laughing, cutting up, sharing jokes. At that point, it wasn't even at JD's expense or anything. It was just usual us having a good time together, especially while Voldemort was not present. And we're pretty loud when together. We're talkers. It's just their mind. So we're kind of like pretty happy. Always kind of where we're left to our own little devices. Just chatting like we always do. Joking, goofing off, having a great time together. And I remember there being jokes, laughter, definitely talking over one another, right? And the kids were being pretty loud. That day, there hadn't been a lot of noise other than the woodcutters. With the 2 crews and such, they cut out a little while before the next thing happens. There were several points in the day where I heard noises. Yeah, I will, Angel. I'll go to that next.
Welcome, Baton Rouge. You're fine. You're never late.
Where I heard noises outside in the roadway below, other places up and down, even with the woodcutters, and it had brought me out of the cabin to check the banks and to look down and make sure the roadways was clear and no cars were parked there. Okay. So she said to go to 1630 on that video. So let me go to that real quick.
Excuse me, cracking cases. I got a super chat. You can ring my bell. Ring my bell. From Annabella $10
please,
sippers
just
chat.
work.
Love you.
Quit
Thanks
lagging.
for being the breath of fresh air in these streets. You're welcome, honey.
The next day, the day Summer went missing. Pretty normal day. Kind of goofing off maybe at JD's expense a little because I still had no clue what I'd been used for. So I thought all kinds of things. Anyway, and that was the high drama, right? And then we were just like normal for the kids and I. Most days health-wise, especially at that point, were not good for me. I'd been off the thyroid meds. I'd had a really hard time running those survey lines and doing what I had to do to get all that done anyway, with no help other than my oldest. Sorry, cramp. So the kids and I were in the cabin. The doors open, the windows open, no TV or anything going. For the most part, the cabin itself was pretty empty. I had been there, fish tank, that type of thing, But it was actually a pretty good feeling day, so air conditioning wasn't on, anything like that. Felt pretty nice. And at the time, it hadn't been, it still wasn't nice. I know just a few days ago, insulated or drywall or anything. So, you could basically, and it was a different angle in the house, so sounds were a little different to it than, say, the house was. And it was a little closer to Kansas than the house. So, I'm at the head of the bed, so it's like you were up towards your headboard, and in the middle, I was kind of in that area of the bed. My oldest was to my left, but around where, like, if you're sitting Indian style at your headboard, he was kind of to my left, and down a little past where knees Indian style. And my daughter was towards my feet to the left and closest to the cabin doors, which were just 2-3 feet, maybe, most, from her. And we were laughing, cutting up, sharing jokes. At that point, it wasn't even at JD's expense or anything. It was just usual us having a good time together, especially while Voldemort was not present. And we're pretty loud together. We were talkers. Just their minds.
Hey, Izzy Rose,
So we're
honey.
kind of like pretty happy. Always kind of working left our own devices. Just chatting like we normally do, joking, goofing off, and a great time together. And I remember making jokes, laughter, definitely talking at one another, right? And the kids were being pretty loud. That there hadn't been a lot of noise other than the woodcutters, with the two crews and such. They cut out a little while before the next things happened. There were several points.
Before we move on, daggone, I got it working perfect.
Praise the Lord, hallelujah.
Gosh almighty.
Good job.
I was working on it like a mofo while that was playing, but this is where she's getting ready to say. I'm disappearing. I don't care. This is where she's getting ready to say, talking about the noises they heard. Now, the woodcutters did not all leave at the time that she says. There were some still present at as late as 7 o'clock. I think maybe a little later. Okay.
I heard the same thing.
Just pay attention to that. We're going to keep listening. There's some other stuff that is transcribed here that I want to point out, but we're going to listen to this. We've got 30 more minutes left that we're going to do this live stream. I'm going to keep it at 2 hours. I think this one, I think this live has been amazing. I think it's went well. Sorry for that little bit of problems, but like you said, knock on wood. Thank you, Angel, for helping do with the work you've done on this. You deserve credit for that, and we appreciate it, or we wouldn't have been able to see the things that we've seen through this. So we're going to point that out as we keep going, okay? So here we go. Let me pull this back up, and we're going to keep
Everybody
on.
feel free to go
Just
back
listen
and watch
closely, okay?
after I do my live.
points in the day where I heard noises outside in the roadway below us, other places up and down, even with the woodcutters, and it had brought me out of the cabin to check the banks and to look down and make sure the roadway was clear, cars were parked there, and JD wasn't back doing anything crazy. And then at one point, as we get closer to the minutes that I never really saw anything that day. No cars really sitting, not anything. Every time I was brought out of the cabin, and my oldest would have to help me because the stress from JD being there had hit pretty hard. And like I said, my body was kind of in, it was difficult then, as you can imagine. It's seeing me talk, it looks like I'm all, that is not really how it is. And even then, it was really hard, and it's been months since that, and I'm still not on thyroid meds again, and it's really difficult just to move. I'm sure you're noticing my speech is getting worse as this is, and my mouth looks different, heavier, and as it's getting later and stress is catching up from yesterday, the droop's there. You'll see this. It's the pucker muscles they had to cut through, so it'll look heavier and like my face is dragging. Anyway, so the point is that I felt pretty bad after the stress of JD and that whole drama.
Maybe wrong.
As you notice, she is making sure to paint her picture of her just being totally not able to do anything. These awful fits. We've seen her sit on live streams for 20 hours, 10 hours, and we've not seen any of the things that she's describing right now. But not sorry. That's
No, we have seen the Elvis lip.
Curly. It's strange. Anyway, we've, she's sitting here painting this picture. This is what she did from early on. She's painted this picture of feel sorry for me. Don't question me. Don't look at me. Don't talk to me. Don't ask me questions because I can do this and I couldn't do that. But we clearly see that she did a lot.
Dog.
Yeah.
Well, she's talking about when Andy pulls in. This is the thing. She said when Andy pulls in, he says he's driving up and down the road. Well, she caught him on one of these driving past her. If she was in the area where that shooting house was, where that rabbit that was, if she's in that area, she ain't seeing nobody to talk to him in a vehicle.
No.
I'm sorry, it's not happening. And then we know that law enforcement
Got that right.
Whoever was there first. This is the problem we're having. We have Andy saying he was there at this point in time, which differs from when Jody Sue says who was there first, who differs from when Don says was there first. So it's either law enforcement's lying or one of these three individuals are lying, or all three of them. If law enforcement is lying, then we have a problem, because we have Chris McDonough saying that he talked to some folks that said that they already had the driveway blocked off by the time Don came home. Well, if Don drove by Ben Hill Road and went down to the lower property first, he wouldn't have been able to see who was sitting at his driveway,
Right.
or if the cops had it blocked off. That's just a fact of it. You can't see down Ben Hill that far to their driveway. It's a curve that's right there where the creek goes under the road. You can't see that. Sorry. Truth's the truth. Who was there first? Who, you know what I mean? Like that's what we have to get to the bottom of. Now, Angel, I don't know if you have in this video that where we're playing, if you have it where she's talking about the tracks, following the tracks, your transcript does. That's where I really want to point out. That's where I'm looking. She says your hair looks orange. Why? I don't know, because I have brown hair, and under the light, it
gives it a reddish tint.
My kids are even like, you have black hair, Daddy. I'm like, it's brown. She looks black. Anyway,
Top Dog, he said this will go on about another half an hour.
Let's get on to that.
Then
I hope
you
it
can come up
plays
on
that in
panel if
here.
you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Top Dog up before we get done with this. Top Dog is a retired detective or something. Is that what he said?
Oh, he's coming over there.
We're gonna see what he has to say.
Where you going, Top Dog?
Yeah, hold on one second. Angel's gonna call real quick. Give me 1 second.
While he's doing that, you all, there's definitely some miscommunication about the cameras. Big time. So she's claiming
All
Dawn
right,
took
so I'm
them.
just gonna let this while
And she
I talk
has
to her
them.
real
She showed
quick,
them on
okay?
her live. I love you, Taste. I know. Came so good to me.
And muscles and things already cramped without my thigh off at that point. Because I was expecting radiation, and that was the first time. So at least the 6 or 8 weeks I'd been off, I think, at that point. Anyway, and I have other health conditions. Right now from the last radiation, it's pericarditis and things. So a little difficult. So my oldest had helped me out of the cabin a few times that day to look and see with my PTSD, have a vigilant state, what was happening, and made sure nothing happened to me while I was being nosy. So there wasn't anything really abnormal that I saw or heard until there was a point in there during the day, and it was after the tree cutters had stopped sawing, the clearers, whatever you want to call them. So somewhere around 3, they cut out.
Hello, Georgia Diving Recovery.
And after that, I heard a car door slam.
We're just watching cracking cases for a few more
A road that
minutes.
kind of faces the right of way, but also cuts through this property too. That's when it in parts and goes back. There's another road that faces it that's named Simpson. Not to be confused with another one across the main road. So I hear what I feel like is a car door coming from there, and that hit me as odd. And I think we go out at that point and look around, didn't see anything. And, we ended up going back in. But somewhere in that point, and I had asked for help at one point.
If y'all could see her right now, she's reading from a script.
Without being late or anything. But, we heard a car door, just one. Never heard an engine or a car leave, even though it was quiet. We walked the bank for quite a few minutes. And it looked like one of the survey lines was down to me. So I asked him to see if somebody cut it, to see what was going on. It looked like the tires down in the parking space I referred to earlier had been moved to me at the angle I was at. And my oldest was nice enough to walk that survey line. There was a branch on it, and he removed it. The survey line come back up, and then he went a little further down and was to the right, and looked, and the tires hadn't been moved. And while he was doing that,
Okay, so this is where she's talking about the tires, where the parking area was. She is pointing at this area for a reason. There's a reason that she's talking about. Now, the tires where they're at, and I can show you a video we have of it where the tires were still there.
That was the first day we were up there.
As of September the 4th. There, we have a video showing where those tires were. She's pointing there at that area.
Yes,
for some reason to
Hyenas.
say,
She's read from a script
those tires
several
hadn't been moved.
times.
Nobody had parked there.
Yep.
She is.
Why would she say that?
Why would she say that if she wasn't worried that somebody had been parked there that day? This is something that needs to be pointed out.
Not to mention, Cam, that's exactly where the dogs went across the street and back.
Let me go back to what I'm trying to explain here. Candace and them, when they pull in, they said they saw a blue van there on the 15th at her neighbor's house. For some reason, and Jody Sue's, well, she's talking now, she's saying, oh, they hear a car door slam, but it must have been up on Simpson because I don't know why she's putting it back there on Simpson Road, but she is.
Music City, Mom, if it has a solid state, drive it, will, honey.
Survey line out and then check the tires, but the tires hadn't been moved. For somebody to have parked there, there's tires would have had
I
to
read
have
it.
not been
I
there.
checked into it. It
So
said if it
there's a
has
reason
a
that
solid
she is pointing
state
fingers
drive,
and
then you can
making sure that
recover
you just have
laptops.
to
But
get
if not,
okay.
no.
Get where I'm. Help me with this to explain what I'm trying to say. You help me to put it in a more easier to understand.
Well, it's like she's just trying to draw attention away from that area to be like, oh, well, we checked that all day and there was nothing there to be seen.
Top Dog said that's where it all happened. That's what I believe.
That's
This
where
is
we
what
get
I
the funny
believe
feelings too,
as
y'all.
well. There's a reason that she is pointing away. She is going ahead.
Diverting attention away from that area.
She's trying to go ahead and clear that area out as well. No, there was nobody there. Because there was tire. We made sure to check that.
But there's no other possible place that Candace and Grandma could have seen that blue van.
Right.
Nowhere else.
Nowhere else. Either we know that she has ties to Frank Light, Randy Hass, all these RSOs. Why? Why does she know these kind of people? Why does her address come up as the same exact time period that 423 Chase's brother lived at this same home, who is another RSO? The same exact time period, same address on what's the address? It's oh Lord, y'all help me. So much information, not enough brain space. Y'all got it. Somebody's got it. Somebody, come on, help me. Pick up, Cam. Can you put up a pic of that area, please? Yeah, that's what I
show that video. Can you show that video?
Do you want me to show the video of the?
That way that people
Sure.
will hopefully know where we're talking about then.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and stop the screen from this one. I'm going to have to go back to this. I'm going to go ahead and go back over here and I'm going to show you of the area I'm talking about. Okay. That the 333 Connie Helker. Yes. The road name is called, shoot, I have it wrote down. I can't remember. Look at the chat and please and see if somebody says it.
Just 333 something.
Snaps Ferry
yeah.
Road. That's
Thank
it.
You, Ginger Snap.
Thank you, Ginger Snap. There to save our butt right there. Thank you. Could not remember that for the life of me. Okay. Is this it? 3 weeks ago. Huh? Are you sure?
I don't know. Did you put it?
This is when I'm describing. I got the video up of where let me see if this one's it, guys. Okay, let me see if this one's it. I'm going to share the screen real quick and see if this is the one we're looking for. I've got the footage somewhere else.
And here y'all go. This is September 5th, probably. You know, I can't spit out that her kid was wherever. Blah, 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 blah. Shit. Alright, well, here's just one many instances with Candace and I. Even in those later days, right? Still well before I moved out of there. Weeks before I moved out. Here. Oh, God, love it. Fucks up this phone though. Alright, we're just gonna turn that off. Fuck it. Alright, so here Candace and I. Okay. Because you know, even though Candace changed the date 96,000 times, okay. One of those I know took place in September.
That place that I'm showing you right here is where I believe that this all happened at. This is the trail that the dogs actually followed the scent down. You see me allegedly me back up to this area. This is where the school bus sits. That right there is a little path that comes down. The school bus is back here in the
Thank you,
back
Jenna.
in the foliage right there. But there's a little trail that cuts down to right here. You can't see this part of the driveway from the house. I'm going to keep on playing this because this shows a lot. So just bear with me. This is I was just telling her I don't even remember making this video, and I'm glad that I did, because this shows a lot right here.
All right. So here's one.
Speaking of Dolly Vision, he finally got to Vegas, it said.
And she was telling me, thank you. I said, we were on our way. She says, okay. I was like, well, whenever they want to get that, it's fine. She goes, waiting for my friend to get here. I was like, well, I'll send Bug over when we get a load in the car and start bringing stuff down the hill to meet you and go to storage.
Reading again.
No signal, so old school it is. And then she messages at like 3:15 because I'm always prepared.
Oh, she's reading her chat phone, supposedly.
But yeah, dear world, according to Cam,
Her blurry proof.
according to Cam, there's no reason my son should be, neighbors or anything in September and July and June or whatever. Anyway, but we all know there's already proof that the guy on the camera isn't.
Shit.
I can't wait to get my sound wall.
Since it doesn't want to click
I'm
back
putting
over
up
to
sound
us.
barriers in this room.
No, what we said was there was no reason that your kid should not have been up there on August 1st and the 15th.
Said that there was no reason he should be snooping around up there. He had permission.
He had permission to go up there. So why on the 1st and 15th?
Why was he seen in the woods and not walking up the driveway?
My question is she's hooking more trail cams up
This
there.
is the same area
and
he
you gotta go
ran
get the
from.
SD card out of it.
Video documentation showing that was not her son. That was a totally different day.
Who said that?
She said that.
Oh yeah, she said
that. Just said
that was July 30th of somebody up there around the bottom part, and they think that goes back to the people that she was with that were up there messing around. That was on July 30th. He was seen by 6 different people
on 2 separate occasions,
2 separate days in August. Why run off? Why take off running? Why from the exact area that the dogs followed down the driveway, by Sheriff Lawson's words, to the gravel, where the gravel meets the hardtop and the scent ends there? Why? If there was a van parked there at that parking spot across from Jody Sue's property where Jackie Dobbs had parked, we're not saying it's Dobbs. We're saying that somebody said that there was somebody else visiting up there that day. Somebody that
she tried to blame it on Dobbs, that's for sure.
I'm not going to put their name out there. There's cameras. Jody Sue's had cameras sorry about that, pointed right at that area. Now all of a sudden they didn't work. She's already covering her ass for everything that could be asked.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
My
The
opinion,
cameras.
my honest opinion, something was well thought out, something she was covering from. I'm not saying that she's brilliant or anything, because she's tried to run with that when we've said she's calculated. That doesn't mean that we're saying you know how to bait people 10 months in advance and a year in advance. Says they have tried every single way to throw distractions out. She even tried to put that out as Tiffany, to Tiffany even, and Jenna saying, here's a picture of July 3rd. I don't care. You cannot time warp back in time and say this is the date that her son was there when it has a timestamp on the picture of July 30th.
And just because that person was in the woods on July 30th doesn't mean that that's the same person that was there August 1st and August 15th.
Yeah, and we've seen these lives where she's been playing with these cameras on a live stream here recently. She knew about things as late as June 15th this year. She was saying things on her live that she would have not known about. Nobody saw unless she had cameras still out there looking at stuff, in my opinion, right?
Mm-hmm. Or somebody to tell her things that was happening,
Yeah, educated opinion, says Craig. In cases, maybe you've said this already, but do you think she took the cameras down or messed with them? I don't know. I think that on the 15th, when she was down at the bottom of the driveway, this is my theory. Here's a theory. Andy was asked why she was at the bottom of the driveway. He said he doesn't know. He can't explain that. I think that the reason that she went down to the bottom of that driveway was to mess with them cameras that day, to make sure that there was something that she could already cover her ass on.
Exactly what I was going to tell you.
There was a reason that she was all over that hill and in the woods and everything that day. She went down to the bottom of that driveway, said she was messing with flowers conveniently, had her purse waiting for him to come back. She was down there messing with something. She was down there doing something. And that's my opinion. Then she's all about talking about tracks, and then trying to deflect us from even talking about the footprints and those text messages. When I said, so you're saying that the property owner is not credible? No, he is credible. Maybe law enforcement just told me that to throw me off, she says. She has went after us since early on because she knows that we have seen things that could possibly put her in that area. That's my opinion. I will speculate it. I have tried to turn this stuff into law enforcement, but without any, it's like we can't get them to listen or care about what we have to say.
No.
This right here is a problem. If you think that, look, that's the best we can do. I'm going to try to get to it. We're at 2 hours right now. That's where I was going to keep our time at. I'm going to play a little bit more of this video, and then we will catch up tomorrow night. We're going to be back consistently every night. Me and Allie are going to do lives. We're going to put videos out Monday through Friday, weekends with our family. That's our new schedule. We're treating this. We're going to attempt it.
And we're going to, as soon as I can figure out how to re-premiere all those trail videos, I'm just going to go ahead and re-premiere them. And I might start tonight if I can figure it out.
Yeah.
If not, then we'll start tomorrow. We'll get it.
This gives me time to get the track stuff under this. I want to play that real quick. Let's finish playing this video, and then we might go over to where we might go 2 hours and 30 minutes. Let me just see what I can do, because I want to show this with the tracks. We found this, and I feel like it's very important that we show it. Right? Mm-hmm. That's what I'm thinking.
Just that Cam's a whole fucking line, man. But anyway, there you go. And then I'll tell you the messages right below it. Right in the conversation between Candace and I. the next day, she was like, "There's crazy bitches over here," right? Is she? Well, is she? Anyway, it's fine. I don't care what she's doing. Anyway, so here's one. That was September 6th.
Top Dog, I just put the link in the chat for you, bro. There you go. It's in there. Come on up. That link is just for Top Dog.
If y'all ain't hit the like, please do so. I got 31, I think, people in here. Please do it. Sorry, I can't have to keep muting.
Somebody tell me that.
That was loud. Okay, here we go. What's up?
Hey, how you doing, Cam?
Pretty good, bro. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Now I was looking all over your information, and everybody else is on the other cases that's the case has already been, the people have already been found, but they're forgetting about Summer. And I've noticed that you're still on Summer's case, and I appreciate that. You're doing a good job on that. And
Thank
you know, with my experience and all that, and I wanted to talk to you, to work with you, because you're near that area, you can get some information. But my theory is, after looking at all the videos and stuff like that, I noticed, well, first of all, Dazed and Confused. I was listening to Fred Hill's interview on that creator's channel, and it make a lot of sense. On the day that Summer Wells went missing, it was all pre-planned. Everybody needed an alibi. Okay, Andy had an alibi at work. Jody Sue with her kids in at her house or her cabin. Candace, her alibi was with her grandmother. I don't believe they never went to the swimming hole. And Don was at work. Now, here's the theory. My theory is it was pre-planned. Andy was the main culprit, and it was Breonna Tessler. Breonna Tessler was the young lady that was seen by Fred Hill coming into the holler following Andy. Andy, on his last live, he can't remember the vehicle he was driving. He was driving that silver Kia Soul. Okay. Yeah. Andy cannot be in two places at one time unless he's got a twin. All right. That's right. So that's right. If you look at I think it's Scott H's video, Andy was seen on a dash cam around 3-something. And also Fred Hill was working on his truck, pulling a trailer, and he stopped in the middle of the road, and he had his door open. Yeah. So he was blocking the road. So when Andy came up and Breonna Taylor was coming behind Andy, Fred Hill had to actually physically go out there and move his truck to let Andy by, and he saw Andy. So Andy cannot lie about that. And that was around 3:30. So
and we covered that where Fred Hill talked to Ziggy about that. Now you're talking about Breonna Tessler that also got found. She's now deceased. Yes. I did a video on her, and I got attacked pretty hard for talking about her, but she she was friends with Candace and all these different people. She was friends with a lot of people from Beach Creek on her Facebook.
Yes, she had connections to Beach Creek. Now, Ben Hill Road in front of Fred Hill's house, it if you go a little further up, it dips down, then it comes down around a sharp curve, and then it comes on Simpson Loop Road. And then there's a dirt turnaround area in that area right there. That's why they was parked at. Fred Hill moved his truck, let Andy by and Breonna Taylor by. They went down there. Breonna Taylor was waiting in that area over there. But there was also a dark vehicle with out-of-state tags that came in before Andy that Fred Hill saw, but he just can't remember the name brand or the type of vehicle it was. All he knows it was a dark colored vehicle.
He also said there's a Chevy HHR parked on Simpson. There's Simpson Road that's on Ben Hill behind, and then there's Simpson Loop that's across Beach Creek from Ben Hill. So Simpson Road is behind it. Now it when you go up to there and go turn down Simpson Road to go to the very end, it dead ends at a gate.
Exactly.
So that's where Jody Sue is already. She's kept track saying there's a car door that slams up there, saying her daughter heard it, and then she talks about the scream got muffled after that. But she's saying she heard the scream that Jody Sue said I heard it, but when we look at her text messages to Andy, she doesn't say anything to him about a scream. She says at 2 o'clock at some 2:10 or 2:30, she says that she heard a weird sound. That would, if that's the time, Summer and Candace and Grandma weren't even home yet. They got home at 3:09.
Yeah, and then
after 3:09.
Then when and down there also Fred Hill's mother's trailer and property sits at. So Fred Hill,
farmer's daughter,
went down there.
I worry that Breonna Taylor done this as a career. The baby that she tried to save, she might not have been trying to save it.
And that's where he saw those people sitting out there in those vehicles. So either Andy went to his house and then went back down and went around the dog trail and met up with Candace, and Candace handed off Summer, and Andy took her down and gave it to Breonna Taylor, something because Breonna Taylor was known to be in child trafficking and to save children, and maybe she got killed to keep her mouth shut because she got killed in that apartment, and there's still
I thought the same thing.
Yep.
I thought the same thing because there is record of her saying that she took that one child and gave it.
Yes.
Yeah,
I saw that.
I don't think that's the reason Breonna was doing that, you all. I think she was still helping
we
steal
got to
babies.
find a connection with Andy, Jody Sue, and Breonna Taylor. That's why
Tester, everybody. Its last name's Tester, Breonna Tester.
Yeah. Breonna Tesla, exactly. That's why Don supposed to have left work to go home about 3:30. See, all this is going on because they already knew, and that's why Don was going over to Fred Hill's house to try to find out what was going on. What he was trying to find out what he knows, or
up to 3 hours after. Yep.
Exactly, and that's where the 2 to 3 hour difference is right there. And also, Jody Sue kept coming down the bottom of the hill to be nosy to see what's going on because they were all nervous. They already knew. And also, Fred Hill said that Andy and Jody Sue was burning a lot of stuff on their property for a couple of days. So were they burning Summer Wells?
It's
dead body.
See, this is the thing with that though. There's something that I can't get past. And her son, now Jody Sue wanted to go. They put her in a safe house or a motel. Her son did not want to go. He went to they said stay with another grandmother, which then I heard, I don't know if this has been verified or not, that said that the feds ended up going and talking to him there, her son, Jody Sue's son there. But there's text messages too that Jody Sue showed of her messaging Andy saying that her exact words were ask asshole if Boog will still be able to hunt this property. There's some reason that he wants to stay around that area to hunt, and he didn't get involved in the search. Like from everybody that's even Fred Hill, he says that the kids were made to stay up at the house. If there's a 19-year-old boy that knows that area that well, who better to search than somebody who
exactly
hunts? Yeah.
Well, Jody Sue was using her son as a scout. He was out scouting around. That's why Jody Sue removed all the SSD cards, because those trail cams caught Summer being moved. That's why she got rid of those SSD cards and she destroyed them. I'm pretty sure she probably did. That was the only hard physical evidence was those SSD cards. So, like I said, that's my theory. And those tracks was those vehicles, and also there's a little creek with a little bridge down there on the end of Ben Hill Road and Simpson Loop Road. That's where the dogs hit at. The dogs also, the police dogs also hit on the dog trails because that's the route that Summer was taken out. Either she was unconscious due to the fact that they seduced her and she was, seduced with drugs or alcohol or something.
He means sedated.
And then they carried her.
He said seduced. He
that's
meant
why Candace
sedated.
probably went down there at the end of the of Beach Creek due to the fact to make contact with Andy, so that way they couldn't send text messages because there was no cell phone service. So she had to physically go down there to speak with them.
I agree with everything but the Brianna thing. I think she was
we searched
a sweet face
property
that
that's
grabbed
further down
children.
Ben Hill. I'll pull it up on the maps in a minute, where the property owner said the dogs laid down on her scent right there at the right at the creek, and it is a little bridge that goes over to his property.
Yeah,
now that's further down, but this is my thing. So Jody Sue told Dawn that because the dog trail's out for me. I don't think that's where that the scent. Dawn said that. Now I think that came from Jody Sue. I showed where I was driving down the driveway there, that little area. That's where Sheriff Lawson says the scent came down and it hit gravel.
Yeah.
And ended at the hard top. Right there at that area part right above that is where that van was seen.
Yeah.
So
well,
I get where you're going. I do. That's
because like
pretty
I said,
good.
Yeah, because like I said again, if her body is still in Beach Creek in the holler, it will be on the Lights property back there in the back somewhere, either underground or Andy. Like Fred said, Andy was out there burning something for days. So were they burning her body, or did they bury her body back there on the Light property? And I believe that her body is either burnt. That's why Don kept mentioning, "Oh, I was here in the restoration." Or
I think if they move Summer, she's on that
no longer with us because he burned it up, or
old property
she's back there in the Light property, buried back there. But
Fields Avenue.
It all went down in front of Fred's eyes, and Fred didn't realize what was going on.
Yeah,
that's why they're so nervous and so angry at Fred. Either they was trying to set him up, or they was trying to divert the problem onto Fred. That's why they all got mad at Fred, because they know. And Fred knows what happened. Well, he saw what happened, but wasn't realizing what was going on.
His story is corroborated too. That Dawn was there at his house 3 hours after Summer went missing. Dawn went down there and was talking to him.
I think Fred's credible.
Why was Dawn
even the monkeys
able to move freely, come and go? That was strange. I think there's a lot big cover up than people realize. I think there's a lot of things that are,
In one of the videos, Don said that he was out there he went to lunch or went to his house about 3:30. So Andy was around that time as well there at the holler, seen by Fred.
Right.
So, and you got to understand, they kept stopping at different stores so that way they could be seen on CCTV so they can have an alibi. Well, I was here at this time and I was there at that time. But there was a lot of hands involved to throw their alibi, and that's what they was trying to do. They was trying to have an alibi. So, and it was, like I said, it was all pre-planned. They already knew what they was doing. What was the motive? That's the whole key. The motive was Kenny didn't want Summers anymore. She was going to be a problem. And then Jody Sue and Andy, they're always needing money. They're always into money. Yeah, always hurting for money all the time. And so they're trying to blow it on. And then also, Fred Hill clearly said that when Candace was down there by his mother's property, she was seen out there walking around. What were they doing? Were they trying to plant some stuff to throw the dogs off to set up Fred or something like that? Or was she down there because she was seen down there trying to, talking to Andy and Brianna?
Right.
But
well,
that
and everybody in the chat,
Mhm.
please remember, everybody that's listen. This is all speculation right now.
Yes.
That's what we're just
Mhm.
talking through stuff. Now Don did say that he left work to go to the Dollar General. He got honey buns at 3 and Mountain Dew at 3:30.
Mhm.
There was so I'm trying to go back to make some of this.
I have a different theory than him, but part of it is the
are
same.
asking questions. Now, if
The Fred
now
part
this is
and
all
mine is
alleged
the same.
too, all
Allegedly.
So allegedly, Fred says that he sees that white HHR sitting across the road from Ben Hill Road. That road sitting there. He said he saw some guys that were sitting there. He says that he saw Andy at this certain time. What was it, around 3:30? Like you said, 3:30. Those can't. He also says he don't understand why Jody Sue was down waiting at the end of the driveway when he came in that day. Why, nobody's yet to answer that. I don't understand that either. I think that, like I said, I think she was messing with some cameras, something.
And she was on the lookout as well.
And I think where they went in to hide Summer is where the horse got out by accident.
Andy and Jody Sue did not move bottom of that road for 3 days. Like they were down there listening to everything. Jody Sue says that the dog's alert on her feet. The one alerted on her feet. Now, if that's true or not, I don't know. Then she starts trying to say that the dogs were like shit search dogs, no count, and I don't believe that. She there's other places that we haven't talked about where the dogs allegedly alerted, and certain kinds of dogs that we're going to get at to talk about. But one thing that I wanted to show during this that I haven't got to is in transcripts where Angel has put out in her video, Jody Sue cannot get past talking about tracks.
I think it was that Brandon.
She says everybody that lives down here
holler
knows that when something like this happens, you want to keep the tracks down, but yet and keep the scent down. She walked in the creek, and her neighbor had boots on. But then she says that they're looking for Summer's tracks on the banks. If Summer was supposed to have been in the basement, why would if Summer was supposed to be in the basement when she went missing, or potentially walked outside that basement door, why would Jody Sue in one of her clips say that we went back down to see if Summer was still in there, talking about in the woods or in the creek? Why was Summer, if we wanted to see if she's still in the creek or still, if the last place she was seen reportedly, why would she been down there in the woods or in the creek?
Yeah.
If her brothers were inside playing video games, it doesn't make sense. Did you want to?
I can't wait to tell you on my theory.
Just like Andy said and told his daughter, because Jody Sue's daughter came on live video on her live saying, yeah, Andy told me that he saw her dead body. So was he carrying her dead body? Then later he reneged on it, and then Jody Sue reneged on it too, because they know they screwed up and they try to renege on it. Was Andy carrying her deadless body in his hand, or did they put her body in a creek to hide because there was a car coming or something, and her blood or her scent went down the river and it got around Jody Sue's legs when Jody Sue put her feet in the lake?
And it just in the creek it's only about 2 feet deep, might to your ankles. That's something don't fit there, and that's did you? I don't know if everybody knows what did you say your back was?
They traveled the creek to hide Summer. They didn't take her on the road. They took her through the creek.
I got 10 years as a U.S. Marshal, and I have 10 years as an NCIS investigator.
Awesome. That's awesome. Dude, that is awesome. Thank you for coming up and talking to this. That's awesome, man.
No problem at all. But you're on a roll. You're on a roll, and I like how you work, and I like how you operate. And everybody is wandered off of Summer Wells's case, and all these other people. Some of these people have been found already, but they're still stuck on that case. They don't let
I agree, Top Dog.
Right now, we need to focus on Summer Wells because she's important. We need to find out what happened to her or where she's at.
That's right. And and if that's what I feel like a lot of people that might be either involved, and I'm not even going to say, look, we've found a lot of corruption with the local law enforcement there, but I feel like the more people move away from this case, the quicker they can sweep that up under the rug.
Exactly.
And if you've been in law enforcement, you know that there's just as many good ones there's bad ones that go in there.
Oh yeah, and that's the whole key. They're not, though. Hawkins County and some of these people that are law enforcement that work in this case, they're not using their brain. This is to me, they are going by what other people are saying, and so many people are involved that it's throwing them off with so many theories and stuff like that, and it's throwing them off. If you watch all the videos of what all these people are involved are saying, they're telling on themselves.
They are.
Like they said, the pudding is right there. That's all you got to do is read it, look into it, listen to what all these people are saying. And Jody Sue is very nervous. That's why she stays online and tries to throw people off.
That's right.
And put a lot of details out there. And if she goes into detail, but then later on she doesn't remember another thing, that's just like Andy. He doesn't remember what vehicle he was driving that day. Come on, man. Are you serious?
That's exactly what I said. Yeah. I have a problem with that.
Yeah.
How many? So we know that there's three agencies, TBI, FBI, and Hawkins County, that are going to be questioning him. You're going to be telling that story multiple times of what you drove. He's going to be doing his daily events to them. That's something that I feel like you won't forget.
Well, see, the whole key with Andy is he said he was at work all day. He said that many a times. But then Fred Hill saw him. So how can he be in two places at one time? So either someone at his job helped him cover up the videos and switched up the videos, or gave false information to the investigators that when they went there to check his alibi out, because it doesn't sound right. You got Don Wells supposed to be in that area about 3:30 or so. You got Andy being on that roadway. Fred Hill saw him, and Fred Hill saw a young lady.
I think somebody changed the date on the
Kessler, or was it
cameras
Coleslaw? I don't know
work,
what Coleslaw looks like, and
that's
I don't
the
know how old
case.
she is. But isn't that a coincidence? After 20-something years, Andy didn't marry Jody Sue after having kids, but all of a sudden he meets Coleslaw, and now all of a sudden he wants to marry her. Does she know what's going on? Or was she there? Was she the second one that was helping him with that? We don't know. But I'm just saying.
I just think it's awful coincidence that they broke up after 20-some years after Summer went missing.
She's young, she's wild, she's a thug, and she's known to be involved in child trafficking, because she even had a little girl on there, and so she's involved. Yeah, because she connected to Candace Wells, and also we need to find a connection with her and Andy and Jody Sue. All three of them, they got a connection. I don't know how we're going to find that, but that's a connection right there. So next time he has a live, I'm going to call in and I'm going to question him about that and see what he says about that.
I think there's one scheduled at 10 o'clock tonight.
Really?
Well, it's probably going on right now. So he's on my time, so it's probably going on right now.
Yeah, I'm going to question him on that and see what he says, because if you notice, when you got his back to the wall and you start asking him questions and you're on the spot, he gets nervous and he starts to get upset. And then all of a sudden he wants to throw it off and wants to hurry up and hang up the phone. And he doesn't remember. Yeah, exactly.
For me.
Exactly.
He actually one time, because I think he got put in a corner to answer on one of the live CSI. He answered one question for me. Then he showed up in a chat that I was in, and I asked him something in the chat, and he just disappeared. He just left the chat. So yeah, he don't want to answer the hard questions. Like I have questions about Fields Road. Why did law enforcement had Jackie Dobbs' phone number because of the altercation they had on the 14th? Why did Andy call Jackie Dobbs on the 16th and say he needed to get a hold of law enforcement at the TBI? Why would if law enforcement knew that there was a guy that is not regularly in that area and that has an altercation, the law enforcement are going to be calling him. Why did Andy feel the need to call him and tell him he needed
to call him first? And why did Jody Sue, Andy, Don, and all them went looking for him at different hotels? Because they were trying to throw the case off.
They were complaining on him.
Don didn't go looking for him.
He was going to
I didn't think he did.
It's just a coincidence that he was there earlier than Andy, and he ain't supposed to be there. And it just so happened that his dark vehicle showed up before Andy and that young lady did on Ben Hill Road. And Fred Hill saw it. It all unraveled in front of Fred Hill's eyes. He just didn't realize what was going on. But as time has gone by, he's starting to remember a lot of stuff. He's very credible. You got to listen to Dazed and Confused and listen to the Ziggy and Fred Hill's interview. That is a very good interview. There's a lot of key evidence in there.
Go, Dazed!
Yeah, we played that interview over and over on here, and we went and look. A lot of people were like, "Oh, Fred's not credible." Well, we've proven a lot of things that Fred has said is being true.
You gotta understand, Fred loved kids. He liked kids.
Yeah.
Fred liked kids. He didn't want to harm any kids. Yeah, he might have been a drug addict or whatever he does in his life, but it doesn't matter. All because you're a drug addict does not mean you're not truthful. Yeah, there's going to be some deception, but at the same time, look at his age. He ain't got no reason to lie. He ain't got nothing to lose. No, so why is he going to lie?
What were you going to say, babe?
I was just going to say, out of all of the people that we have heard from so far, I feel like Fred has been the most credible.
Fred has. Out of everybody in that general area, Sam, we don't know each other. We don't do that.
Yep.
Fred has been the one that's been straight up and said, this is what happened. Jody Sue did this. You know, I think Jody Sue was driving her mom's truck just a few days after and said to Fred, "Oh, they're never going to find that truck."
I think they didn't have no insurance and everything.
She says that.
I think that she was out running
like
around.
a couple of days or maybe the day after. To Fred.
Like she was out running
Why say
around.
something like that?
Yeah, because
Andy
Jody Sue
may not even
knows,
know
and
it.
that's why she's
I'm
on
starting
your
to
case
question
because you're
about
very
the
close.
cameras.
You're close to solving it. You got some details in there that she knows that you know. That's why she's on your tail over it.
Yeah, she don't like anybody that has the right answers.
You are right.
Look, man, we've had death threats and everything. They've come at us hard, and you know, I know that they're when you get on the track somebody's case like that, they're going to be threatening. And we've had threats from people that would only have certain information if they were in law enforcement. And we've seen the same person in her chats talking to her that's in that area, knew where we were searching, when we were searching, when we told nobody. And they would comment that just to show that they knew
you was being watched. And not just that. Jody Sue and Andy, they are connected to something big, either child trafficking and drug dealing. Big time.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hey, we're looking into all that right now. It's funny you said that. We're gonna be actually doing a live on that soon. Thank you, Top Dog. I appreciate it. I'm gonna cut this one because we're at 2. I like to keep them at least at 2 hours 30 because these 5-6 hour lives, it's hard to watch.
I got you. No problem, buddy. Hey, keep up the good work. Y'all doing good.
Email me and we'll get in touch. We'll talk, you know, maybe behind the scenes or something. It's crackingcases@gmail.
Crackingcase@gmail. I will do. All right, buddy. Y'all take care.
Thank you, man.
Have a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Wow. That's awesome. Look, everything we were talking about, it's all speculation. And this is all alleged, but these are good points. These are good things. He's paying attention. You can tell that man right there has paid attention to a lot of stuff. You know, it's hard. This case has been a lot of information, but it's a lot that's come out over short periods of time that you have to gather together. That's what we're trying to do. That's what he's trying to do. Thank you so much for coming up here and being respectful. Thank you for your service. He's got a very, very, you know, a career in law enforcement that is, you know, he's done U.S. Marshals. They have a missing child unit, but they also are fugitive task force. So he's worked that. What else did he say? NCIS, I'll have to go back and listen, but I mean, he's very NCIS investigator, very level career. And for him to say that law enforcement, there can be corruption. You have good ones and bad ones. That's straight from the source right there. That is,
and that's true.
That's true.
With everything.
That's true with every kind of field or occupation. You have good people and bad people in all of them. So thank y'all. I'm gonna be getting back to the point about the tracks. Remember that we brought that up. Here we're gonna keep talking about it. The tracks that Jody Sue is very, very, very dead set on talking about. She talks about it a lot. There's something there. There's a reason for that. I feel that 100% in my heart. Let's pray and let's roll out of here. Remember, do us a favor. We don't ask y'all for much. Leave that touch DNA on that like button. We greatly appreciate it. You know, it's a free way to support this channel. We only ask you one time during a live to do that. So please like this. And that's what we got. So let's pray our way up. Dear Lord, thank you for what you do. We ask that we get closer to finding what happened this summer. We see all these other cases getting solved, but we don't see Michael Vaughn's case. We don't see Summer Wells' case getting any closer. We ask that you put the right people in the right place at the right time to find out what happened to these children. And Lord, that whoever, and if it's many people, bring all of them to justice. Lord, that they may pay for the things they do against children, big or small. It doesn't matter. That is the most evil, wicked thing, is to prey on innocence of a child. Lord, we ask that you answer these things in your mighty name. Lord, we ask that you answer any prayers from anybody in this chat right now. Bless them, meet them right where they're at. We sit here as intercessory prayer warriors for people, and we step in the middle to pray and lift each other up, Lord. And we just pray that you bless this family, everyone's family that is here right now, Lord. And just Lord, thank you for loving us when we're not easy to be loved. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen.
Remember, at the end of the day, everybody wants justice.
But justice doesn't have to be carried out.
Amen.
We'll catch you on the next one. We love y'all. Till next time, keep on cracking. God bless.
See ya.
See ya.
Later.
Oh. Echo. I agree with everything you say, Top Dog, except for one couple parts. Yeah, getting the nitty gritty. I don't know. That Brianna, if she is involved, if she was that girl, then she's in the business of stealing children. She's a pretty face, and there's the children. But I don't know if she was involved, but it's unfortunate that she did come in there and whoever, somebody hurt her or OD'd her, or she OD'd herself. She couldn't live with the facts, something. The other thing is, I think that there's part of me that think that Jody C was out running around that day with no driver's license. Even, I forget which one in chat mentioned it. That she was out running around with no driver's license, and Summer was down there near that road. And she's also under the influence because she had been taking all them pills for the cancer stuff. That's why she says she was so sick and couldn't get out of the bed. She was really out running around. I don't know if Andy knows. And then another thing that makes me think that, you know how Fred's seen a girl meeting Andy? Well, Jody C was so nosy, Andy May thought she was laying down taking her nap because she said she was. And then she caught him and went squealing down through there and hit Summer or something. So it just makes me wonder if they all know, and that's why they are the riff roar about the cameras. I don't understand, or if Andy really don't know what happened to the cameras. I just don't know if Andy's 100% involved in it, but it makes me think that. So I don't know. So what do y'all think? When you come up, Top Dog? Top Dog. Is he in here? Anybody else want to come up? Top dog want to come up? What do you think? You think that they could have you think that Candace just acts like that because she's scared to death of Jody and Andy because she's seen what happened to Brianna? What you think about that? You think they all know? I think there's the drugs involved, don't you? All right, cold case. I'm gonna drop a link now. You will have to show me your picture for a second because thank you, Music City Mom. Hold on 1 second. Case Crystal. It's kind of a hard time right now. I'll just have to show you'll just have to show me your face for just a second behind the scenes. Thank you. I'll put up a thing so nobody can see me. Not your picture of your face. Yeah. Music City Mama, I'm gonna message you in a second. All right, let me get it. Yeah, be on guard for me right now if you don't mind. All right, let's see. Remember how to do it. It's been a minute. All right. No, you're not in trouble. Not at all. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna message your messenger real quick. Just keep in mind, y'all, that I have protection in this chat room and at my home as well. There you go, Top Dog. I got the law enforcement. I accidentally showed you a second. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
It's 11:11. Pray.
Well, like I say again, that's why Candace Wells got that threatening message, because they probably took a picture, whoever murdered Brianna, they took a picture to threaten her, to show her, to make her scared. And
Yeah.
Brianna was the contact in Ben Hill and the holler with Jody Sue, Andy, and Candace Wells. So, and like I said, Andy was there because Fred Hill saw him.
Hey, Crystal.
Hello.
All right.
And then don't forget the text message. It's done to Candace as well. So, can you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry, I was trying to
okay.
reach that too.
No, you're fine.
I was letting her know.
Gotcha.
It's something important. All right, and then we can continue.
And then at the bottom of the hill, coming around that sharp curve, down there's a turnaround dirt spot, and that's where that vehicle was waiting as well. And that was right there near the property of Fred Hill's mom's place and trailer. And Fred Hill was blocking the roadway because the roadway is about a 1 car length, and he was pulling his trailer. So he had to remove his car from the roadway to let Andy by. So he physically saw him there.
That's what I was wondering, if he's seen him face or seen just the car.
No, he saw his face. He saw him. He recognized him. He knew who he was. And then that's when he let him by, he saw the young lady, which was Brianna, because Brianna was a connection because she was involved in child trafficking.
And that's what I know.
And that's why she got killed later on, because either she threatened to tell or say something to keep her quiet. They killed her in that vacant apartment, and she was hiding out.
They were scared that since she got arrested that she was going to tell all.
Because she was a wild young lady. She was wild. She was on her videos playing with guns and stuff. She was a wild one. She was a thug, and she was wild. They couldn't keep her tamed. So they had to keep her quiet. So Andy and Jody Sue and Candace, they all masterminded that with the higher connections that they have to get her bumped off. And that's why Jody Sue is so hard on double crossing Cam to try to keep him quiet, messing with him. He's getting a lot of threats and stuff because he's getting close. They know this because all of the evidence that he came out with makes sense. And that's Simpson Loop Road is where it happened at, because either Andy went around through the dog trail to get Summer from Candace and handed her off, and then brought her back down the dog trail to that girl's car to get rid of.
Y'all seen my video I have about the dream year way in the very first beginning. I panicked and got up and I was on my way to work and hurried up and made the video about Simpson Road. I never even heard about it. That's so long ago. I didn't even know that Simpson Road was there. I was just saying Simpson.
Remember that Don, they made a video back there in the back, and he stopped at one area to look, and he remembered that was the spot where Summer was taken from. Either they took her away out of the holler, or they took her back there because they noticed that she was unconscious, she was already dead, and because Candace seduced her to keep her quiet, and they either took her body across the little creek, through the little bridge, out there to the Lights property to get rid of her body, or Andy took her because they kept moving her dead body around. They didn't keep her in one
underneath
spot.
The tower now. I dreamed this whole thing, you all. I'm weird. She got moved from Simpson Road up to a tower.
Was there like a TP canopy or something like that? A TP on Lights property back there in the back?
I don't know, but the tower, it's not very tall off the ground. Hold on, let me ask one thing. Crystal, are you muted on your own, or did I mute you?
I'm muted on my own. I didn't want to interrupt nobody.
Okay.
Oh, no, you're fine.
I kept hitting it and it wouldn't go away, and I didn't. All right,
So,
I drew it out for my, here it is. I drew it out. Now, Cam's supposed to get back to me. I want to find out where it's at, because this is in my dream. If y'all can see it, it's about no more than 25 foot off the ground. It has metal around the bottom. It has an opening where you can look over, and it has a roof. That's where. And it's weird because I dreamed about Summer being on Simpson, then I dreamed about this as well.
Could it have been one of the old churches or something, an old building back there in the back?
No, it's a tower. It's a tower. It's like a lookout tower.
You know what? It could be a hunting stand.
It kind of reminds me of a hunting blind, but in my dream it had metal, like sheet metal, around the bottom half. And the vertical, the metal's like tacked up vertically. That stands out real strong to me. And they a lot of people sent me photos of towers, but they all had windows. This one didn't have windows or screen or nothing.
Just like Andy said, what was it? Jody Sue put her daughter on live cam and said, yeah, my daddy told me that he saw Summer's dead body. So was it because he said that because he was carrying her body that day? And then later he told her that? And then later they tried to change their wording and said, oh, no, it was just a dream. And he just mentioned that in the dream. And Jody Sue tried to back him up because Jody Sue has to back him up because if he goes down, she's going to go down as well because she's connected.
That's the only thing she's defensive is when it comes to their connection together in Summer. The rest of the time she's fighting. But boy, you say something that he's involved or anything, she fights. She wants to clear it
Lean
up.
on me. There's another way that they're connected too. They've got kids, and she's very defensive when it comes to that son.
Yep, and now he's off to the Army. I think that somebody was driving you all. I don't think it was a big setup or nothing. I think maybe that Jody caught Andy talking to a girl, and maybe her and the boy was in the truck and chasing him down or something, and something's bad happened to Summer that way.
And do you think about it? At that time, Jody Sue didn't have license.
Yeah.
If she was taking pain medicine or anything else, just not having license would be vehicular homicide.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then her son was driving, and she was supposed to be in charge, and he don't have no license either.
Well, that's the reason why she went onto that property or sent her son on that property, because he was a scout for her. That's what he was doing. He was a scout.
I think they mounted one of those cameras up there. And they
mounted those cameras.
To change the SD card so they can view it.
Yep, exactly. And not just view it, to get rid of them and destroy them before law enforcement sees them or the search party sees them, and they take them out and turn them over to law enforcement.
Well, he was up on the property after the fact, so she was still surveilling them and seeing what they would tell or whatever. I don't think I just have to say this, and I know everybody's against it. I just don't think Candace and Don, either one's involved. I don't. I think they're nasty people, and they've done dirty things.
Well, if you can remember all the interviews that when you talk to people that knew them at the beginning, all of them said that Summer was Don's pride. And in one, Allie even said he would beat Candace to death if she thought she did something to Summer.
Yeah.
They all had that same story at the beginning.
But the whole key of that is Don had debts and he had problems with everybody, so he had to solve them. So he had to give in.
I do coconut cream. I do. I think it's near Beach Creek. I think it's really close by that tower thing. I don't know where. I've searched and searched on the maps. I don't see no kind of tower like nowhere.
Well, like I said, I hate to bring up other creators on your live, but Dazed and Confused, that Fred Hill interview with Ziggy is very clear, and you can hear detail what Fred was saying, that he was 100% sure of what he was saying.
Yeah.
And he sounds very, very credible. He's about the only one that sounds very credible.
I've watched that over and over and over, all his interviews, and I believe it. And I also believe that news reporter from Sky News or whatever that came and he talked to Fred down in the road, and he said he was on crack and he had a warrant that come out. It was true. Meth, and he had a warrant, and I'd be darned if he didn't have a warrant. Nobody knew it. That was Fred that he was talking to that said, he said the same thing that Don showed up a few hours later and said about the resurrection and all that.
Well, and even Fred Hill said that Andy and Jody Sue was out there on their property in the back burning for the last couple of days. What were they burning back there?
I don't know. I never heard that. When I heard that they sit down at the road for 3 days and watched everything.
Oh yeah, they was watching everything because they were nervous and they wanted to know what was going on. And that's why Don kept going over to Fred Hills to ask him questions to figure out if he knew anything, because he knows that Fred Hill saw Andy that day and was going to eventually figure it out. So he wanted to find out what Fred Hill knew.
If anybody on that hill knows anything, it's Candace. But I kind of really don't. I think she's being attacked. I really don't think that. I think her biggest thing and what she lied about is because she was too drunk to watch her own kid.
Well, I believe she's got involved in it, and it was pre-planned because she handed Summer over to whoever, either Andy or brought her down there because, hey, they saw her come down that hill twice. And where did she go? She went back there to the back. Why did she go back there? That's the first place she went to.
Yeah, I think she was out looking for Summer because she woke up and she wasn't there.
Well, now, when you think about the interviews that people have done, and then you think of Jody Sue's, well, for one thing, she says, I didn't say I saw a red truck. I said I saw a red flash. That's all I saw. That's not what she said. She said she saw a red flash and that the traction was not the same as the wells, that it didn't sound like it made the complete loop. That's a lot of information just to see a red flash.
Yeah.
Because when someone gives so much detailed information like that, when they are guilty about something, they're
Yeah.
going to go above and beyond to try to make someone believe them. That's
Yeah.
just like, oh, so you saw a red flash, but you didn't know what kind of truck it was, but you saw that silver ladder rack. Isn't that a coincidence?
Yeah, and then you remember what Fred said about the ladder rack? Fred said that Jody said they won't know if the ladder rack's gone.
Exactly.
Well, now she said that on an interview once. Well, I call it
Mm-hmm.
interview, one of her hours and hours of mumbling.
Yeah.
All these people that are involved just needs to keep on talking on these lives.
I just
The more they talk, the more they tell on themselves.
Won't listen. I don't think they're listening. But I got a case today. Somebody emailed me. Took them 3 years, buddy. They don't have a body, but they got an arrest.
No, that's good. That's good. Yeah, as long as they have some evidence or connection of some DNA or some forensics, you don't need a body to make a charge.
I'll tell you, when I called and reported her for what she was threatening JLR, and I don't even really like JLR, but I called him, and when I said Summer Wells, the Wells' neighbor, they said Jody Sue. And they talked to me for a while. They called me back, and another man talked to me again.
Because JRL was in that area, and he was filming that area, so she's getting nervous when creators get close.
Yeah. Yeah, she actually threatened, said he was going to leave in a hearse.
Now, the one thing that stands out to me, I guess, better than anything is when she gives the timeline of events that happened that day. She got in that creek before she knew Summer was missing. And why did she get in it? She said because she heard her screaming Summer's name. Yep. And on the third time, she jumped in the creek. Well, now, I live back in the boonies. My neighbors have kids. And if I hear her screaming, even if it's in a panic, one of her kids' name, I'm going to run over there. Yes, I'm going to run over there because I think somebody's hurt. Yep. Not somebody's done went missing.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you got the 2 to 3 hours missing, is because around between 3:30 and 5 when Summer went missing, and Jody Sue said in one of the videos that she stopped texting Andy around that time because Andy was too busy handling getting rid of Summer. That's where your 2 or 3 hours are missing. That's where the law enforcement said 2 or 3 hours are missing.
That's makes you think that, don't it? Because they didn't talk with him because they already knew what was going on, if that's the case.
Well, in one of Andy's interviews, he said that he got there about 6:30. Well, 911 was not called at what, 6:26?
Yeah.
And he's supposed to got there. He's supposed to got there before Don did. Then Don showed up after him. Then law enforcement showed up.
I mean, that don't give. I mean, I've been up there to see what that area looks like.
Me too.
And that there is no way that law enforcement could have got there within like 5 or 10 minutes. There's no way.
No, it was more like a 7 or 5 or 10 after 7 time they could get there.
Yeah.
Remember, what did Don say? He left work about 3:30 to go to the Dollar Tree or the dollar store or something like that. And was that the time when he went to the dollar store, but did he go back to work or did he go to the hallway?
Yeah, because remember that guy said his coworker said 5:30 he was there loading up or whatever, or 5.
Yeah.
Because he went there and then turned around and went back, because it doesn't take about 10 minutes or so to get back, or 40 minutes to get back. They don't take that long. No, from Ben Hill back to Jonesboro where he was working at. Yeah, and then he was speeding down that road because he take the back roads. See, that's why I think it's pre-planned.
I just think that maybe if Candace does know, she's scared to death that Don will hurt her, and Don don't know. I don't think Don knows. I don't.
Well, she's scared not just of Don. She's scared of Jody Sue, of Andy, and also the other gang or whoever's involved in human trafficking. That's what she's scared of, because I believe that when they killed Brianna, they probably took a picture and it sent it to Candace to scare her and say, this can happen to you, in a text message. And then when Andy did whatever he did with Summer, he turned around and texted her and said it was done.
I think that was the meth shake and bake. Meth.
I don't know, but like I said, I
think
believe
that was done.
that's why Grandma knew what was going on, and she went to bed, said that her knee was hurting, and she went to bed, and she didn't want no part of it, and she took her pills and went to sleep. That way she won't be involved, and she had an alibi. And I believe Candace never went to the swimming hole with Summer. Her alibi was to take Mom to the medical, stop at a bunch of stores so she can be seen on camera, so she can have an alibi of her day. That's why I'm thinking it was pre-planned.
Remember, they seen the truck over there. The people at the stables seen the truck all evening at the horse pond.
Yeah, wasn't she on camera at the horse pond?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if she was on camera, then she was there. There's no questioning that. But my question is, how law enforcement didn't pick up on Andy's being at work all day when he was seen by Fred Hill on Ben Hill Road in the holler. So did he have connection at work where somebody changed the tapes or changed the dates or something on it?
It's just a little tire shop. Who knows?
But wait, ain't the only person that we've heard say he was on camera all day has been Jody Sue?
There's no evidence of proof of that. There's no evidence of proof that he's been at work all day. We don't know.
Well, that's my point. We can't really listen to a whole lot that Jody Sue says anyway.
Yeah, and I remember.
And that's the only person that said that.
Somebody asked him about that. He said, "Well, I live on that road."
But I think, like I said, cracking cases is on or something. Dazed and Confused. She did a real good replay. And that's why Andy, if you notice on Andy's calls on his lives, when people call him and they're on to something, he gets upset. He changes his tone, and then he quicks to want to get off the phone with them. And isn't that a coincidence? He doesn't remember that day what car he was driving, but he's always driving that silver car.
Now, I'll tell you one reason I think he can't remember what he was driving that day. It goes back to either Jody Sue was driving, but I honestly don't think it was Jody Sue driving. I think it was the son. And one of them hit Summer, and he don't want his vehicles pulled in to be tested.
I mean, that could be a coincidence.
They let the one go to repo. They let it go to repo. They didn't even pay for it. Brand new car, and they was paying for it. They just up and stopped and let it go back.
Yeah, because like I said, they were hurt for money. So
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, you're fine.
If you take a couple that are feuding as heavy as these two, there's only one thing that they're both going to stand up for, and that's their kids.
Well, not just the kids, also their innocence. They're trying to cover their tracks because they committed a crime. They're involved in that crime, and there's another kid missing. So, of course, they're going to stand they're going to stand with each other on that. But any other and their kids, but anything else, no, they're going to be disputing back and forth. Because if Andy turns around and tells, he's going to put himself in jail, and then he's going to put her in jail. If she says anything, she's going to put herself in jail, and Andy's going to put himself in jail. So they're going to try to cover for each other. That's a must. That's a must, because they know that if one of them slip, which they have already done,
I'm not sure.
Like I said, everybody's looking too hard in this case. Like I said, it's if you look at all these creators put out all these interviews and information out, and you listen to detail, get a notebook, write details down, and compile to what these other creators are saying and what these other people that are involved are saying, you can tell that they're lying. And it's like I said, the writing is right there on the wall. But I don't know why law enforcement hasn't picked up on it. And I don't think they're doing a good investigation and looking into a lot of the stuff. This is not credible. They're just going by word. And the small little town is corrupt, and they're not very experienced.
Well, and also everyone knows everyone, and I think that always
Exactly.
affects at
Yes.
law enforcement because they're always kin to somebody. Just like them telling
Mm-hmm.
Adventures with Purpose, summer ain't in the water. Well, how do they know that?
Yeah.
True.
I mean, and then you got this Kylie Rodney case where they say they checked Prosser Reservoir
Yep.
several times, several agencies. Then Adventures with Purpose goes in and 30 minutes, within 30 minutes, finds the vehicle. And now the excuse is law enforcement isn't trained as good as them to look at with sonar like that. Okay, well, I'll give you that. But if that's the case, then why not have them come in on Summer's case?
No, you're right. I mean,
I don't know,
any
Tiny.
any help, any kind of help would help the case. Anything. Like I said, if I was in charge of that county, I would let them come in, search the ponds back there in the back, and just run around the metal detectors and all that kind of stuff out there. That's the reason why. Like that's what I'm saying. Jody Sue, Andy, Candace, Don, all of them had burner phones. Why? That was the whole reason why. Because that way, if they text to each other and stuff like that, they can get rid of the phones. That's why they were scared on all these phones. And when Don went to jail, and Tim Mullins got his phone, supposedly downloaded the information. Did he cover up that information, or did he really turn that information into law enforcement? That whatever was on that phone, was he supposed to have gave it over to Candace? And what did Candace do with that phone? She's supposed to gave it up to the uppers. Then all of a sudden, she got rid of them. She got rid of the phone, threw it in the water. Isn't that a coincidence? But like I said, if it ain't one thing, it's another. They all lying, and they all know that they're guilty. They done got rid of that little girl. Either she's buried back there in the Lights property back there in the back, or they burnt her body. That's why they keep saying, "Oh, I'll see her in the resurrection." Why you keep saying that? Because you know that she's dead and she's burnt, and that she'll never be found because she's burnt. Was that what Andy and Jody Sue was burning for the last couple of days on their property? I don't know. Who knows? And then all of a sudden, all this wood comes up on Don's property, and then all of a sudden, the wood is gone missing. Did they get that wood to burn? So, like I said, that's just my theory.
See, I think if they's burning anything, it was marijuana.
Well, yeah, but if you burn that marijuana, you're gonna smell it a mile down the road. So, and they were already nervous. That's why when law enforcement went up there to do some searching, they went into their little sheds and stuff where they're growing that marijuana, and they was ripping them out to get rid of it before they properly get searched and they get busted. They were so nervous about that because they would have. See, one thing y'all gotta understand: Jody Sue and Andy, they were hurting for money. Everything that they do is for money, selling drugs, growing drugs, and doing other things. Because if you could look at Jody Sue's history on all that stuff, that she was an escort service and did all kinds of stuff. It's all about money. They're money hungry. They ain't got nothing. After 20 some years, they don't have a, a pot to
That's
piss
all
in.
that she speaks of is money.
Yeah, money. And that's why she's on YouTube, for money. That's all it is. It's all about money. And Andy needs money because he's in debt. They're both in debt. They've been in debt for a while. And they all need money.
So when was they burning on the property? Because there's
I
video
I don't
evidence that
well
she was alive on the 15th.
well Fred Hill said in his interview that he said that Andy and Jody Sue was burning on their property for a couple of days. Now he didn't say exactly when. I didn't hear that detail on exactly when, but he made it clear on his interview to Ziggy that they were burning on their property. What were they burning? Was they burning Summer's dead body, her corpse, or something else? Or was it the drugs? I don't know.
I would think if it was Summer, that
Mm-hmm.
law enforcement would have to be involved then because they come in there, they had helicopters and everything. You would think that a big flame would draw attention. You
But
know
you
what I
know when you
mean?
live, yeah. But when you live in, when you're living out there and in the holler or deep in the woods and they don't have trash pickup, you got to burn your own trash. Who to say that they put all their trash on Summer? Miss Summer's body wasn't that big, so it's not going to take maybe it takes a certain temperature to burn a body, so you're still going to have some skeletons or something, but it takes a while to burn a body. And her body was so petite and so little. If you put enough wood and trash and stuff on it, plastic and all that, you're going to deter anybody from knowing that you're burning a body. You're burning trash. Now, I'm not saying that they burned her body, but I'm just saying it could be a possibility, because I'm going by what Fred Hill said. It makes sense what Fred Hill said. It all unraveled in front of his eyes. He just didn't realize it, and he didn't know what was going on. He just saw Andy there, the way that Jody Sue was acting, Andy was acting, and also seeing this young lady. What other young lady could it be? Because the only thing I can think of, I don't know what Kosal looks like. I don't know if she's an older woman, younger woman. The only thing I'm saying is if it's Brianna, because she was known to be caught up in that mess of child trafficking, because she trafficked a small little girl, and it was on one of her videos on her Facebook before they took it down. I don't know if it's still up or not, but she was known to take of liking kids and putting kids in better situations, even though for good or for bad, it doesn't matter. She was still in child trafficking. So was that the connection that Candace had with Brianna? Because Brianna had connections with Candace. Did she have connection with Andy and with Jody Sue? We don't know. Was she part of a ring, child trafficking ring? We don't know, because this young lady, hopefully she rests in peace, but she's not with us no more, so we can't, get any information or any facts from her. But where's the connection with Andy, Jody Sue, and Brianna? That's what I would like to know. That's the whole key right there. And that's why they said, law enforcement said there's 2 to 3 hours missing. Those 2 or 3 hours missing is from the time that Andy was seen on the roadway when Fred Hill saw him when he had to move his truck out of the way. That's the times that's missing, from 2 or 3 o'clock all the way up to 5 to 6 o'clock before they call law enforcement. Those are the times that law enforcement cannot account for, because that's when Summer went missing, and that's when it all went down. They can account for every other time is due to the fact that they saw Don, Candace, and they knew where everybody was to a certain time. But after 2 or 3 o'clock, they don't know, because they can't put that together. They got to piece that together. And like the whole key of it is, if they need to bring him in and give them some hard interviews. They're not doing that. I wonder why. They need to put pressure on them, and they're not doing that. If you put pressure on them, one of them is going to break or they're going to slip. And then if you play one of their interviews against them, they got to explain themselves, and that's when they're going to lie more. They try to cover up the truth, and that's when they're going to get busted.
I think it'll be coming. After I found that case today, someone sent me. It gave me so much hope, you guys. And I also want to address something. This is the first night I've ever put Summer Wells in my description. You know why? Because I'm sick. I mean, God bless Kylie, but too much people was talking about her, and I wanted, and so I did. I put Summer's name right in my title. I've never done that, but she needs attention. This needs to get solved.
Exactly.
And I have to put her name up there. Then hate me if you want to. I'd never have done that in a whole year. But
that's why I stopped going on these other channels, because I'm getting tired of listening to that case when they've already found a young lady.
Right.
Now they got to let law enforcement do their job, and that girl is found. So they have a body. They have her body. Now the family can have closure, and now I'm thinking the family just wants closure, and they want to let it go and make it look like it was just an accident. They're going to take whatever they think law enforcement thinks of right now, and they just want to let it go. That's why the PI is saying what he's saying now. Oh, it's just an accident. Everybody needs to let it go. No, because they just want to get rid of it. No,
I agree.
It was foul play, because at first he said it was foul play. Then all of a sudden he switched the script. That PI is not credible. I'm going to tell you why. Because he doesn't have any experience in law enforcement. He was a photographer. Then after that, he became a
He has a
PI.
PI license that I know of. But
Yeah,
somebody
but
was looking for it and they didn't find one.
he was that's all he did was photos. That was his experience. Then he became a PI all of a sudden, and he's got connections with the sheriff in that town as well.
And he inserted himself. They didn't even ask him to come out.
Yeah, exactly. He's doing it pro bono.
Yeah.
So it's just weird. It's just weird. A lot of twists and turns. But like I said, everybody's coming in and try to see. That's the whole key. They bring people into all these investigations or to these missing kids or cases. It's to throw the law enforcement off.
Yeah.
That's the whole key. That's what Jody Sue is trying to do while she stays on YouTube. Try to throw everybody off and put out false information.
It's just helping us solve it there, Jody. I told her she stuck her foot in her mouth. She's so goofy. Keep on talking, honey.
Yeah. Because let me tell you something. TBI, FBI, and Hawkins County, if they're true law enforcement, they will say, you know what? Let them keep on talking. You let them talk. You let a criminal talk. They're going to tell on themselves.
That has all these transcripts and stuff. I think they should send it to a governor, not law enforcement. Straight to a governor or the president of the United States. Go beyond.
Get involved. They're going to just throw it back down to the bottom.
I know. I wish, though.
Well, now I think it looks awful suspicious that somebody stays on the internet 24/7. I mean, she ain't cooking meals for her daughter. She ain't even taking a bathroom break.
I know.
Yeah.
Just trying to combat theories and stuff.
And she's trying to go on every other creator's channel to look and see what they know and what information they're putting out. So that way she can try to debunk it on her channel. That's what she's doing.
And if you notice when she goes live, it's usually whenever somebody else is going live that's credible and she's watching their live and saying stuff in her chat and in her live to refute what they're saying and making them look like they're, not credible.
Closed caption.
Exactly.
And then, yeah.
Oh, girl, you can't. You was talking about transcripts. Oh, girl, my little captions can't even decipher what she's saying. You can't get a transcript on what she says. It's a lot of jumble.
On purpose. She'll let
except for her cuss words. Now I can hear those plain as day.
What she wants you to hear, and the rest is.
Well, she's a pill popper. She takes those opiums.
Yeah.
And always
I said that
she's taking pills. Yeah, she pops pills and she stays drunk all the time.
I got a picture of her doing the big 30
words all the time.
Roxy 30. I got a screenshot, and it was the night of her brother's funeral that she didn't go to, or that one of them nights that she lied about anyway.
Whenever she went to his bedside.
Yeah, and said she didn't. Well, somebody down there gave her a pill or something. She got one when she was out, and she got it out and was like, see y'all, and she wasn't talking about not taking her thyroid. Don't take it, but boy, this night she had it and said, see, it's my thyroid, my synthroid. It was a 30. Believe me, it was the same thing they gave me when it broke my back. I know exactly what it was.
Back to talking about the fires. Did he state if that was on their property on Ben Hill Road or maybe Fields Road? I mean, I could see them taking a body down to Fields Road away from the crime scene.
See, I think, where that man put the gate up?
Yes, that's Fields Road.
And Jody says she didn't care. They crossed it to look anyway. They crossed it to put Summer there anyway.
Yeah, well, like I said, I don't know exactly.
Private property and it won't be searched.
I don't know, but I know Fred Hill on his interview with Ziggy, he clearly stated Andy and Jody Sue was out there burning for the last 2 or 3 days. So what do they got to burn for 2 or 3 days? Because like I said, that body, it takes a certain temperature to break it down. Over 200 and something degrees. So you got to put a lot of wood, a lot of trash on top of her and all that to try to.
Or they could put her in a small metal container, like a small metal trash can. It will make the heat get hotter. That's the only way you could have disposed of a body. But you'll still find some kind of fragment. Just saying.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no doubt.
Well, that
But that's
was
the thing.
about the
I
hog.
just
That's what scares
yeah.
me about the hog.
Well, that's why the law
Oh,
enforcement clearly said. That's why law enforcement clearly said she's still in her body, or that little girl is still in the holler. She did not leave the holler. There's a
hmm
reason why they said that. Is because they know her body's back there somewhere, either buried or burned up. And then if you go back to what Don said, oh, I was hearing a recollection. Why do you keep saying that? Oh, Candace said, oh, they would never find her. Why would they
hmm
say that? Because her body's burnt. I hate to say that, but that's the whole key.
You remember they buried a horse, Lean on Me? You remember we
Yes.
were wondering about that, if they put her
Mhm.
under the horse?
Yeah, and I think even Equisource was kind of wondering, but I don't think they actually was able to get underneath the horse, y'all. There's also someone in Andy's family that died a day or two around that time.
Mm-hmm.
They
Yeah.
already had the grave dug.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do that all the time with the mafia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The grave
And like I
was
said,
already dug.
and like I said,
Creepy.
in that area, there's no trash pickup. So you got to get rid of your own trash. Take it to the dump or burn it.
You have a burn barrel,
So,
hence
yeah.
barrel. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's
Well,
the
you know
whole
me,
thing
there
right
is a
there.
tower, baby, and Tiffany Marie has a video about it. There is a tower. It looks very similar to what you had.
Uh-oh. Lean on Me is on to something.
I'm serious. I'm being for real.
It gives
Oh,
me cold
wow.
chills.
No, I'm serious, baby girl. She has a video. You need to email Tiff and you need to ask her, and she will tell you where it's at. She will send you pictures. She will give you exact location. She will Google Earth it for you. She will show you all the things. Tiffany has it,
Oh.
okay?
Yeah, it has metal at the bottom. That's
You
all I.
need you need to message Tiffany. You really do need you need to, baby.
Wow.
Okay. That's really all I came up here for.
That's
You're
so creepy, you
Okay.
are. Because I've been
Well,
that. That's
Annabelle,
what I was
we
telling you. I've
appreciate
been
it.
that way my whole life with dreams, and I'm no psychic. I love Jesus. I think everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Well,
But
now lean on me. The Bible says in the last days, the older men dream dreams and the younger men see visions. So
Mhm.
I don't see that as psychic. I believe it's just one of the many
well,
gifts.
the
I do
Simpson
too.
Road thing, I made a video, and people said it was chicken scratch and everything because I was so frantic. Now the person in my dream, it was like in my dream. It don't mean that's what they look like, but one was bigger, one was smaller. They both had the same either first name or last name, but they had the
Yeah.
same name. Two men or two. It was a dad and a son.
I wonder if it's Andy, because didn't Andy have a son named Andy?
Yeah. You're
Yeah.
right.
I don't know if his name's Andy. It could have been a
Yeah,
last name though.
because there's a junior. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Am I
it's
wrong? Am I
his
wrong, Top
name.
Dog?
His
No,
name
you're not
ain't
wrong.
Andy.
You're
They
right.
called him Andy because of
Yeah, I
Andy.
don't think his name's Andy,
His
y'all.
his
Andy.
name actually starts with a D.
But yeah. You're right. Yeah, but still, they called him Andy Junior, didn't they?
Andy Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me play
Yep.
this little clip of this video. I was frantic and I wanted us like I got to get it out before I forget it. I'll play it real quick, just the audio. It was one of my very first videos ever. People was like, "That's chicken scratch." So I took it down, put it back up, y'all. Yeah, but I left the date so y'all can see that I put it up a long time. I was like, this makes kind of sense now. Once I found there was a Simpson Road.
Simpson Loop Road.
Yeah, but in my dream it was just Simpson.
That's why when Don went down there filming and he was driving down there and he stopped at one location and paused for a minute because he knows what happened. That's how Don knows what happened to Summer. And it was all pre-planned.
Let me find it real quick.
Because Candace wouldn't have did what she did without Don's permission. She doesn't do nothing without Don's permission.
Mm-mm. That's right. It's a weird situation.
Mm-hmm.
All right, no way.
I found
And
that
that girl.
Fields Road. I'm the one that found that Fields Road that time, y'all.
I remember
What?
you was telling all the things, girl. I was laughing my tail off at you in your little car riding around, talking about Jody Stove. You done put your foot in your mouth again.
Get a hold of me in real life. She'd treat me like a rag doll, son.
No, she wouldn't, honey. I'd be right there with you. We go to war, baby.
Like a
right, no.
You heard it here first, people. Annabella will throw hands.
I'm trying
That's
to
right.
find it somewhere. It said something that, like, do they know, or I don't know. I'll
Yeah,
have to.
you got, and it was so funny because then you're like, Jody, Jody, so how does that foot taste?
Yeah, and outside, but as an immaculate taste.
Girl, I've been following you since day one, baby.
Oh, thank you. Sometimes you just don't know who's out there. Oh, I try to be a good person. I do get mad at her though. I'm sick of it. I found her out like as soon as it happened. Like soon I knew it was her. Like I knew it. Like back in the whole year ago, I made a thing that says, "Does she know?" Oh, here it is. It says, I think it. Oh, they had. Hold on. It says. Sorry, commercial. The video says, "Do they know?" It says, "Well, maybe I'm on to something. Look at the dates." And I wrote this on June. Actually, I can't see I remember it was June, but I can't see it yet. With the same name, one goes by something to do with Summer Wells, the first house on Ben Hill Road. The other thing is Simpson Road or Simpson Loop. There's something collaboration with there. There's also a father and son with the same name. One goes by something. Oh, I didn't even say it. I was nervous. But in I wrote comments and it says, from day two, wait, I could pick up from anything from day one. Two places stood out in my head. The first home on Ben Hill Road, which is that blue house guy. I don't know why. That's why I picked up. And then Ben Hill, there's to the left. Every time I try to focus where Summer is, I can't help to think that the yellow shed right out front. See lots of dogs, and Summer love dogs, especially puppies. Okay, the other place that stands out is the name Simpson. So now I realize there's a Simpson Road and Simpson Loop really close to the Wells property. I'm still confused on how exactly Summer came up missing, but I dreamed several times of her chasing Mom. It says I dreamed that she's chasing her mom. And see, two men, one about 60 and the other one younger. So one man was bigger than the other. It says he's wearing blue jeans coveralls. One was scrawny with the beard. The other one was a bigger man with the same last name.
Well, as much meth is going around there, you could be 40 and look 60 something.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
That could have been. I woke up frantic and made these two videos based on my dream.
That could have been Fred Hill working on his truck, and he was wearing coveralls, messing with those vehicles.
Yeah.
And he doesn't he got a son? Fred Hill
know.
Jr.?
I don't know.
Yeah, there's two Freds.
Said that's who finds Summer. I didn't realize I said that. So that's who finds Summer. It says they found Summer. This two men's gonna find Summer, and they're gonna have the same name, is what I said. I thought it was said different before.
But the thing about this case is, tell me somebody other than Summer that don't have somebody else that's got the same name.
Yeah, well, somebody found her up at that tower with that description.
That's the truth.
In my dream about the tower, I don't know whose face it was. They were breathing really heavy. They were digging a hole and putting Summer in, and she did not have the gray sweatpants on. She had shorts on. I remember seeing her little legs.
You know, that's something that's always bothered me, because in the interview with the grandma, she said that they went to the emergency room, not a doctor's appointment. Now, when you go to an emergency room, that's a spur of the moment thing. You haven't planned out your day. Somebody's sick. You've got to take them there, get them treated. But yet Summer had on a swimsuit.
Mm-hmm.
when she left the
I
house.
don't think she did. I think that's a lie too. I think all she had on was her short outfit, and Candace called that her swimsuit.
Well, if you look at the picture of her in the back of that truck sleeping, think about it. If you're out there swimming and your swimsuit is wet, her hair is not wet in that photo, leaning on those jugs of milk, the clothes or the sweats are not wet. There's no towel there at all. There's nothing there. There's no wet, nothing.
Yeah,
So
but
how do we know
store
if
and
how
everything,
do
that her hair would have been
but
dry by then.
yeah, but how do we know that that photo is actually from that day?
We
We don't
don't.
know that. Exactly. And because and then all of a sudden, think about it. When law enforcement got there and they asked Candace for a recent picture of Summer, she didn't have one. But then all of a sudden, when she come out with her YouTube videos, she got all these photos of Summer on swings, putting fire around her. Why did she do that? Is that a clue?
Because
Think about it.
that was the phone that she hid, I guess. I don't know.
It could have been. But then all of a sudden, that young lady from the church, she had a photo of Summer, updated one. And she's the one that gave the photo to law enforcement when she came up there to the hill with the preacher or with that other guy.
Yeah, I think that when Candace started looking through them, she noticed that every picture she had showed neglect, so she didn't want to give it to them, y'all.
What is the purpose of her on her YouTube page putting Summer in a swing and fire around her? That's a clue right there. Was Summer burnt? Was her body burnt? Think about it.
See, I think that's just her mentality. I don't think she meant nothing by it, or she wouldn't have posted it.
Well, I think she's guilty as I don't know what, because who would do that to their own child when you're not in the right state of mind? Something's wrong with that woman. And she did it to her child. She knew what she was doing, and it was pre-planned from day one.
Yeah, you say that. She may have. I just think it was an accident and cover up, if anything.
Well, it could have been an accident, but they got to get rid of her body. So she needed more players to get rid of that little girl's body. She couldn't do it on her own.
And that Summer died on Saturday. I didn't know if that meant Saturday prior or somebody was holding her and things got heated and then they got rid of her.
The key points is this. This is the key points. The key points are Andy was not at work all day. He can't be in two places at one time. He was seen on Ben Hill Road at that day around 2-something to 3-something. Don left his job about 3-something, 3:30 to go to the dollar store or whatever for lunch. And all of a sudden he was seen back at work about 5-something. And then all of a sudden he hurried up and went back to home before law enforcement got there when Summer went missing. So you got 2 or 3 hours that law enforcement said was missing. That's between the times that Andy was on Ben Hill Road between 2 or 3:30 till 5 o'clock. And then that's the time when they was getting rid of Summer and they was plotting and put their stuff together. Then another key thing is it's done. Text message to Candace, it's done. What's done? Her getting rid of her body was done. And then she got a text message of a threat to scare her and to shut her up. Was that Breonna Tesler's photo that they took after they killed her to shut her up? And then they sent it to Candace and let her know that can happen to her if she doesn't shut up and keep her mouth shut. And then Jody Sue stopped texting Andy between 3:30 and 5 o'clock. So there you go. Those are the key evidence. And the dogs was hidden in those areas of where these people were. Around the dog trail, down by the creek, on Simpson Loop Road. There's tire marks right there because when you go down Ben Hill Road, there's a sharp downgrade, and then it comes around to a sharp curve, and it goes out to another dirt road to the right. Then you got Simpson Loop Road that goes to the left, real sharp. Then there's a turnaround spot, dirt road turnaround spot, what they use to turn around when you go down too far, and you got to turn around, but there's no other place to turn around unless you go up in someone's driveway. So there's a turnaround spot, and down there where was Fred Hill's mother's property and her trailer. Fred Hill said clear as day in his interview, he removed the truck out of the roadway because he was blocking the road. No one can get by, and he was pulling a trailer. And he had to physically go out there, remove his truck off the roadway to let Andy by. He saw Andy, and all of a sudden he glared and saw that young lady. He didn't recognize that young lady. He didn't know who that young lady was. That's all he knows. It was a young lady. He described her to Ziggy in an interview, and I believe that girl, that young lady, was Breonna Tesler. That's the connection right there. Now, if it wasn't her, who could it be? Could it be Coleslaw? I don't know. I've never seen Coleslaw. I don't know if she's young or what.
No, she looks her age, and she has like 3 kids or something. But she looks her age in her 30s, so I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that I thought the whole time since I saw Hunter's interview, where he said that Don said there was somebody trying to fool with the kids. I think that was Jody Sue that messaged Don and told him that to try to set up Jackie Dobbs from the beginning.
Yes, they was looking for a fall person. They was trying to set up Jackie Dobbs, and that didn't work. So they moved on to Fred Hill. That's the reason why Don kept going over to Fred's house to ask him questions. And why was Jody Sue so mad at Fred Hill? Because Fred Hill saw what happened. He didn't realize what was going on, but later he put 2 and 2 together. And a little bit of his information was starting to come out with his interviews, and Jody Sue knew he was hinting on something, so she got scared, and they started threatening him and debunking him. And that's why Jody Sue is so hard on the Cam and Allie, because they know that they're onto something, and they've been in that area, they've seen that area, they've videoed that area, and they know. And those trail cams that they had on that dog trail on their property of Andy and Jody Sue, they got rid of those SD cards because that was captured of the players on getting rid of Summer. And that's why she got rid of them. And she used her son as a scout to go out there to be nosy, to see what's going on that property. Because she's not going to go through the woods and be looking around and be snooping on Don Wells and Candace. She's going to send her son to do it. Because he knew the area very well. And maybe that's the reason why, just in case if he got questioned, they got rid of him and made him join the military to get rid of him, get him out of there. And she's left with her daughter, and now she's shielding her daughter. Why is she so scared, and why is she shielding her daughter so very closely? Is she scared of something? Have she been threatened? Did Andy threaten her or something? And then another key thing is, Andy told his daughter he saw Summer Wells' body dead. He told her that because that young little girl came on the live, on Jody Sue's live, and said it. My dad told me through a conversation with him, he saw Summer Wells' dead body. So if Andy saw her dead body, that means he was carrying her, or he was there. He was involved. So that tells me right then later they try to cover it up and lie and say, oh, no, that was just a dream and all of this and that. And I just told her that because it was just a dream. And it wasn't a dream at first when he said it. And the little girl said it because the girl never said it. It was a dream. And then Jody Sue tried to cover it up as well in her live later on. So all those factors are key words. And also with the Fred Hill is the biggest information that's come out on this case. His interview. So I'm basing my theory and my allegedly facts on this detailed information that they're giving out. Now, law enforcement, I believe that area is they got connections. They're scared to hook up one of their family members. They got connections with the Wells as well because some of those deputies are dirty. They've been up there partying. They might have did some drugs with them and stuff. Who knows? And they're scared. Everybody's got something on everybody. And so it's a big cover up, or they're just being lazy and they just try to throw everybody off and they're not trying to pursue anything. Because when you get this long period of time and they're saying, are we still looking into it? This is not going away? No, I'm sorry. But to me, this is a cold case because after a year, it's a cold case. I don't care what anybody says. It's a cold case. That's why they got 48 hours. 48 hours, if you can't find a body or something or a suspect within a clue within 48 hours, something is wrong.
Yeah. That's exactly what Leslie said. She said, usually we know something.
Yeah. So,
Well,
like I
and
said,
then
they're not interviewing them people correctly. They're not doing. They need to bring all of them in, give them all a lie detector. Because, like another thing, Candace did not pass her lie detector test. She was deceived in that lie detector test because she couldn't pass it, and they gave her a break because they felt sorry for her and told her to go home, come back the next following day, so that way she can take the test again. And who knows? She probably studied it, and they probably gave her tips, and she probably popped some pills or did something to try to keep herself calm. But there's no proof of it. And when you take a lie detector test, they don't give you the results. They just tell you if you're being deceiving or if you're being honest. They don't give you a receipt or a printout. So there's no truth or facts to that she passed the lie detector test. I'm sorry, but that's just me from my experience. You will never give no one the results of a lie detector test. You tell them verbally, you tell the investigator or the detective, hey, she's been deceiving on these questions, because the detective or the investigator investigating the case is the ones that give the questions to the whoever's giving the test out. And then he answers from there. And then he moves the answers around and asks it in 2 or 3 different ways. She was being deceiving in that lie detector test. There's no proof of her showing, but they came on video talking about some, she passed, she passed. No, she didn't. She did not pass. So,
Well,
like I said,
well, that Ronnie Lawson told Bronette and how you say Eaton that she did pass.
no, she did not pass. And how can he come out and say that she passed? Where's the proof? I don't care what he's about as crooked as all of them are,
Yeah,
because he's
true.
got
I tell you
connections.
where this case went wrong at. When they
Uh-huh.
come on that hill, they should have roped everything off. They should have fingerprinted. They should have looked for
Yep.
blood. The family shouldn't have even been able to go back to the house until it was thoroughly searched. And I mean, they didn't do that to my knowledge.
No, because I thought
Well,
she just ran off.
that's the whole key. Is all depends on how they received the call. What they can say to the 911 operator when they called it in, and when they got there, because it all starts from the beginning of the investigation. What they was told, they got to go by what they was told, and then on top of that, they screwed up. They should have automatically, whoever was there, they should have took Hunter, Candace, and Grandis down to the police station right away and roped everything off, then let no one up on that hill, and then they should have blocked off Ben Hill Road from the beginning, not a day after or a couple of hours after. They should have did it right away. And that's where they messed up at. It always starts at the beginning.
And then they turn around and they tell people to search their own property and sheds. They said, if you're not able to search your property and shed, let us know and we will have somebody search it for you. Okay.
No, they should
Do
have
they
did that.
not think somebody in the neighborhood could have done it?
Yeah,
I mean,
because someone that comes into that holler, is this summer, whatever happened this summer, is someone in the holler. It is not an outsider, because you're just not going to go to a random holler and don't know that area. You're going to be there a couple of days to a week to surveillance the area, to get to know the area. And someone's going to see you, because Jody Sue is so nosy. And also Fred Hill up and down that road with junk cars, fixing cars and stuff all the time. They're going to see these people. But the whole key of it is, it's someone in that holler. It's going to be Andy, Jody Sue, Candace. And Don, he might not have an actual hand in it, but he had an opinion in it. The main players are going to be Candace Wells, Andy, and Jody Sue. Jody Sue might not have had a hand in it, but she knew what was going on, and she was a contact.
I would think there would have to have been somebody besides them three that's way smarter, because I just
Well,
haven't seen the
yeah,
intelligence
there's
in
more
those
people
three.
involved. Yeah, there's more people involved, but I believe those are the main players.
Hey, Top Dog, what do you think about Jody Sue claiming that she's like an informant and she's been working with TBI, FBI, and all the things? What do you think about that? Do you think she's just using that as an intimidation tactic, or like, because I've noticed that she's always belittling people, and she likes to use all the big words, and she's just so she's like so she's very narcissistic, and I hope she's listening to this
Yeah.
because I pray for her. She's really hateful. She likes to belittle and degrade people, like make them feel like they're stupid. But I mean, I'm sorry, but I'm not the one pissing in a bucket. She is. So I don't understand where she comes off treating people like they are dumb, like she knows all the things, she's above all the things. And if anybody has any kind of information that might be true, it's like all of a sudden she inserts herself in that, and she likes to dig up some stuff, and she likes to mumble a whole lot in between words that you can't understand. And I'm just like, why is she allowed to do this? I mean, she has been the
Well,
biggest obstacle the entire time.
Texas
yeah,
Brett,
well,
Jinkies.
first of all, anybody that claims they're informant, they're not going to put that out there, first of all.
No.
Second of all, she was involved at one time and brought some people down to get herself out of the hole because they was onto her. So she had to come out and be an informant. Now, if she's an incredible informant, no, she is not. Now,
she's not credible anything.
No, exactly. So I believe that she just also saying that to throw herself out of the picture. And then on top of that, she's using that to scare off and use it as a tactic to other people that are close to the case and stuff like that. Like she's trying to say, like, oh, she's close to law enforcement. They believe her and all that. She's very credible. And maybe she's been credible at one time and got some people hemmed up. And she probably did it once or twice before. But maybe that's
probably to save her own skin, because she had some stuff out there. You've seen her charges. I've seen them. I've seen all the things.
Oh, yeah.
She's trifling. She's a whole sack of trifling. And I do not appreciate how she has done certain things during this case, because she likes to do this crying and this poor pitiful me. I'm a victim. I'm all the things, but she's none of it. She's created a lot of it. And if you go back and watch her from the very beginning, because I've been watching this woman. I've been watching this woman for a hot minute. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you, if you watch her too long, in amount of the time, your whole brain will turn into a potato.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be a potato. You're not going to be
just like Jello. Like she's
she does it to deflect the guilt off of her, because she's guilty and she's trying to deflect the guilt off of her.
Yeah. She will not. I don't care if you have the best theory in the whole wide world. That's not it. Because she knows what it is.
Yeah, she knows what it is. So for someone that knows what it is, why is she attacking other people, other creators, and stuff like that? Because she knows that she's guilty, and if they get close to knowing what she knows, that's when she's going to start threatening them, saying stuff, trying to debunk what they're saying. That's what she's doing now to Cam. That's what she's doing to Cam and Allie. And she knows that she's guilty. She knows she's involved. She knows.
Well, she knows that she's lucky I ain't her neighbor. That's what I will say, period.
Yeah, well,
I would have knocked on her door, and I'd had a lot of questions. She is seriously, y'all, she is somebody that has inserted herself from the very beginning. Lena Mae, do you remember whenever she said that y'all know how sick she is now? Y'all know that, right? She's all kind of sick. And y'all know she was in sandals now in a creek, walking through the creek, trying to make sure she wasn't still in there. And then the dogs tracked all the way straight. Did they not stop at her feet? Lena Mae, did they not? They stopped right at her feet.
They stopped at her feet, and she also says that she was so sick, but the day before and the day before that, a few days before that, she was doing claiming she was doing the property survey lines by herself.
And now her son had to help her that day out of the cabin because she had radiation and everything. But yet she was able to Ellie Mae herself right down in that creek and be a hunting.
Wasn't she?
Yep. Hi, Miss Jinkies.
She couldn't see the bottom of a few inches in the creek.
Yeah, but she gonna walk through state now. Look, I'm from Tennessee.
They carried some around.
I'm from Tennessee. You don't walk in the water with no sandals on. That's stupid. We got so many
Yeah.
snakes, especially that time of year. But I mean, a snake really, I guess, ain't gonna get hurt by another snake.
Now think about it. I'm sorry to cut you off, but think about it. Why did the dog stop at her feet when she
because
was
she
in
had
that
that
water,
baby.
that little creek?
Period.
Hey, she had that baby, or fluids of that baby could have got onto her feet from
Mm-hmm.
carrying her or the
Yeah.
water.
Well, you remember she said to make sure she wasn't still in there. That meant that she knew that child was in there before she took off in it. You know,
Exactly.
I have no respect for this woman. This woman should have been locked up. Somebody needs to take her cigarettes away. She needs to cut them nails, and she needs to do something about her water because I'm concerned.
Wash them yellow gold fingers. They
Oh,
are
God.
golden. I got a
I
clip
feel
of
sorry. I
out in
feel
the
sorry
car.
for those. I feel sorry for her
Golden.
daughter and those cats. Those cats are
Yes.
inhaling all that smoke in that little trailer.
I feel sorry for her daughter. Y'all, her daughter is
Yeah.
so warped. Oh my God, let me tell y'all, that child, I honestly hate it for her because I mean she's a victim of her mother just as much as her
Yeah.
mother claims that she's a victim of that child's father.
Exactly.
You
It's
know,
a
Because
pitiful story.
she's been brainwashed against her
Yeah.
father constantly.
you
Because
know
she
what
doesn't want her
spoke
mom to die. She
volumes
tells
to
her she's
me
going to
about.
die.
You know what spoke volumes to me about Jody Sue's parenting is when
If you
she
tell me
did
about those
ask
eggs, I'm gonna die.
when she did ask her daughter about what Andy said, and her daughter you can tell,
Yeah.
shook up, and Jody Sue's fixing her hair. She's putting a ponytail. She ain't saying you all. She's tore up. I need to get off here and comforting her daughter. No.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Well, I'm gonna tell you when I lost respect for her, and this is awful, but I'm gonna say it. We spoke on this one night, Top Dog, over at Daisy's. You remember we was talking about how Jody Sue had radiation and stuff, and she done hurt some. Okay, well, we ain't gonna talk about that at Lean on Me's though, 'cause that's just. But anyway, so she the part about the daughter was in the
about the
vehicle
one
with Jody
down
Sue. Yes, girl, I'm not gonna talk about no ding ding on your channel, but I'm not gonna do it. We ain't talking about no ding ding up in here. I ain't never known a woman to do that to a man. That's trifling. But like I said, but this is where I lost respect for her, y'all. Is whenever she looked at her daughter and said, "No fresh babies," because she sterilized her daughter. Her daughter probably will not have no children.
It makes me cry.
I know. I cried too, and I was like, "You vicious piece of shit." I mean, I could not stand her. After that, I was like, "There is evil among us," and that woman lives and subjects her nastiness, her vileness. She's just a vulgar woman, and I hope she's listening because, lady, I live in Tennessee, and we don't claim you. We don't claim you. No, yes, that's how did I look, and she has made it very clear that she don't like kids. I can't believe she had to, but she has made it very clear that she did not like them Wells as kids. Did she not say that?
Yes, she did, and she was also in those videos before Summer went missing.
did.
She was always talking about the outsiders. Well, who's the outsiders on Ben Hill? The
I'm so sick of her freaking coded
Everybody else
messages.
was born and raised there.
Yeah. Yeah. She's the outsider. She likes to claim all this land and stuff. None of that's in her name. She don't own nothing.
I know.
She's a lie. She's a whole lie. She don't own anything. I don't know why she likes to claim this. I mean, what is she's a piece of crap. Can't stand her. And people out there that can't have children. And what do you mean? What happened to the cabin?
What, the shed? That was the garden house.
Didn't they have?
That was a lawnmower holder.
Oh, that was a garden house. Didn't they say that they came and repoed that and they took that back because she couldn't pay for it? Because she had to get
Andy
off the land?
sold it. No, Andy sold it, and she said she was still taking that money to get it moved. It was already gone.
Yeah, Tiffany did a lot of stuff for her, and she's going to do like what she did.
But didn't she film that so-called cabin not too long back?
Yes, she did, talking about she needed money for something. What was that about?
Well, I've got an idea for her. Why don't she go out and get a job like most people do when they need stuff? I'm sorry.
That's why. No, you fine. That's why. That's why Andy.
Christmas, and here she's an atheist.
Yeah, that's
Well,
why.
I,
And Andy was begging. Andy was begging for money too. Some to get a camper and an RV to live in, or some crap he
Well,
was
mhm.
she
trying to
has
do.
ruined his life. I will say that.
Yes, she has. She's ruined every life that she's ever come in contact with. Period. I'm
But she
sorry.
Well,
needs to get a job.
well, like I said, I feel sorry for the next man that ever gets involved with her. She just needs a Bob. That's all she needs is a Bob, a battery operated boyfriend. That's all she needs. She don't need no
I don't
man.
see how
She
she could
needs a
do
Bob.
nothing with them nasty nails she's got, Top Dog. I love you, bro, but I mean those nails, though, dog. My
Man,
God.
Oh
you
yeah,
should
that's
see when
those
she's outside in the
nasty.
car and this bright sunny sunshine.
Mm,
There's
mm,
look
mm,
like
mm,
poop all up underneath them. I'm not just saying that.
Oh, sweet
mm,
baby Jesus.
Oh my
mm,
gosh.
It looked
mm,
like
mm,
poop. I
mm.
guess it was ashes. I don't know, but it looked like poop all up underneath them, and they was yellow. Looked like she had them plumb up behind the end. They see yellow brown.
You can tell she's a liar because even
It
she
might have
stole
been poop. I don't know.
you know she's a liar because she stole Andy's phone, and when she was in the hospital she was texting on his phone to
Yeah.
somebody, and then she
Oh,
tried to
I
cover
think
it
she
up.
was the one texting Candace talking about it. I think she was the one texting Candace whenever that text came through when she was
Yep.
at that little boy's house. You know what I'm talking about? The
Hmm.
little boy. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that was Jody Sue because that was the same exact day that supposedly Andy had lost his phone. Well, she's all kind of insecure and stuff. I can't imagine why. So she stole his phone, and I think she was the one that was communicating with the neighbors because if you go back and you look at those screenshots, those text messages, that is her and Candace meeting up at the end of the driveway, not Candace and
Hmm.
Andy.
Yep.
That's true
Exactly.
story. That's true
And
story.
and they was
And
selling more than just weed to those kids. They was
I
selling
love you
pills,
guys.
meth, and everything that they can find. And why did Andy constantly go to Knoxville just like Don did to get
Oh,
crack and get the cocaine to bring it
yep.
back to the
Oh, don't
holler?
forget about the hookers. You gotta have hookers with them
Oh,
cocaines. You
you
gotta
gotta
have
have
all the
hookers.
things. All of it. Yeah, they go
Yep.
together, sir. They go together. Gotta
Yep.
have one
You're
another.
right. You are definitely right. I agree with you on that.
But if she's an informant, she must not be a very good one because usually informants get paid.
No, she done
Oh
took
yeah.
on 7 people and got herself out of jail now.
yeah,
Now,
Hmm.
when that big bust happened
yeah.
a couple years back, I guarantee she's the one that turned over most of that evidence to
Oh
stay
yes,
out of
she
trouble
did.
herself.
Yeah, the
Mhm.
rumor
Hmm.
says she did. I don't know for sure, but yeah, she probably was an informant. But do you know what happens to every informant that I've ever known? They end up in prison. They use them for. Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Mm.
Or dead.
Yeah, if I
Or
say, or
dead.
they
Yeah.
swim with fishes. They
Yeah.
swim with the fishes too. They
Yeah,
come up
You're right.
missing.
yeah. They only use
That's
them for however long they need them, and then they just do let them have it.
I've got to
that's
Yeah.
give 'em-
why
I've got to
she
give
was
them
not.
this though. When you talking about country, I mean, I am born and bred Kentucky. You cross 2 creeks to get to my house, so I feel that I'm really able to say this. This is the first bunch of hillbillies I've ever seen to keep their mouth shut this long.
I
Yeah,
swear, what
Hmm.
you said. Look, I'm from the dirty South too, baby. My
Hmm.
one of my roads beside me is named after a tree. The other one's named after a turkey, honey. So whenever I said I ain't playing trying to dox myself, but I live beside a tree and a turkey. That's what the names are. But anyway, so how about um? I'm from Tennessee. Tennessee, we don't claim Jody Sue. We don't claim any of them. Okay, and it's embarrassing because how many cases have y'all seen in the most recent months, actually since summer, that y'all have seen the trafficking go through Knoxville, Nashville, all of that. East Tennessee. Tennessee
Oh
is
yeah.
running rampant with kids coming up missing. And it's
Yep.
scary. It's scary.
And
I'm so
look,
And
glad that my kids are
notice what
grown.
they all look like too.
Yeah,
and
I
They
know.
they
and
look alike, you all. I
and
mean,
a lot of people don't know, but Memphis is a big hub for human trafficking for
that's right.
child human
And I'm
trafficking.
so embarrassed. Memphis, look, I ain't gonna tell you where I'm at, but I know where they're at. We real
Hmm.
close. Memphis has
Yeah.
me so embarrassed right now. I'm scared to death. I mean, I'm glad I don't. Anyway, I'm just saying, Memphis is currently modern day Baghdad in the United States. We
Yeah.
are Baghdad. Okay, it's awful,
But you
but
know where all that stuff is coming from? It's all coming from West Memphis, Arkansas. It's really bad in West Memphis, Arkansas.
Arkansas is loaded with the meth. and it's loaded with
Yes.
all the things. They do all kind of
Yep.
trade-offs through there.
So Arkansas
yeah.
is right there. I'm not good at geography, so it's right there with Tennessee and Arkansas meet
Oh,
up.
when you go through Memphis, there's a Memphis
There's
and
a
Arkansas bridge. You go right over
Yep.
it.
Right
Okay.
over it. They got a
Mm-hmm.
shiny
Yep.
a building, glass building on the side there
Yeah,
when you're
it
going
used to
across
be
the
the pyramid.
bridge.
Yeah, now
Pyramid.
it's
Yep, exactly.
it used to be the pyramid. Now it's the what is this? An outdoor store. Jesus Christ, I can't believe I can't remember what it is. It's a big hunting store. It's Bass Pro Shop.
Yep.
Something like that. It's huge now. It used to be where we had all like the Globetrotters and all of the concerts and all the things, all the big events. Whereas at the Coliseum and the Pyramid. But yeah, you
And
cross right over it, baby, and you're in Arkansas.
You're in Arkansas. That's why it's called West Memphis, Arkansas.
Yes, West Memphis.
Yeah.
And
West
we're
Memphis.
speaking of
They
that
got
Cali thing. I think that I
they used to
went
have a
investigating that stuff. So that was fentanyl as well. I guarantee. I'm
yeah.
about 97% sure that was a fentanyl overdose.
Lena, may check
Yeah.
your email. Rosemary just sent you an email.
Yeah, Miss
Right.
West
Yeah, I
Memphis.
was fixing to
You
say
got
that.
you got the Petro truck stop right there. You got the Pilot. You got the TA truck stop right there.
No!
You got a lot.
That's
right
it.
there. You got all the blame.
It's got the medal and everything, you guys.
I told you it's right there. What you saw is right there. But
Oh,
listen, Tiffany has the background on that and all the things that have supposedly happened there. Rosemary, you're awesome. Thank you so
Oh my
much.
gosh, I'm gonna cry my eyes out, you all. It has the medal and everything.
Don't
Oh,
cry,
wow.
baby. Don't cry.
You described it.
Yeah, it's a gift, baby. It's a gift.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Exactly.
the Lord will give you a gift that is so
Yeah.
pronounced that you have to
20
speak on it
foot
because
high. 20 foot high, it says.
yeah, it's
Mhm.
very well known to be somewhere where you don't want to be.
Lean
Thank
on me,
Go there.
Rosemary. You know, you was talking about your dreams. When I was 8, had a dream that one of my uncles. It's always different. I know what you mean by them dreams, though. But that one of my uncles got in a motorcycle wreck, and in my dream, his head went everywhere. Well, I remember I woke up and I was scared to death. My mom and dad didn't send me to school, and around 8 o'clock, my dad's brother showed up and said that my other uncle on my dad's side, had been shot, and I mean, that's where they shot him at. So his head was everywhere. So you've got to trust your dreams. I mean, you go with that because that's a gift God gives you. That
That's
ain't nothing
right.
from the devil. The devil makes you want to think that that's like psychic stuff and of him. But no, that is a gift from the Lord, and you stick to it.
Oh, you've never seen it before, Lena Me. So I mean, it must mean something, babe.
Oh yeah. The Lord or Summer Wells is talking through you.
Yes, because you have an innocent spirit to you, sweetheart.
But I will tell you one thing. It happened to me a couple of times. I know we're getting off subject, but when my grandma came to me after she died, and they said she killed herself with a gun, and it was the hand that she had arthritis in. It was the wrong hand, the only way aimed, And I was too young to know anything. But Mom told me after I told her, I woke up screaming and said, her daughter killed her mom. And she said, what? And I said, yeah. And they come to find out she did.
Oh,
And
wow.
another thing is my brother was in a real bad accident, and I was dead asleep, just dead asleep. I woke straight up and said, Nick. And when I did, I heard sirens because I live close to a hospital, and it was my brother.
Oh, man. Sorry to hear that.
Well, they brought him back to life.
Thank God for that.
He's mental disabled now, but yeah, it happens to me a lot. It's creepy. Wow. But that's where I wish I can get there because I feel like summer's there, y'all. Yeah. It's bothering me real bad.
Well, I appreciate you.
I don't know how they got her there, but they put her there.
Yeah, I appreciate you letting me come up. It was good talking to y'all, Annabelle, and that other young lady underneath me. It was good talking to y'all. Y'all got some good theories, and I will see y'all I guess on the next live or something.
It's good talking to you, Talk Dog.
This is
Same
crazy.
here.
Yes,
Y'all
thank you,
take
Top
care.
Dog, so much.
All
Oh
right,
my,
lean on me.
thank
No
you.
problem.
It
You're welcome.
just blows my mind because I said 20, 25 foot, and it says 20-foot high tower.
Yep. There you go. See y'all later. Y'all take care. See y'all
We
later,
have
chat.
there you are. I gotta get there.
Bye, Jinkies.
Hey, lean on me. Could you go over your dream again, kind of slowly?
The tower one.
Yes.
Okay. So the only main part I can remember is the tower. Like so it's like a nightmare to me, and it first is like a kind of in two parts. Like I went back to sleep and dreamed the rest. So the first part I woke up and it was like and I couldn't tell. It was just like a grunt noise, and they had a shovel and I was digging. Then I seen her little legs, and then I went back to I woke up, and then I went right back to sleep, and it's like it continued it. And I remember I don't know how, I just remember looking up, and the tower wasn't very tall, and I can remember the metal on the sides, and it was vertical, just like I showed. It freaks me out. And I had looked at other towers that night or a few days later that people sent me in chat, and they all had windows and they had screen, and I was like, no, that's not it. But in my dream, that's all I dreamed is the heavy grunting, like somebody's really struggling to dig. I gotta let Annabelle back up. And they was really struggling to dig, and I can kind of remember seeing like short fingernails, like short, dirty, like grubby hands, kind of, and arms, and just that grunting, like they was really struggling, like it was hard ground, and then her little legs, and it's like she had on shorts, but I can't remember if they was blue. I think they was blue.
On that picture that you got through your email, can you see the message that's written in there?
I was trying to read it. I keep getting distracted by the daggone photo. Yeah, it pretty much just says tells about it, everything about the tower. And she says, I found the fire tower in Hawkins County. It just blows my mind, you all. It says that's very similar to your dream. It's called the Lookout Tower on the website I found. It's on the website.
That's right. There's some graffiti in there, though. Do you see that graffiti?
No. I don't.
There's a tower that Dawn was talking about in one of the lives, and I believe it's the same one that I was telling you about. The Tiffany.
Oh my gosh, it does have graffiti. You all.
Okay, there is some message in there. I can't remember, but Dawn spoke on it, and it was no good, and it was not a good message. That's why it's a dark spot that nobody really likes to go to.
I'm gonna go get my glasses. I hate to because my dogs might get up, but I'm gonna go get them anyway. Well, actually, and no, I'm not. I'm just gonna screenshot it and then zoom in on it.
There's graffiti on there, and the message that's in that, I cannot remember what it said, but it was mentioned in that video.
Does it have my name on it?
No, your name wouldn't be something with a ugly feeling to it.
Okay, it don't say my name's Val, but it says look like a Val, but it's not. It's a big W. I can't hardly see it. But how could somebody? It says lure. Look away. Ooh. It says, oh, I wish I could see it better.
Because there might be words in there that might trigger another, memory of that dream you had. Tiffany can really give you some stuff on that because someone tried to get her to go there, meet them there.
It says lure away or look away. Ew, no, it don't.
It's ugly. It's a dark place. It's not a good place.
It don't say look or nothing. That's weird, y'all.
Did you message Tiffany?
Yeah, I messaged her. I wanted her to send it to me, but then somebody beat her. Oh my gosh. It says Andy, you all.
Oh my God.
It says Andy.
I mentioned that name earlier because there's actually 3 Andys mentioned in this whole thing. It might be 4 at this point.
I don't know if y'all can see it, but it says Andy right there.
No, baby, I can't see that.
I'll have to. How can I show it to y'all? Hold on.
Can you share your screen?
Yeah, I'm going to go to my email and get it. Wow, y'all, I'm crying.
Okay.
It's creepy.
Thank you, Rosemary, for sending that, sweetheart.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm going to have worse dreams, but that's okay. It's worth it if we can find somewhere. I want to go there so bad, you all.
I swear to God, there's more Andys than I've ever thought I ever would know. I know for sure there's 3, but
it says it looks like Burton or something. I'm not sure. We're going to find out, though. Okay. Let me make sure I got them both. Okay, I do. All right. Make sure I ain't doxing my last name. I ain't. All right, let's go. Let's see. Oh, not that. Okay. Let me get back down to my StreamYard. Oh, I'm crying my eyes out, y'all. I'm a big wuss. All right, let's hit share. Sorry, I'm slow at this. Wow. This blows my top. Worse than anything that I've ever seen. Wait, that ain't it. Hold on, I have a hard time. Oh, I'm on it. Okay, y'all, here it is. Well, you can't see it on this one. Hold on. Maybe this is the other side of it. I don't think. Hold on. Well, you can't see it no more. Hold on. Let me go to the other one. Shoot, hold on. It's right there, but it ain't showing up, y'all. Why? Hold on. Maybe it's the wrong. Maybe I'm clicking on the wrong one. Hold on. There it is. That's the other side of it. Can y'all see it? Hold on.
Share your screen.
Oh yeah.
We can see it.
Forgot to hit this. Anyway, I'm gonna go back and zoom in, okay? Wait. Shoot. I keep losing the darn thing. Hold on. Where is it now? Every time I try to, I'm nervous. All right, how do I find it now? I done lost. Oh, there it is. Okay, now can y'all see it? That's as far as I can zoom in, though. It says right there. I thought it says W something, but I don't know. I can't. Let me try to do the contrast or something. Hold on. I don't know, but right here it says Lucifer. Right here. I hate to say that name, and it says Luke, but it don't. It's like I think it's like faded out. It says Luce. And then it says, I don't know, but right here, oh, can y'all see my mouse?
Yeah.
Right here it says Andy, ANDYBE. I think it says RER.
Is it Butler?
Yeah, I think so. Okay. It makes more sense than, but it don't say Bernard.
Does
And
it
then
say case under it? Or is that
yeah,
my eyes?
right here,
Yeah.
I think so.
No, no, baby. I'm talking about on the inside. On the inside of this particular tower
This
that
says
I'm
Lucifer
speaking
right
on
here, I think.
is
Army. Lucifer's Army.
there any other pictures to that tower where you can actually see what the inside of it looks like from right the inside?
No, it just showed me these two. Let me double check my email.
Is Rosemary still in the chat? Because I can't see chat. I can't see the chat at all.
Hold on. I think she just sent me two, and one was the first one, the other side of it, but you can't see in it. But it says right here, it says W. It's like a W A, or it looks kind of like a V A, but it's not. It's a W with a line in the middle of the A. I need to just send. I don't know how I can. It says. I don't know. It does say Lucifer's Army, but it don't. It says a lot of things that's faded out. I'm gonna try to download this picture and then try to change the coloring.
Did that
On the
picture
one
come
I'm
from a
talking about,
website?
yeah, you need to find the location of this tower because you can Google those towers. There's one in particular. It's on the
Oh,
very tippy top of a hill.
it tells the coordinates.
Yes, you go there and look at other images because this tower has several images, and you need to know what's on the inside of this tower. Because Don made mention to this tower and what it said on the inside, and whatever it said on the inside was no bueno. It was gosh, it was something to do with answers.
All leads lead to New York.
It was something to do with answers because I remember that maybe that whatever said that might have the answer to where she's at. I just remember the word answer was something he said.
Let me read the whole description real quick of this tower.
Okay.
It says quick description: 20-foot high wood and steel fire tower, chimney top. That's right there. Was set up as a benchmark in 1961, location Tennessee. This was posted on April the 19th, 2011 at 9:30 in the morning by Waymark Code or something. It says described by Coast and Geodetic Survey 61. The station was located 4.5 miles southeast of Falls Branch, 3 miles north of Geraldstown, at the Tri-City corner of Hawkins Green and Sullivan, and is on the southwesterly and highest knob of the Bays Mountain, locally known as Chimney Top. To reach the station from the post office in Falls Branch, go north, State Highway 81 for 1/2 mile. To the side road on the left and turn sharp left and go 5.5 miles to the side road on the right. Just after passing the city service station on the right, turn right and go 1 mile to the fork. Keep right and go 0.5 miles to the fork. Keep left. Go 0.15 miles to a wire gate at a house on the right. Pass through the gate and go 0.5 miles to the gap in the fence. Through the gap, you have to go through people's property and go to 0.5 to the fork. Keep right up the hill, go 0.5 to the end of the truck travel. Here, pack northerly to the top of the ridge, then right along the ridge to the top of the knob and the station. The station is a four-legged wooden structure with a cab. It's all over height is about 20 feet. A transverse connection was made from triangulation station chimney to the intersection of the diagonals between the base of its legs. This was a point intersected, and the distance is whatever, so many meters. The 20-foot fire tire is shorter than you expect, as you only need to be secured to the rock outcropping to observe the vast expanse of rolling countryside. The wood part is decking ladder has rotted, thus not safe to enter. The access to this location is through private property. How did I know that? Private property, I guess when it said through the fence hole. Thus prior permission required. The hike 1.5 hike, 14 feet elevation gain, which is done with the BS Troop 48 to create this waymark. And it just says it's in poor condition, and they haven't been there since 2011.
Okay, so how close are you to this tower? Like driving distance?
Oh, I'm still a few hours.
Okay, I am too. But if you ever feel froggy and you feel like hopping that way, you're not going alone. I'm going to need you to email me, and I'm not going to let you go by yourself, baby. I'll be. Yeah, yeah. So I see a road trip, but you're not going to go alone.
No.
Yeah, I'd love to go with you.
I won't announce it until I'm back. Because I don't want nobody to go up and freak me out or something.
No, but you don't need to go alone. You need to take someone with you. If you can't find anybody, which I'm sure you can, but if you can't, I would definitely go with you.
Well, thank you. That's so freaky, y'all. I want to find more pictures of the inside now. Oh my gosh, I do and I don't.
Well, let me know when you go, though.
This made me cry, you all. This is something that has really bothered me since I had that dream, and it's weird because it wasn't on my mind in the beginning. It just got there. Probably 6-8 months. I guess right in the fall time. Is when I started dreaming about it.
I think it was right before that search they did, whenever the foliage and stuff started dying down.
Yeah, I was, but then I was thinking, I don't know where this is at, like on the map. I need to look at it because on the map I'm thinking Fields and Bells. Is this anywhere near there?
I don't know. I have no idea. But
I
Tiffany will be able to send you more stuff.
Check, though. I'm about an hour and a half away, so
I'm thinking that the property. It just makes me think the property that she claims that someone bought and put up a gate, and they crossed it anyway. Makes me think. I don't know. Maybe she was there at one point. But I think when people say she was moved, I would feel like she was moved from Simpson to Fields and then to this place. It's just because of my dreams, not that anything other reason.
Well, Tiffany has a lot of information about this particular spot because I can't remember who was trying to get her to meet her there. I can't remember who it was. I don't know if it was Dawn. I don't know who it was, but somebody was like, I tell you what, Tiffany, won't you meet me here, this place right here? I can't remember who it was, but she will be able to give you a lot of information on it about probably more pictures.
I've followed her a long time. I probably already know all about it, but I was so hateful because she liked Jody too.
Bless her.
Oh, no. She just gave her a chance, and I got the wrong idea. When you do, there's a lot of people I've come to realize they're not bad people. It's just you cannot. Look, somebody said I met the Crawfords that live up there. The Crawfords live up there, Toaster Oven? On chimney top?
But that is exactly where Dawn stopped in that video.
What?
When she was reading off that, it mentioned the White House and the fence.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's exactly where Dawn stopped in that video he made. And he
Oh,
looks
on the
to the
other side of
left.
his property? On the other side of his property?
No, he was retracing his steps or something
Uh-huh.
like that in a
Oh,
Yeah.
video.
yeah. He slowed down in the road and he was going
And
real
he
fast
looked to the
everywhere
left, yeah.
else. Yeah, and he was saying there was an airplane thing up there. Was he seeing a
Yes.
tower?
Yes.
I think he said like an airplane signal tower.
What's chat saying? How do I get in this chat?
Um,
Oh,
was it Cher that he did that for? Is it on her channel?
yeah. It was.
Yes.
He was retracing his steps and he gets to where we later figure out it's Chimney Top Road or Loop or whatever. But
Yep.
he stops right at it like an old white abandoned house and he looks to the left. Well, when Lean On Me was reading where that's located, it mentions that.
See,
Yeah, it was Christy. It was that Christy lady. You're right.
I was just reading those words instead of putting them in my mind where it was at. You know what I mean?
I'm telling you, Tiffany will be able to really give you some chills and probably give you some better idea of the history as far as like local things.
This is so weird. How come I didn't find that whenever I looked all over the maps and it shows a couple cell phone towers and then it showed a tower way up a gravel road by a construction place. But I don't think I think that was in Sullivan or something.
Well, the tower that Tiffany was asked to go to was like it looked like it was in the middle of a field on a very high hill, and it was surrounded by trees and stuff.
See, the one I found on Google or whatever when I started trying to find it, it said, or on maps, I typed in towers in Tennessee, and there was another one, but it didn't show the actual tower, and it was by like a construction company, and I kind of had that in my mind because I didn't get to see what it actually looked like. But now that I see this one, it's identical.
Does anybody know why that lady and Don were trying to get Tiffany to go there? Is that the reason why that word, the answer or whatever, that's why I kept thinking the answer was the answer there or something? Do y'all remember?
Well, somebody in chat said the inside of the tower said all answers leads to New York.
To New York.
And that's where Andy was at.
That's where H's daddy.
Well, if it says Hilt you all, I can't tell. But he goes by Andrew, or does he?
Said you could. Toaster Oven said you can look up forgotten fire towers of Northeast Tennessee.
Forgotten? Right now. I'm gonna go ahead and look now. Actually,
this is like the best live ever. And you have like the sweetest chat.
Everybody, I know. Sometimes we don't have nobody in here, but then sometimes I get a good one. I'm grateful for even if it's 3. I swear Forgotten Towers. Oops.
Now, I'll be honest with you while you're looking that up. One of my biggest theories has been that Jody Sue or her son, either one was driving that day.
Yep.
Jody Sue didn't have license, was probably taking all kinds of medicine. And if she hits Summer in a vehicle, that's automatically a reason for her to hide the body because that's vehicular manslaughter.
Do you remember Don made us a comment? He's like, well, he got her Well, whatever he said in Summer, she got Summer to get in her car. Do you remember that?
Yes.
To get in her car, he said that. Those were his exact words, and
Yeah,
I was like, "How does he know it was a her?"
yeah, I
Well,
know that.
and then you got Jody Sue when she done her first interview with Squall, which was at the main beginning. She said, "Well, all you would have to do is be back there at that basement door, and you could just watch."
Yeah.
I mean, how do you
What?
know that, Jody Sue? How
And
do
she
you know
said
you
that
could
the
be back
car
there?
didn't make the whole loop either.
Yeah.
Said it stopped by the basement door. Sounded like it did. At one point, she said that.
Yeah, she did. And then the next time I hear Don talking about it, he said that whoever it was, Summer was lured into her car. So it was almost like he kind of thought that maybe it was Jody Sue because he couldn't stand her according to him. But according to her, she was like his little tax. You know, she used him as a little taxi to go to the store and get cigarettes and stuff.
Yeah. There's the inside lookout
That
tower. I don't
now,
know if it's the same one or not. No, that's
now,
everybody.
if I'm being completely honest, I don't think there is like a whole big slew of people that know about this because about what happened to her. Because
I
if they
don't.
was, somebody would tell on the next person.
I think so too. You know, and I don't think. Part of me, I don't know why, and I know that everybody knows that Candace and them's bad, and I think that most things she's guilty of her past or whatever she's done to her kids, the bruises or whatever.
She's a
If we,
negligent parent, but I don't think she's capable of covering this up. Sorry, but she's not.
Well, look how she freaked out on Dr. Phil's. Okay. And
yeah,
then they said the reason that they couldn't do that first lie detector test is because she got so tore up. Well, that
yeah.
says right there she cracks under pressure.
You know, sometimes people go into chats, and I mean, I'm guilty of it myself. And some will tell the story so well, you start thinking, well, that's what's happened. But you know, my mind goes back to either accidental ingestion of drugs or being hit by a car by them. And that's the only main two that I've said.
Yeah, I mean the thing with the vehicle is when Jody did that first thing for true crime commentary,
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
uh, she makes a point to say uh, that you never saw Summer down on the road, regardless of what everybody else says. That's her
Yeah.
words, not mine. Well, nobody had said Summer was down on the road at that point.
Right. Yeah. True.
It was after that big interview thing that she sent in. I guess you call it interview. I don't know. But I
It
don't
was
know
a
what
shit
you
show.
call Jody Sue talking.
A shit
But
show.
Testimony, I guess.
Sack of
yeah.
lies.
Just a line.
But I mean, it was after that that people started saying maybe somebody hit her with a car. But I think I think it's very plausible that Jody Sue, in one of her paranoid states, got
Yeah.
it in her mind that Andy was a doing something, got
Mhm.
that boy in the vehicle with her.
She might
Was
even seen him when Fred did.
yeah, could have. I mean, and headed out in the vehicle in her craziness and ended up backing up and hitting that kid or hitting the kid, and then she had to do something then.
Hmm. And that boy knows, and so does the girl. And that's why she don't let her go around her family or anybody else.
And
Mm-mm.
another thing, notice this. When she is given that timeline of events, at one point the kids just completely disappear from the picture.
Oh yeah, yeah. And then they met back up. What's that about?
Yeah.
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 But now keep in mind, in that same one, she's talking that she don't even let her daughter accept it, that go to the just go to the mailbox.
Mailbox.
And
Yeah.
that's when she's picking up a package. And just so happens she wasn't picking up a package that day. I mean, but
Hmm. Yeah.
at some point you've left her for looks like a couple hours while you play 007 looking for Summer.
Yeah. Who was watching her then?
I don't know. I don't know. I do know that Jody Sue won't let her out of her sight because I think she's afraid of what that little girl will tell.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I ain't stupid, Jody Sue. I see you, baby. I see you. We watching. Matter of time, darling.
It's coming.
Oh, yes. Can't wait.
It's coming.
Because she has inserted herself from day one. She has put all of these lies together. She's twisted the truth. She's fabricated. She's put a lot of extra garbage in this that was totally unnecessary. It's just totally irrelevant. It's like she's just throwing so much garbage into something to confuse people because y'all notice that she is on top of all the things because she wants to know everything that everybody else knows so she can either refute it, she could debunk it. She likes to claim. You can't debunk anything, honey. You know, you just really can't.
She says the algorithm pushes her all. She's so goofy. She's going in there looking for stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Try to debunk. You know, it does kind of look like it's for money. And then, because she wants to argue about every little detail thing. But I don't think it's for money. A lot of people think that. I think it's to try to cover up.
Oh yeah, she's doing a huge cover up. She's doing a huge cover up thing here. She really is.
If I watch monkeys for 24 hours a day on YouTube, guess what it's going to suggest to me? A whole bunch of monkeys. Jody Sue, that's why you're seeing it. You're doing nothing but looking.
I want to put these coordinates in and see exactly where this is. Falls Branch. Wow. That's crazy, y'all.
Well, how many times did she say that these people couldn't search her property? And what was her reason?
Now she says they did, and Andy says they did. I don't know.
But do y'all remember that she was really big on all the things about, you know, basically being in control of what people were able to do and what they weren't able to do, including building and buying land?
Yeah. And she took her dogs down there, y'all.
Oh,
the day they brought dogs.
Yeah, that's exactly what you do, right? That's the first thing you do.
And now this is coming from the woman that says she got in the creek because they know how things happen there on Ben Hill when people go missing. Well, how many people's been missing on Ben Hill? That everybody's got a handbook for it.
Yeah, and how many times was she involved?
Yeah, but you were too dumb that you just brought your doggone dog down there when they had search dogs there. It don't sound like you got the handbook or read it right. You just knew to jump in a creek.
All right, let's back up a minute. There is no way in hell that I would be getting ready to go on a date with my boyfriend, dressed in some sandals, fixing to meet him at the end of a driveway for whatever sense that makes. And I decide I'm ready for my date. I've got my sandals on, and I'm finna go ahead on and go through a creek. For what? And you're going to say to make sure she wasn't still there? Well, when was she there before if you're thinking she might still be there? And what are you actually looking for? Why are you retracing your steps unless you're looking for something that you may have or may have not lost in the process of you doing whatever you did?
And you know, in one of her 9-hour streams, she was trying to debunk what somebody said when they were talking about her walking to the end of the, how was that she put it? About her not replying to Andy about the text, you know, about hearing her scream. And she says because he would have been mad her out looking on the property and stuff with her being sick and stuff. So she just said that her and the kids were chatting. But yet he wouldn't be mad that you're walking to the end of the driveway to meet him. I'm sorry. Call me old-fashioned. I don't care if it's my husband, my boyfriend. I don't care who it is. They're picking me up at my house. I'm not walking down the driveway.
I mean, I know Jody Sue likes to refer to it as a southern driveway. I know what you do in yours, Jody Sue. I do. And I'm going to tell you what, ain't no woman going to, ain't no man of mine going to pick me up at the end of the street unless I'm like a really young person that has snuck out of their house that shouldn't be doing what I'm doing to be sneaking out of my house. That's not a lady don't get picked up on the side of the street. I mean, I don't know what kind of profession she's used to, but I ain't never had that.
Well, she was a stripper.
I said what I said, y'all. Yes, she was something.
Lord, you're gonna have to forgive me tonight. But
No,
she's
I say what I say, y'all. I try to be good, but y'all are worried about saying Wayne Danger.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring up no ding dings on this channel because she done burnt somebody's halfway off.
No,
And she's gonna blame it on somebody at the gas station he worked with. Jody Sue, you so nasty. You burn shit up from the inside out, girl.
she said that I watched it live. I was trying to go back and find it. I might have it recorded. I used to concentrate on her 24/7 till thank goodness for Stay Confused. I used to watch it and I hated it because I give her the view, but I would put it on and then listen to her while at work in one ear. And she had said that this woman took that same radiation and puked on the parking lot, and they had to call hazmat and dig up the concrete.
Yeah, it's radioactive.
And she put that on her husband's or boyfriend's wiener.
She
oh
sure
my
did.
God.
She did, girl. It almost burnt that thing plumb off. And she's going to say, well, he's been messing with them dirty girls up at his work. First of all, Jody, you the nastiest one up in that area, child. Okay?
But then she came out and said the doctor was baffled. No wonder.
Yeah, that somebody would want to be with her, period. He ain't baffled.
So if you had a venereal disease, they would not be baffled. They know what that is.
I think she did that to him on purpose, though. I really do. I think she did it on purpose. So those girls at his work that he was messing with.
Talking about hot dog. That was hot dog.
Ladies, Kim Holmes says, I was in Jody's chat one time and made the statement that Summer could have been hit by a car and the driver panicked and she blocked me. Now, why would she have done that? To me, that is guilty knowledge right there.
Yeah, she blocked me right away, too.
She did me, too.
The main thing that I was asking is, I mean, whenever I came out that one first video about her, I think the very first one I did was when she said the scream and her voice said the scream, and they contradicted what they each other said. One said it was animalistic, and the other one said it, but it wasn't an animal. It was just so weird because they forgot what they were supposed to say.
Yeah, I think that she told them that they heard a scream, and she told them exactly how that scream sounded, and they were supposed to make sure they told it just as she said.
Yeah.
Oh, Annabella, she didn't just tell them how they sounded. She told them how it looked, too.
Oh, what in the shape of a cone, girl? Yeah. Did she hear a cone? Yeah. I think Jody heard a cone, y'all.
It was a cookie cutter with glitter.
Oh, Jesus God.
You heard a cookie cutter with glitter.
See, that's your drug. That's your brain on drugs.
That's what she said, a cookie cutter with glitter. Or frosting.
Oh, goodness.
Was it glitter or frosting? Maybe frosting. Cookie cutter with frosting is how it sounded.
Yeah, I honestly believe that she does know. I do. Can't nobody tell me no different. She knew. How can somebody tell you what the sound of a vehicle is? And she can hear all the things, and she knows all the things. She knows everything that goes on. Matter of fact, I think she said she heard full-on conversations of folks at the Wells' house outside on the phone. How's she not going to know what happened to this child?
She messed up and put that Godzilla song on there. She put the wrong year and everything, because she picked up a phone and was trying to act like it was Andy. It was, and it didn't set the date. And I promise that's what happened with that Godzilla quote she wrote. She was supposed to be on the right year.
Oh, and for everybody, I don't know if Lean On Me heard this or not, but about a month ago, I was accused of being Jody Sue. Lean On Me, you see me tonight. I'm not Jody Sue.
I seen you.
Oh my God!
When you went to the hippie house.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry somebody would ever say that terrible, awful stuff about you, child. Whoever said that, demon be gone.
What name? Showcase?
Yeah, I went to the hippie house.
And she sings Christian religious music.
Well, that's what I said. We got some good investigators, because if they'll look at my channel, they'll see me all over it.
She sings like an angel.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But I mean, when I had that surgery on my mouth, my words slurred real bad,
Right.
and people were saying she's Jody Sue. I'm like, really? I know I sounded bad, but was it that bad?
There ain't
No.
no way. No, there
I
ain't
can
no way.
tell the difference.
Well, first of
For
all,
some
I
reason,
just
my
ain't got
road.
time to do them. I don't got time to do 9 hour lives. I mean, this first panel I've been on in a month,
Next
including
time I
my
go to
own.
the dollar store, I found this lady I know is Jody Sue's doppelganger. I'm gonna have to sneak and video her and show you.
Oh my gosh. You better tell me which one it is. So I won't go in there and catch a charge. Oh Lord.
Yeah, she's definitely, and she acts just like it, and she always talks about her health. Oh,
Oh my goodness.
yeah, and she goes out there and smokes and smokes. As soon as the customer leaves, she runs out there and smokes. Every time I pull up, she's out there smoking and texting.
Does she have long nails that are brown on the inside?
Yeah, she'll get fake ones on all the time, and her hands look like dirty, and she'll wear them odd bracelets and just
Mm,
just kind of dirty looking. She wears like that black eyeliner goes all the way around and around.
mm-mm.
Blue eyeshadow, black and blue eyeshadow. I was like, oh my lord.
Sounds like a keeper. Sounds like a. I wonder if she meets dudes at the end of the driveway. Who knows?
But she says every time you see her, she's one of them type of people that says, even if you're having a terrible day, you don't tell everybody. Like, especially if you're supposed to be like customer service, then you'll say, "Oh, I'm doing great" or whatever. Just fine. How are you? You asked her how you doing. Oh, I'm sick. I got a headache. My back hurts. Cancer come back, and just 1,000 things. I'm like, I wish I never even asked you. I said, and she looks like Jody Sue and everything, except she has bangs. But the rest of it, the body size, everything.
Oh God, poor lady.
I was like, that's definitely Jody Sue's doppelganger.
But all jokes aside, in that message, she said, I'm going to go, I'll be down there in about 20 minutes. I'm going to head on down.
Yeah,
How long was that driveway?
yeah.
Well, I mean, and then she's going to fool with flowers. And let's not forget, this was the day for flowers everywhere. I mean, it
Yeah.
must have been in the almanac, but fool with her flowers.
So
But
that was at 440 something.
but the question being, why was she going to the end of the driveway in the first place? Is she so doggone sick, and she's been so doggone sick? Why
How's
was
she
she
gonna
not having
walk
him pick
down
her
there?
up?
Yeah, how's she gonna walk down there, y'all? And
I
have you
mean,
seen their driveway? How many ruts is in?
And
yeah,
in
that's like a
sandals.
hike.
Yeah, and sandals. Yeah, and her grandpa's sandals. And her grandpa's sandals, and that's what she said.
I'm telling you, I think she hit that kid. I think when she got in that creek, it was because she heard Candace screaming, and she got down there because she was trying to act like she was being helpful.
People don't want to believe it because they say there'd be blood, and I've already proved that wrong by a neighbor kid that got hit. He stayed on the dash a while. The blood was nowhere. They found him a block or so away. It took him forever to find out who hit him, and because there was no blood.
You got a super chat, girl.
Oh, hello. Let me see it. I gotta sing my song. Jada, thank you so. Oh wow, thank you so much. Always looking out for someone. Yes, ma'am. You can. I have to sing my song. I dropped my bell. You can ring my bell, ring my bell. Always have to say it. I'm a goof.
So did y'all not think it was weird that her and that Andy dude have been together for 11 years and he meets old girl and they're all of a sudden going to get married?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I don't really wonder about that too much because he actually probably finally found somebody that don't argue with him 24/7 or worry about what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
And so he thinks he's been with Jody Sue so long, that was just the perfect thing he's always dreamed of, y'all.
I don't know what the Jesus
And I
God.
think
Well,
the worst part is them breaking up after 26 years. If she's been abused for 26 years, why not 26 more?
I
well,
think he was with her because she took his charges. You know? She went to jail for dude.
Ride or die.
I think somebody would have died. I wouldn't have rode with that thing.
well,
I
and
don't think she took his charges. I think she was just as guilty myself. I think that she was just in on it with him, and because he keeps saying, I don't know. I just think that they both were just as guilty as the other on everything. But I think that their relationship was something that she kind of was like they were used to fighting, and she's been doing it since she was 11. So what made them break up? She's been doing it for 26 years, every day for 26 years. Then what made them actually split ways?
It was kind of abrupt, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was all of a
She
sudden.
said he's always done it. He's always cheated. He's always done this and that and everything. She stayed with him that whole time.
Mm-hmm.
But
Well,
yet,
do you think it's because he did have something to do with it and she's trying to separate herself from it and she's going to hold that over his head?
or vice versa?
Or she would have
or
squealed on
maybe,
him.
you know, this is just a shot.
No.
This is a shot in the dark, but maybe he was cheating all along, and he just kind of told her, "You let me leave, and
I
be
won't say
with
nothing.
this one, and I won't tell on you."
Yeah.
Hmm.
She did. She really thought he'd be back, y'all. She thought he'd be back.
Well, you taking this man that supposedly has beat the crap out of her, but yet after
Yeah.
they separate, she
Mm-hmm.
sends a text message wanting to have a hookup with him.
Yeah. Wanting to get it. Yeah.
There ain't no way I'd let my thing get burned off again. Screw that.
Oh Lord!
I bet he'd like to never.
Talk about putting it in the devil's hole.
Oh my word.
Oh Lord, forgive me.
I'm gonna have a moment of silence for the ding ding that almost got burnt off in Tennessee. Everybody put it in your prayers.
That's a fire crutch.
Oh my gosh,
Bless him.
that was so mean of me, but I couldn't help it.
I know, it's funny because you just can't help it.
I wonder if his new girlfriend knows about all that.
Yeah, she knows.
It's a whole new level of fire crotch.
Had to wait for it to heal.
Oh my
Honey, she
God.
probably had side effects from that. If it was that strong.
There ain't no way I'd put shit of mine anywhere near her.
It just kills me how she really, truly thinks, and people believe her. What is that? What was that?
That was weird.
What?
Oh, you didn't
It was like
hear
a cracking sound.
Yeah, it sounded like somebody done took a taser to it. Oh, shoot. Yo, you listening, Jody, honey? Fire crotch. That'll be tipped tomorrow.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, shoot. Oh, that's my baby crying in there. I got to switch him back out. Lord of mercy. This is the last time that she go, because they want you, my vet wants you to, my girl dog to go in heat once before they fix her. And that's the worst thing you can do to a person. Oh, it's miserable. And my dog's fighting, so I have to keep switching them out and putting them in cages all week. It's bad. Are y'all there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So did they ever have problems to the point where he wanted to leave her? Or did she like make him stay because he felt sorry for her and the kids, or what?
Well, go ahead.
See, the way I'm understanding it is he was in and out. even when Summer went missing, that he would like disappear for a week at a time.
But she says no. So I don't
No,
know.
I remember that being said too. I do remember that. I remember that being said.
Yeah.
I think Dawn even said that.
Her recent.
Yeah, and Chicken on the Stick
no.
said it on Squall's channel.
Yeah. And now she's on it because somebody else said it first.
It was also said that they would put drugs in the mailbox and people would pick it up there.
Mm-hmm.
And if you think about that, and then think,
well, that's the reason why she wouldn't let her daughter go to the mailbox. That's probably why she wouldn't, because she's probably gonna be gone next.
Well, but then you think about it, and then like 3 or 4 weeks later, after that came out, then Jody Sue, when Andy was going on somebody else's panel, said, go over there and ask him why he was selling drugs to the kids.
Yeah.
And selling drugs to Candace to potentially have them sedated and touched.
Yeah.
Mm.
And then took it back when everybody got mad about her because they said you're just guilty. She took it right back and said it was just weed.
But then she got salty one more again. Whenever he got with that girl, he had a whole girlfriend and she had a whole coming undone. And then all of a sudden she went back and she said that he had, used the word sedated. Did you remember that?
Did you hear poor Top Dog said seduced?
Do what?
Today I got mixed up and said seduced. I was like, bless his heart. He means sedated.
Bless him.
I know, he got mixed up. I want to show you something real quick. I want to show Millie if she's still on here. I didn't get to sell it earlier. So she got me this microphone thing. And Mike, look how big this box is. They smashed this into my regular size mailbox. Instead of coming up the hill. That made me so mad.
They must have been wearing sandals, girl. They was wearing Jesus sandals.
It's like if that would have been something that they broke, I'd been madder than hell. No cuss. I'd have told them off.
Are you saying Andy's your man?
Yeah, they smashed it in there. But I want to tell y'all one more thing about the weird stuff. And then I got to get my dog real quick. The weird stuff like the toys, the sex toys that came, the douche that came to Candace. That scared me because what if that was something used on, not to be mean or scary or pervert, what if that was something that they used on Summer and they just made it like a joke?
Oh, God.
I would have took that straight to the FBI.
Yeah, but then Jody, I think she was kind of like jealous. She was like, whenever they threw that whole bag of ding-dings in Candace's yard, she's like, well, did they get the wrong driveway? What the hell is that supposed to mean?
What?
They probably was hers. Yeah, they probably was hers.
Yeah, she was like, why did they throw those in Candace's driveway? They must have gotten the wrong driveway.
She probably threw them there herself.
Oh, they're probably used too. Girl, I hope they weren't on fire. Jesus God.
What if they were hers?
I know.
They would be burnt up. That's how we would know. Burnt up.
Well, if Andy got mad at her and took him from her and then gave him back, and the dogs carried him down the road.
I mean, but what in her right mind would make her think that those needed to be dumped at her driveway?
I know, but it did scare me it scared me about perverts and if somebody did something to somebody. It really did. That's the first thing that came to my mind. What if they had DNA on it? They didn't even look at it like that. You know what I mean? I did.
Oh, shit. I just got what you said. Are you talking about? Oh, my God. Oh, no.
Well, really, what if they put it back in there like that, though?
Why didn't she turn that over? That could have had some DNA on it.
Yeah, I would have took it straight to the police department, had it tested.
But honestly, you know what, baby? I don't know if I would trust that particular law enforcement to handle any of the things. I mean, I mean, it's like they got 3 brain cells and 2 are confused and 1's asleep. I mean, I don't know what they're working with out there in Hawkins County.
Some years and everybody's scared to run against him. That's crazy to me.
I'm sorry, but Ronnie Lawson is as useless as a screen door on a submarine. He is as detached from this case as he can get.
Yeah.
You can see it all over his face.
He gets mad because of techies. We're techies.
And he handles this case a lot different than he did the Carly Trent case.
I know, that's weird, ain't it? That's what it's got to be Buffalo. I'm gonna switch my dogs out real quick. Sorry, guys, I just got up. Hold on.
Lord have mercy.
Well, I take it one didn't want to go.
I hope she got this under control because I can't help you, sis. I can't help you.
She don't come back soon. Looks like me and you're going to that fire tower together.
Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Oh my gosh, did y'all hear that?
Yeah, we did.
Didn't hear
She got her finger stuck. Her paw stuck in the somehow in the cage where it goes together. Bless her heart. Oh, it's okay. I'm so sorry, y'all. It's like somebody got murdered, didn't it? Shh, calm down.
So after they went to court and all of the things came out basically about Jody Sue being a whole ass lie, why hadn't she been online since then? Has she got one? Has she got like an order for her to keep her whole mouth shut or what?
Sorry, I didn't even hear you.
See what?
I didn't even get to hear you. You repeated it.
So after they went to court, her and dude, you know, I was curious if he put something on her because she hasn't been talking as much as well. Maybe I am blocked. Maybe I need to come up with a troll account. Somebody needs to teach me how to be a troll. You know, but before she could say all the things about him and he couldn't really say anything unless he was defending himself, right?
Yeah, it was weird. It was like he was scared to death to say anything to her about her, but she stayed on her 24/7 talking about him.
So since they've been out of court or whatever, has she been more quiet whenever it comes to him?
Not really. She was on live yesterday.
Was she talking about dude or?
Off and on. You know how she is. She'll say 3 words about one thing and 20 about another.
Yeah.
And never finishes a sentence.
No, it never makes a point at all. I mean, I have literally been around kids in preschool that made more sense than Jody Sue. Okay. Just saying. I do not understand. I just don't get it. I mean, she makes me want to bang my head against the wall. I cannot imagine laying in bed beside her. And she looks like she smells so nice. Y'all know she smells extremely pleasant, I'm sure.
Girl, she sits in that chair and looks at that computer acting like she's doing some big work for 8 and 9 hours a day. You don't see her get up and cook. She don't take a potty break.
No, she's sitting on a bucket. She's probably pissing while she's talking.
I mean, and then that phone fell over and it told me I knew she wasn't cleaning the house, but that just verified it.
Oh, I saw that. I think I saw that from another creator, though.
First of all, if you're living in a camper trailer, anything gets on the floor, your house starts to look dirty, let alone if you ain't getting up for 9 hours of picking anything up.
Boy, that action really got them all going. The whole daggone house went nuts.
I don't think she can take showers if she hasn't got running water. Or wash her hands.
If she's getting along with her mom, she probably goes over there. But I don't know what she does for that, or I don't. Music City Mom, I'm so sorry. I got her dog going.
I wonder if she has a pillow like Candace had. You know, Candace had a pillow she pissed on in her car while she was driving.
And they said Benny smelled it.
Oh my God.
He did. He was happy too, y'all. He was smiling. I don't know. That's so funny. That was a mess, but I don't see how they can have that, what they call, a habitable residence for a minor child. I've also, wondered why that wasn't ever looked into, you know?
Because there's people that truly that live out of their cars and tents and everything with children.
But with all the drama going on over there, you would think that they would be a little bit, especially when both parents are in dispute or in court stuff, with both of them having a record the way they do.
Well, I'm real curious how Jody Sue's even still got that girl.
I don't know.
And did she get online the other day and tell that little girl that if her daddy got custody of her, she should unalive herself?
That's what I heard. I didn't get to hear it though. And yes, my doggy's a puppy, and I keep muting you guys. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep everybody's dogs from going crazy and ears from getting burnt out. My dog's really got.
If she said that to that kid, that tells you how much she cares about kids. How in the world could you tell your own kid, if your daddy gets custody of you, you should just unalive yourself?
Well, I can't imagine as a mother telling my daughter that she hadn't got fresh babies anymore. One thing you live for is to see your grandchildren and to help raise those grandbabies. And for that sack of garbage to look at her baby and her innocent little baby eyeballs and tell her, sorry, no fresh babies, that right there, that is just awful. It's just terrible. And if this baby does grow up and decide to be a mother, one like she's never had before, I mean, her mom's robbed her of that. Her mom has made her miserable, I'm sure, since she's been born. I have seen lives where this woman was driving around, seeing cars and seeing people that weren't there whenever she was supposed to be taking that baby to the library or to the bookstore, and she never even got to go.
She said, that don't look like my daddy. He's big. Golly, he gained a lot of weight.
Yeah, and she never did get to go to the bookstore, and that was the whole thing, that she was getting to go. And the whole time, Jody Sue's sitting there smoking like a broke stove with the baby in a car. And I'm just like, damn, that baby's going to have all kind of emphysema, and she's not even old enough to smoke.
Trying to make it like Andy was stalking her at the time and telling that little girl, that's your dad. And she said, no, it's not.
Yeah, that's not my dad. That's not him. And she's like, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Do you not see that car? Do you know? And the thing is that Jody Sue was showing the view, supposed view. There wasn't a soul over there. And the baby still didn't get to go to the store. She's like, well, it's just too hot out here, as in it's too much going on.
Here is the kicker to that. That is mental abuse.
It
I
is.
have had kids in my home. I'm a foster parent. I have had kids in my home for less. So why does she still have her?
She gets on there and says it's YouTube trolls and fake and.
But any good social worker could get online and see how she is just feeding this kid full of a bunch of garbage.
Whenever I got mad at Ziggy, I sent the whole clip to the social.
What? What'd you do?
But I used to be mad at Ziggy when she came out with that CPS thing. That leaked CPS. I clipped the whole video and sent it to the Tennessee State. The main lady. She wrote me back and everything. I felt bad now, though. Nothing come of it. I just thought because she was saying that.
She's muted, isn't she?
I think so.
Sorry. I was protecting if the boys seen it because she was saying scabies and lie. I thought if they're friends at school, it's even going to be worse on them. And so I got mad.
I pray for those boys.
I tried to get it taken down, but they didn't.
Now, this is my point of view from what I have personally seen. Those kids are probably the only witness that they could even put on a stand now.
I agree.
And they're not going to have them in a public school where you've got all these opinions floating around. They're probably being homeschooled, which tells me that 9 times out of 10, they are using a computer.
Oh yeah, they were all over the YouTube and all the things. Whenever the day that they made mention that they're always on the on the gaming and the tablets or the phones or whatever the business. So yeah, everybody. I mean, my boyfriend has a daughter who has been all over the YouTube since she was like 5 years old, watching these little cartoon, little shorts and stuff. Like it's like YouTube for kids. So yeah, that was their entertainment, because God knows they didn't have anything that was worthy of entertainment where they were at, because I mean their parents were involved with some shady things, and it's very unfortunate. But Jody Sue's no different. The difference is that she's got the fear of God in her kids, and she can tell a story and it can scare the socks off of you, just the way she tells it. And she's sitting at her kitchen table with her candle lit and her cigarettes and stuff, like she's a cornbread godmother, like the mafia mother, sitting there in the damn dark telling these horrific stories that she's pulling out of her bucket the whole time she's talking. I mean, I don't know who she thinks she is. She legit thinks that she is the cornbread godmother. The mafia people. That's really what she thinks she is. She thinks she is so important. I've never met a person that thinks they are more important than Jody Sue thinks she's important. I've never met anybody like it ever. To be sitting on a bucket and living in a camper with no water.
And don't have no shame in her game, Betty.
None.
And
but those kids are the only witness, and that we'll probably never be able to know.
To get out of that camper and find a proper apartment and plenty of money to do it.
All that YouTube money she's gotten, where the heck is it gone? Fake nails and cigarettes? She needs to put it toward deodorant and water. Nasty ass.
You could have already had that.
And that's another thing that makes me sick. She gets up there and she talks about YouTubers making money off of Summer while she's got her PayPal pinned.
Oh, do you notice that she doesn't have that stuff where you can like send it to her? She does it privately, so nobody really knows how much she makes.
Yeah,
she's smart. Because she's a criminal. See, the woman's a criminal, and I hope that she gets a set of real pretty silver bracelets in the near future. Christmas is coming, baby. Christmas is coming.
Oh, I'm telling you. You know what the only problem with her lives would be in court, though? Can you imagine the poor jury that would have to sit through that?
Oh, my God.
That's why we got that database that what's her name has, and them transcripts that they got, and somebody can turn that over there, and they can have one person sit there and read all that. I hope.
Can't nobody read that mumble jumble. Even Google can't even pick up what that woman's saying.
They try to fix the words, but
And she's got these codes.
It would sound a little bit like this, y'all, and they, all the survey stuff, and you know what I mean, and that's what you would read.
I thought it was supposed to be like my daughter and I, not I and my daughter.
Oh, my children and I, etc., etc., etc. I'm so sick of that damn word.
She puts the I first. I and my children. I thought it was supposed to be my daughter and I, or my children and I.
Oh yeah, she says I and my children, etc., etc., etc. Yeah.
Yeah, it's backwards.
Everything about her is backwards. Everything.
I think she's high upper. She's the upper, like my second tier on my membership. I named it uppers.
But now let's not forget that she did have that live where she was talking about her kids had been on Ben Hill so long they had forgot proper grammar, but now we're going to get back to the way it was supposed to be.
I think that's kind of strange, being that they're stuck in that box with her ass all day.
Yeah.
I mean, then there's that.
Yeah.
They probably don't know how to make a complete sentence, and if they do, it's probably a bunch of awful, terrible language. I mean, y'all, I have never met a woman that could out cuss a truck driving sailor until I met Jody Sue. That woman has a mouth on her. It is awful. It's disgusting.
What about the thing that, I forgot. Now, hold on, I gotta think of it. She's dogs are killing me.
Well, being stuck in that camper trailer with Jody Sue would only be teaching her kids that all sentences should end with, yeah, you know. I don't know how many times I've looked at my computer or my phone listening to her and put, no, I don't know. Why won't you finish the sentence? What are you talking about?
And why does she always refer to her kids like they're 5? I mean, I'm being serious right now. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny.
So nobody look at her boy.
Do what?
Yeah, that boy's old enough to be charged as an adult. He is an adult.
She wanted people to think that he was a tiny tot.
Her tiny humans.
That makes a lot of sense because she calls her daughter her little.
Yeah.
The little, whatever. She calls whatever. Bless her heart. I feel so sorry for her.
She beats prayer garden, McBro said. I don't know what. Oh, sorry, I can't mute myself. The prayer garden and hers running neck and neck on that cuss words. They're tied, I think.
Well, at least prayer garden prays.
Yeah.
She might pray while she's cussing you, but she does.
Yeah.
She'll cuss you and pray for you at the same time.
Look, Christy said absolutely.
I love her.
Absolutely.
I'm just saying.
I love it. Oh, I wish they'd stop. I'm so sorry, guys. I done switched them out. Nobody's in Nobody's in harm's way. They just barking at each other. Just from one cage to the other.
How many animals has Jody Sue had that come up gone? Pickles is on borrowed time. He's going to need an oxygen tank in 6 weeks. I swear to God.
I swear I do worry about him.
I think somebody already called the health department or whatever.
They need to call disease control. That's what they need to call.
He has that. I done looked it up. I actually recorded.
Sounds like asthma.
Yeah, it's called. Hold on. It's the same. It's actually a herpes virus. Hold on. I'll tell you what it's called again.
Oh Lord, she got pee-pees burning off. Now she's spreading the herpes.
Yeah, it's actually a form of herpes, you all. I'm not just saying that. Hold on, I'll tell you what it's called.
Well, how does it get it?
I don't know, but let's find out.
Did they rub noses? Is that how it happened?
It's a cold, but it's like. Hold on, I'll tell you.
I gotta mute myself. That's so funny.
I had to look it up. And I took it to when I took my dogs to the vet, I asked them, I said, listen to this cat, how it sounds. What was it called? It should be right there on my thing. Hold on. I had to look up cold and feline and cats.
Look up Jody Sue related diseases.
It's called, it should be right through here. Somebody might already know it. I looked it up and made a video on it and showed it to my vet. And they said definitely it's what it was. It's what it sounded like. But they would have to do like examination. It's upper respiratory. Let's see.
So sorry for that cat.
It's called, come on. Come on.
Jody Sue is the woman that would get pulled over by a cop, and she would have that cigarette, that 120-mile long cigarette hanging out of her face. She'd cuss him and his mama and have ashes hanging out probably 2 inches long, and it'd never, ever drop. She'd be sitting there and not even have, she'd be smoking the whole time, like it'd be flapping in the wind. You know how those people do that? That'd be the one. That's exactly what I think of when I think about Jody Sue driving a car illegally, is her and her 100 sticking out of her face with ashes 2 inches long, and it never falls off, and she's steadily talking.
Oh, it's driving me nuts now. I used to have it right there. Oh, it's Bordetella or whatever. I think. Yeah, I see. That's what it is. It's Bordetella. It's Bordetella bronchoseptia. It's a gram something. I can't read these words, but barium that colonize the respiratory tract in mammals and considered to be a primary pathogen in domestic cats. It's sensible to consider B. bronchitis as a rare cause of zoonotic infections. Hold on, I gotta find it. They give him doxycycline. I have to find it. It says her Bordetella in cats. Everything you need to know.
What did you say? A zoo what? A zoo what?
I don't know. I already just passed it. Hold on. It says it's from the bacterial cultures. Let's see. Hold on. I gotta find where it says herpes. It's the treatment. It's Bordetella, and it's antibacterial. Let's see. My head's hurting a little bit. These dogs are driving me nuts. I have to get them out there. I can't watch them whenever they're fighting. Or I'm in here.
They just need to put that camper under a microscope. They might have diseases in there they ain't even identified yet.
It is a form of herpes, but I can't find it on here right now.
Does it say how the cat catches the herpes?
It's usually for not being like having shots and stuff. It was saying
negligence.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna Google Jody Sue related diseases and I want to see what happens. I'm gonna share that. I'm just playing. I'm not gonna do that.
It says, "Can I give my cat Bordetella? The Bordetella vaccine is a preventive measure to ward off highly contagious bacterial infections that usually spread from dog to dog or cat to cat. Human transmission is also possible, so people who have compromised immune systems could avoid contact, so they can give it to her."
Well, I would say radiation would compromise your immune system.
Yeah.
Well, it compromised Andy's system. That's what we do know.
Well,
bless
I don't know
him.
if that was his system it compromised, but it did some compromising.
Compromised all the things.
I can't find where it said herpes before, but I could have swore I read that.
Well, I'm gonna go with it. I honestly believe that if you live at Jody's house, you're gonna get the herpes. All of it.
I'm gonna put what is Bordetella.
I mean, my heart goes out to this cat because God knows that, nobody goes in or goes out in that place. You're stuck.
So what happened to the snake? Did the cat kill the snake?
I don't know, but she was feeding it rats there for a while, remember?
Oh, God.
I don't know whatever happened to it.
Jesus.
So she fed the rat to the snake.
I wonder what happened to the other cat, y'all. She had another cat.
That word was zoonotic. Causes zoonotic infections.
So what an honor it is to know that living with Jody Sue, you can get some zoonotic diseases. I believe it. But I know she had another cat though, y'all. She had another cat and it had a boy name. Do y'all know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, so she had Barb, and then she found out it was a boy. I don't know how she didn't know. Then she named him Mike.
Because he hadn't caught the herpes yet.
Well, I was just wondering because, I know we're laughing about it, but poor Pickles, I feel really bad for him. I mean, that's really, really not. He can't. I wish he'd escape.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was called Bordetella. But I don't see it say that now. But I could have sworn either the vet told me or I read it.
Well, all jokes aside, if you can afford electricity, you don't need to be bringing animals in.
No.
Is that why she's always sitting there? Like
In the candlelight, yeah.
Yeah, like a mafia mama. She's sitting there with all her cigarettes.
Yeah, when it goes dark, she's in the dark, honey.
Jesus. But she gonna act like she's better than everybody she comes in contact. She's smarter than everybody. She's better than you, and she calls people trash.
She has it plugged into her mom's, and then she smarts off, and they get into it, and they unplug.
See, from what I understood, she had no relation with all, like no kind of any kind of relationship with her people. Because I was like, if she lives close to her people, why don't they snatch that baby girl up?
Do you
Or
all
has
know
she got her brainwashed?
Jody Sue had a channel for 3 days before I got blocked on it.
Yeah.
3 days. And I'll tell you how it went down. This is what happened. I was asking why was she in the creek looking for Summer before she knew Summer went missing. I thought that was a pretty good question.
Right.
She did.
Her reply was, I was late to the info. My reply was, but you're late with the answers. That was the last word I got to say to Jody Sue.
Don't you love it whenever she says, well, you just need to go, or her mods, you just need to go back and you just need to rewatch. Well, first of all, I haven't got 13 hours to spare.
Rewatch. I take care of foster kids, my kids. Husband just had surgery. I've got a house to run. I've got a photography business to run. I ain't got that much time in my day to listen to her.
I don't either.
I've got things called doting to do.
That's how I did. I had to listen while I was at work and have one headphone in one ear. Rhinitis is what it's called. Sorry, y'all. It's herpesvirus. Yep, there it is. It's called rhinitis, and it's what causes feline rhinitis. Rhinitis is a cat is common complication of the upper respiratory infections, cat flu, viral infections, feline herpesvirus or feline calivirus is the most common cause of these infections.
And she don't even have a window open for all that smoke.
Yeah, it's rhinitis.
But why in the world can the cops not listen to her lives?
Because they have better shit to do.
But I mean, you would think at least that one where she gives a timeline, they could use a little common sense and figure some stuff out.
I think that she's been questioned and she says, oh, it's all for show. I like getting them going.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
yeah,
if they're
I could see that too.
questioning her, it looks like she's the only one they're questioning.
Right. She said they keep on asking FBI. She's talking to him. Who else? They ain't talking to nobody else.
Because ain't nobody talking to her.
Crap, they got Don up there in the jail cell and they ain't even talking to him.
No.
Oh, y'all. Can y'all imagine what's going to go down the day he comes out? It's like going to be like crazy.
Oh, my God. Notifications on YouTube will blow up.
They'll be fighting over who's going to be the first. Hush. They'll be fighting. Hey, quit that. They'll be fighting over who's the first to talk to. Let me see your hand.
Yeah, probably so.
Which finger is this? Shh. Hush it.
So who you been splitting more money on? What panels he getting on in the parking lot?
Honestly, that's a good question. I wonder if it's going to be shared.
Who
do you think?
Honestly, no, I'll tell you who I think it'll be. Benny Keys.
I don't know about that because they had the big falling out, and he said all the things.
Yeah,
all the things.
But that's what Don does.
No, I'm talking about Benny Keys. Benny Keys got into it about Don's phone and the representative.
Did him like she did Ernie and made it look. She'd almost say that Don did something, but no, he didn't. But she kept leading him like right here to Don and being like, no, Don, no, to both of them. Because she was trying to push the blame on Don, but not really wanting to.
Mm-hmm.
Just to lead him on.
That's a good question. I wonder who it would be because Could be. I mean, it could be anybody.
I don't know. I don't know that Denny would fool with Don anymore. So it might would
Uh-uh.
be Ziggy.
Ziggy or Cher?
Well, Sharon and Denny's talking again, so I don't know.
It's a good question. Well, I think it might be easier for us to say whose channel he's not going to be on. I don't think he's going to be on Chris McDonough.
Oh no, no, that's 100% no. I don't think he'll be on Molly's again either,
Oh God, who's? Oh, yeah,
or
no.
Bullhorn Betty.
Oh God, no, absolutely not. Or that other little guy with the pea head. Yeah, I doubt that. What was his name? JRL or JLR, whatever.
JLR, yeah.
Yeah, he won't be on that one either.
And if Candace did serve Don B with papers, then I'd say it won't be that one.
What's up with that?
I don't know. I just heard about that today, so I don't know what's going on with that.
You want to know what it makes? What's been going on, Don B, that we don't know about? Because I thought you told us all the things. What you been doing on your downtime, Don B?
Last I heard, she couldn't be found. Evidently, Don B found her.
I know. Obviously, a little bit too close for comfort for her because she's putting papers on him.
I'm sorry, y'all. My dogs gave me a daggone headache. They won't hush. No.
Well, do we think Don and Candace will be together when he gets out of jail?
Absolutely. I think they've probably been talking all the time.
Do you think they'll go back to the Hill?
Yeah.
I bet you him and Jody Sue do those late night creeps again because, you can't tell me that they wasn't creeping.
That's exactly what happened whenever the Peeping Tom.
Yeah, that was Peeping Dawn.
She didn't know Andy was coming.
Yeah, it's Peeping Dawn.
Dawn ran out the back door, see? And then she said, oh, somebody's out there in case she seen him.
Well, and another thing, she acted like Jackie Dobbs was, she thought he was taking it. He was sick, but no, he was just taking a fit. And when she said that Andy went back to get the surveys, she was there with Jackie, and she said that something about him made her feel so uneasy that she told him because where the property was, it would be facing her daughter's bedroom, that if she saw him on that side of the property doing anything but mowing, that it was going to be a problem, or she wouldn't ask questions. That's
she tried to say he treated her like crap.
Yeah. I'm thinking, why do you look? And I mean, now that I see Jackie Dobbs, I'm thinking, how is he even able? You know what I mean?
The only thing that I question Jackie Dobbs about anything at all is whenever he did that weird breathing and said murderer. But I think he was reading what people wrote to him under his breath as he's typing.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. His one of his very first videos, he's breathing like breathing. He said, "But let your mutt run free," and he said, "You can hear it."
I need to hear that.
Yeah, it's very creepy. But then I'm thinking he's just reading what somebody's wrote him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He did that a lot. Be doing like 3 or 4 things at one time.
So do you all think that it's possible Jody thought that maybe Jackie was going to end up buying the Wells property too?
Yeah. Oh, she was having a fit too. All kind of secrets is over there on that property.
I mean, I know she didn't want somebody right there in her door because that's going to kill her bootlegging and drug selling and
her southern driveway ways.
Yeah, her southern driveway ways. But I mean, even Andy said that if the Wells would have sold that, he would have wanted to buy it. So
I really don't see where it was any relevance to her, being that she doesn't own any of it. If she did, her ass would still be there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't see why it mattered who bought that land. It had nothing to do with her because she didn't even own the land that she was sitting on at that time.
I think she copped a squat's loan. She pretended it was hers.
Well, that's the thing. She talks a lot. She talks a whole lot. And she says a lot of things that she believes to be true because she's a psychopath, you see. She's insane. And those are the people that think that they're the smartest and they know the most and that they believe their own lies. That's a dangerous woman. She's a very dangerous woman. And she's insane. She is a whole disorder. They need to name it. Okay. She's got issues. So, I mean, she believes everything that she says, and the reason she uses certain words, and in her little community, she has a bigger vocabulary than say the next guy. So she's a little intimidating based on speech alone, because she talks a lot. You think she has a head full of sense. This girl is faking it until she makes it, and she's about to not be able to fake it anymore because the truth is slowly coming out.
Well, and if you can remember when she was talking one time, she said that she had moved the cameras because of Jackie. And now there was no cameras. Which is it?
I think that she wanted people to think that there were none, or there were some that weren't working or whatever. And she goes from saying they were hardwired to they were something else and something about the internet. Like, she contradicted herself about those cameras. If she did it once, she said it 40 different ways.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, they weren't not working. Now all of a sudden they do. You know what? I guess if I was doing some shadiness and I was doing all kind of things that was not, legal, I'd say them jokers didn't work neither. We talking about cameras. I don't got no cameras. And I'll be looking at the same camera they looking at, wanting to know what's in it. I'm just saying that's just she's a criminal. She has a mind of a criminal. She really truly does, and she's been a criminal for a long time.
Toaster Oven says she never dreamed she would be kicked out. Yeah, I think she was kind of using the kids over everybody's head. And I think that's where it comes in that Andy just said, if you leave and let me have my life the way I want it, then I won't turn you in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're probably right. But see, she can't hold those kids over anybody's head much longer because one's about to leave the nest already. And the other one, that poor baby girl, I feel so sorry for her. I really, truly do.
Good morning, everybody. I was out there tinkering with the old truck. Figured I'd hop on here and share some.
What the
I
hell?
made up. See what y'all think. Let the bug run free. Let your bug run free. Elvis and his blue eyes down there making a record. Elvis, you and Blue Eyes need to hush it up, buddy, for me. And I'm trying to show these people how I can play. Let your bug run free. Let your bug run free. Ain't nothing better than letting your bug run free.
Oh my God. I wish I could bottle her up. She's awesome.
Yeah.
She's on mute.
Yeah, she's on mute again.
Sorry, I wanted to show you all that one he did the murder, but he changed his name of his channel and I can't find it.
I wish she'd do that impression you did of Don B that day fishing, girl. I had to cross my legs. I laughed so hard I cried. I almost peed on myself. Had to go find my Jody Sue bucket.
Come on, get in here. Yeah, sorry. My dogs are crazy. My boyfriend will be home in a minute, so I'll be glad about that.
Oh, okay then. Okay then. We see you. We see you.
I mean, he'll help me with these dogs, I hope, unless he comes home grapping.
Well, you'll have to walk to the end of the driveway because, that's the proper way you do it in the South.
Pick me up with the door. I'd freak out with it.
I'd freak out too because we wouldn't be friends no more.
My husband be freaking out thinking I'm leaving.
Yeah, he's like, where are you going? What the heck?
You see, she's so lazy to me, y'all. I find it hard to believe that she was going to do that anyway. I think that was just her. That was her way of justifying why she was in the area. She was in the area whenever she was first spotted walking down the driveway.
It was very contradicting.
Yeah, but if you see those text messages I was telling you about that supposedly were between all the things, it was weird because the meetup spot was at a certain point in that driveway, and that's exactly where her and Candace were on the particular day that the child went missing.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think it's real weird that she would even
I
walk.
think Jody Sue may have some. If she didn't hit her with that car, or one of them didn't hit her with the car, then Jody Sue sold Candace some. And they made Summer. We know how Candace didn't do the dishes. They said she just knocked the food out and cooked in it. Didn't even wash it.
Oh, Jesus God.
Yeah, she made.
I think that they probably intimidated Candace also, if you want to know the truth. I think, I don't mean anything bad whenever I say this, but I think Candace had the mentality of a child. I know she was a grown woman or a grown man, however you want to look at her. But I mean, I really do think that she had, she was delayed in some form or fashion. And I think that she was terrified. I think that Jody Sue can talk to someone and probably make them believe that she's dangerous. Honestly believe that. And I think that Candace was probably intimidated, and that's probably the reason why she's gone. Like, she left. She took tail and ran.
That's what I said. She was putting wieners in her mailbox and all kinds, even putting handcuffs in her mailbox.
In Candace's?
Yeah.
They definitely got the wrong driveway then, didn't they?
Yeah, they meant to put them judges. They had handcuffs 1 week and a douche bottle.
Oh, God.
Crazy stuff, y'all.
But step back from this for just a second. Now, put yourself in Candace's shoes and say you are innocent.
I would have left too.
Would you be up on that hill right now? I wouldn't.
Well, I wouldn't either, and I wouldn't be caught with Ernie Shell neither.
Oh, Lord, no.
Love you, Ernie.
I think she thought he was a good looking, don't y'all?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think Candace is one that will take any male attention that she can get because she does have the mentality of a very young teenager, maybe like 14, 15.
Yeah.
I think she enjoyed the attention.
I do too. And
you don't think that little video when Summer was in the back seat with something, a car or something, and she was making them sounds? I think she was saying, "You're the devil, you're the devil, you're the devil."
You're talking about Summer making those noises?
Yeah. I think she was mad at somebody calling them the devil.
She might have been repeating something that she's heard because, children will mimic what they hear, like a parrot.
Yeah, I think she was saying that. I think that it sounds like she was really just like mumbling, but if you really slow it down, she was saying, "You the devil, you the devil."
Yeah, she's probably repeating something.
Church and stuff too, though.
What video is that?
She was sitting in the back seat of the car and she was playing and having fun.
See, whenever Dawn went to jail, Candace was open target. Like, she had because everybody around there knew you don't mess with Dawn. I mean, because I'm not meaning to be funny, but Dawn knew people that could make you disappear. I honestly believe that.
I'm gonna go see if I can find it.
And she was just open target.
Well, do you want me to be honest with you? What makes me think that they may be innocent? It's not the fact that the behavior panel said they thought they might be. It's not the fact that they passed lie detector test. It's the fact that they have 3 kids in foster care that goes to the therapy every week and not one of them has said anything yet.
Amen to that. That's what I've said.
I think that if they have disclosed anything, it was unrelated to this case. It might have been living conditions and things that they were subjected to that were totally inappropriate and maybe not even known to them at the time that it was inappropriate, just because they were subjected to different things that we would think were not appropriate. But I do think that they probably were in for a serious surprise whenever they could tell them everything and anything about sex and drugs, but they couldn't tell you about what happened to their baby sister.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find that video. I don't know if y'all can hear me or not. Hush now, you're hurting my legs, honey.
But now, if I have to look at anything that's come out on this case, that would be it. Because if them boys would have, I know the kids that I have, they go to therapy every week, and I mean that's just the therapy. That's not their other doctors. But
You talking about your biological children?
no, I'm talking about the foster kids that I have.
Okay, okay.
But it's mandatory. I've never
Oh,
had
yeah,
a
it
kid
is.
that didn't have therapy.
Mhm.
And so I know these boys are going to therapy, extensive therapy. They would have said something by now.
Oh, yeah, especially after this long length of time, because after so long, you feel more secure and safe because you're around a totally different thing, and you start to understand more of what's right and what's wrong.
Daddy,
So I believe they would have told it by now. Also, I agree
Yeah.
with that.
And if they didn't want to go home, they would have told it a long time ago.
I hope that they don't have to go back home. Something tells me that they might return on their own after age, but I don't know if they'll let them go back home because I just don't know. If I could protect anything out of this whole entire case, it would be those kids. If I could have protected anybody in this case, those adults, they are on
Yeah.
their own. If
Yeah.
I could do anything, I wish that I could erase all the memories of all the things that they went through, that they were way too young to be exposed to. And I wish that I could have helped them whenever everyone else in their life failed them. That's the only thing I wish I could, if I could change anything, it would be that they would have had a better start at life. They didn't have a chance whenever they came into this world.
Well, when I first started digging into this case, I did like everybody else. I made a YouTube channel. I put a challenge on there, and then I just got to watching, and I was thinking, this ain't really, yeah, it's bringing awareness, but what's it making a difference in kids' everyday lives? And these people were coming out saying they saw this done to Summer, they saw that done to Summer, and I'm thinking, why aren't you reporting it?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the reason I got into foster care, because I wanted to do something that did make a difference, that helped kids.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And
So that's the reason why I got out of social work. I was a social worker, and the reason why I got out is because of the things I saw, to the point where my kids are grown now, but I took them out of the public school system, and I did my own thing at home. And they had groups that they went to, like sports. They did more stuff whenever they were at home. They had a bigger social life whenever they were in homeschool than they were in public school. But what I will tell you is that I started learning things that went on in houses in my very own community, things that people that I actually graduated with, and it was hard for me to be in a court case. I'd have to excuse myself from certain cases because it was a conflict of interest, because this was a classmate of mine, and this was like his second offense of manufacturing meth, to the point where his 3-year-old daughter had burns, and I had to have myself removed from stuff like that. So I couldn't do that again. And I did take kids home. I'd have a whole house full if I could. And I hope and pray to God that those boys know by now that that's not how life is supposed to be. That's not how mom and dad love each other. And that's not how you're supposed to be treated. And you're not supposed to see some of that stuff.
yeah, I mean, these kids that's in the foster care system, a lot of people don't understand when they come into your home, they don't come in with suitcases, people.
They come in with nothing.
Yeah, they might have one grocery bag full of stuff.
Maybe, yeah.
And they're, my husband talks about when he was growing up, he moved schools constantly. Well, these kids are moving constantly, and they're moving into different homes, different environments.
So they have been in different homes since they've been in custody of the state?
Well, I'm not talking about them in particular. I'm talking about foster care in general.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, you're right.
I mean, but I'll tell you one thing. The majority of them still love their parents.
Oh, I know. I know. Isn't that weird? It's just like a dog that, you can discipline it, get onto it, or actually abuse them, and they'll still trust you, or not really trust you, but want you to love them. They want that attention, even if just it's sad. It's awful to watch. It's just so terrible. And those kids went hungry. I don't know if y'all heard whenever Andy was talking about those kids, things that he would see or hear, and I'm just like, well, if you knew that, why didn't you step in? I don't understand. If you see something,
Yeah.
you do something. There's no way now I'd let no baby go. I mean, I would not allow it. I just couldn't.
See,
couldn't.
and that's something like when Leslie was talking to Chris Madonna, she said that Candace laid the kids down on the blacktop and she got mad and just went and flipped the pool. Well, first of all, if I'm having a get together for kids where they're swimming in a pool, there ain't a grown woman going to flip my kid's pool. Second of all, if she saw that, why didn't she call the law? Call the law. They will call
I have
the
a
social
issue.
workers.
I have an issue with these channels that I get mad and emotional.
Speak on it, sis. Speak on it.
Well, they're playing True's testimony over and over and over and over, and her saying that nasty stuff about Summer.
Wait, what now?
You ain't heard that? True. There's certain channels that keeps playing it to everybody. It shows up at their. It makes me so mad, but it's.
I don't know what you're talking about. No.
Well, she sings Summer's. You know what?
Oh yeah.
That's disgusting.
What? In the hell?
It's just too hard to even repeat.
Okay. Grubby Goat says, I hope I pronounce that right. It's 2:19 in the morning here. But anyways, says I can't understand why CPS didn't immediately remove the boys when Summer disappeared and not 6 weeks later. That's one thing that tells me there wasn't a case open. What do you think, Annabella?
I'm trying to find. You said Grubby Goat. I can't understand why CPS didn't immediately remove the boys when Summer disappeared and not 6 weeks later. Well, okay, well, they could not remove those kids because their sibling came up missing. They could remove those kids if they had justifiable reasons to remove those children. But in the state of Tennessee, if they have shelter over their head, I don't care what the shelter looked like, they had X amount of food in their house. And if they had like clothing and stuff like that, I mean, it's so weird, y'all. I have been in houses where there were literal feces in the floor, a dog chained up under a table, a kid eating Fruit Loops off the exact same floor, and that child was not allowed to leave with me. Yeah, I had a whole death right there. I had a whole stroke in their front yard. Could not believe it. So I mean, the conditions are they're strange, and I don't know what Don likes to say he did it for their own protection. I don't believe that's true. I believe that I believe enough people were told there's a lot of heat and a lot of other things that came on them. But I do think there was an open case about those kids because there's proof of that there was an open case about those kids. But I don't know what it was about. I don't know if it was negligence. I don't know if it was abuse. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it had something to do with the school system reporting those parents, because that was one thing that they were potentially concerned about Summer going to school. Am I wrong?
Is somebody else's dog barking too? Is that mine echoing?
It's my daddy's dog way down there. I'm outside smoking, and that dog can hear. It heard your dog, and then it started talking. Yeah. But I mean, it had nothing to do with Summer actually missing. I think it was all the things that surrounded that situation that things actually came out. And at this point, the public was like demanding them to do their job. Like, we are demanding you look at this shit. You know, everybody, there was so much stuff that came out during that time. They didn't really have a choice. They had to do something because they were under the microscope by the public eye all over the nation at this point.
But now Summer was enrolled in school, though.
According to Candace, she'd already signed her up and everything for kindergarten, and she was excited. She was ready to go.
Yeah.
Well, the school had a plan, too, for if she came back. So, I think it's Cracking Cases that had it on their channel.
Now, what did they say? Because I like those guys.
I remember the lady from the school speaking out. She actually did like a news thing. The lady from the schools did. She came on WJHL or whatever, and did a show about, and what they're going to do to prepare her if she does get found.
I think that I think I remember that now. I think I remember that now. Y'all remember whenever Candace was being interviewed by the news and they were talking about her, that she was excited about her first day of school, and that's what the outfit was supposedly
Yeah.
that she had came up missing in. Y'all remember she was like, yes, she was enrolled, and she was talking about like they had already gone like to the health department and stuff and gotten all the boosters and stuff that she had to have to go to school. So I do think Candace did everything that she was able to do. I honestly believe that Candace did everything that she was supposed to do. Okay, by law, you know, you have to do certain things or your child can't go to school. That's the only part that confuses me about they were saying that she was terrified for her to go to school because they might find out the conditions or whatever the business.
But I think that was more people's speculation that she was terrified.
Yeah. Do you know how many kids send them every day and they're being so bad abused at home and they're too scared to tell it?
I do, yeah. And the parents will actually take their medication, and the child suffers in school because they can't pay attention and they become a stereotype of a trouble kid. And the whole time, their parents the one that's on their medication, and they can't help it. I do. I know.
And she didn't ever tell it at church, evidently. I mean, if something was going on, but I'm a firm believer that nothing was going on, but because that was her daughter, his favorite daughter. I'm sorry. Usually, people that's weird like that, they'll do it to everybody but their own. But I mean, some do it to their own too, though.
And then you got people like Jody Sue that had children, and from what I understand, her daughter is from now. This is what I don't know the child. I do think about her. Bless her heart. She's a very smart child, but she's living with Jody Sue, and you think about the potential that child could fully reach if she had a better guardian, a better parent, a better environment. You know, this is why it repeats itself. History will repeat itself because they do not know any different. You know.
Harry Potter isn't learning though.
No.
Do what?
We have to see what kind of, does she have textbooks or is she just reading like Harry Potter and stuff like that?
Girl, I don't know where she gets her curriculum from. If she does something for the state of Tennessee, there's something called Gateway Christian Academy, and it's they're all over the place. She could do a K whatever it is. It's an online program where she could do it through the computer, and it's free to Tennessee students. And if she does that, all Jody Sue has to do is have an umbrella school where she just goes in there and she either reports the grades herself, or she has a program where the grades themselves are reported to the state, and that's how she is able to produce proof that the child is enrolled in some form of education program. I don't know what's going on there, but I'm pretty sure the amount of time that Jody Sue spends in front of YouTube, that child is completely on her own.
Which is 75% of the day.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what kind of shit Jody Sue's on. I don't know. And where does she get all this water to make all this coffee at? Y'all, please tell me. Y'all, that's bothered me. I wanted to ask her that so many times, but y'all know I'm blocked, right? I can't.
Girl,
I want to know where she gets all this water.
3 days in. 3 days after her channel, I was blocked. But my thing is this. She is when she's on live, she's on live for like 8-9 hours, and that's lowballing it. During this time, she's not cooking. She's not cleaning. She's
Girl,
not
I've seen
helping
her
that kid with no work.
No, she's got this big old styrofoam, big gulp BP thing, styrofoam, whatever. She be drinking on all kind of stuff.
She has got the magic cup. It's the cup that don't never get empty. She never refills it, and she just shakes it, and whatever's in there is in there.
Hey, you remember that time that phone fell and we saw all those bottles everywhere?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
I couldn't really tell nothing, but to me it didn't look like no camper trailer. It looked like a regular single wide trailer.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what,
with sliding
baby
doors.
girl, it is a camper because the other day I saw some witchcraft go on. I don't know if you saw that, but I saw that. It was somebody short. They had a picture of Jody Sue sitting there at her cornbread mafia table, and she was sitting there looking at her computer with her, oh my God, what the F face, that she does all the time. All of a sudden her cup starts sliding toward that window, girl. I don't know if a big truck went by or if it got real windy all of a sudden, honey. That cup went sliding all the way to the side. I swear to God, it's on there. Some witchcraft. It's camper. Cold Case, did you see that?
And full
No,
size.
I didn't get to see that one. I haven't got to watch a whole lot of lives here in the last
So it has
3 weeks.
It has full size doors, and it's just weird unless she's doing lives from 2 different places, and I don't know. But it has full size big brown doors, and then it has a sliding glass door, and it just throws me off.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I don't care if it's a camper trailer. I don't care if it's a mansion. Whatever it is, it needs cleaned up. Because when that phone fell, that was, oh my goodness. It looked like a designated landfill.
This was on the 4th of July, what I'm talking about. She was trying to show the fireworks out the window, and it ended up showing the whole place. She's over there in a dark corner, and she's got a whole other area.
Yeah, it had a fan and stuff standing there, didn't it?
Yeah, that's a whole house. That's a whole room. That's not a camper. If it is, it's a big one.
Well, I think it belonged to someone in the family, but I'm telling you, the table that she sits at, the cornbread mafia table, I'm telling you, there is a short out there, and I died. I had to watch it 3 or 4 times, and it slid all the way across the table. It was that big old big gulp BP Phillips 66. I'm a truck driver. Big gulp cup styrofoam thing. It slid all the way across the table. If I find that short, I'm going to send it to you, and you're going to laugh. I had a whole heart attack. I laughed so hard I was snorting.
She's thinking, where's my cup going?
Well, now, if I'm being completely honest, that's kind of an insult to the cornbread mafia. Jody Sue's just a soup bean felon.
Oh my God.
She ain't got skills like that.
She's a damn bean cake.
Almost choked. Oh my God, almost died.
Bean cakes.
That man with the cornbread mafia, he evaded the law for years. He was real smart about it.
Yeah. Oh, Lord. I wonder. Well, I don't know how. You're not getting down, buddy. Sorry. I don't know how it looks so big though. It just blows my mind. It looked like a whole big freaking with a big couch and everything over there.
Yeah, I did say that because I think BK's the one that I saw. Okay, so I froze it myself, and I was just like, okay.
I was thinking that she started off in a camper. Here's my theory. She started off in a camper, and when her brother died, she moved in his trailer.
Well, his trailer is uneven, honey. I don't know what happened that day. I live in Tennessee, and we didn't have no straight line winds that day, honey, but something happened that day.
And it kind of looks like the same exact, when the first 13 videos or whatever, it looks like the same place as that to me, though.
But the cabinets are the same, and that window that she keeps hanging a sheet over. Yeah. Ain't she buy curtains?
No, she likes that Harry Potter look.
Hey, the other night, y'all, I can't remember if it was Gavel or if it was Crom. I can't remember. It's probably both of them. It was hilarious because somebody in chat said something about that backdrop, the sheet that she hangs up over that. And somebody made a comment about she excused herself. This is the night that she had went to court. She excused herself from camera because somebody had pulled up in her southern driveway. Okay. This is the night when she had her hair fixed, her makeup on, And I don't know what kind of lip gloss that she'd be plumping her lips up with, but by the end of the live, they have deflated. She needs, Jody Sue, you need to get some Fix-A-Flap for your lips, honey. I see you. And all of a sudden, she came back from the southern driveway. Her hair was all messed up and all the things. She was gone to the point where she had forgotten that she had a live going on. Like, seriously.
Oh my God, McBro, please tell me that is this the truth? McBro says that she claimed her tires was low because Shay popped it and showed her drink sliding. Shay, are you up there popping the air out Jody Sue's tire?
McBro, so you know what I'm talking about. I didn't make that up. I asked if that was some witchcraft. I can't remember who it was.
Oh my God, I've got such a mental vision of Shay going up there and just letting the air out Jody Sue's
tires. I'm telling y'all, this actually happened. It was that particular night, and she came back, and her hair was all jacked up and stuff. I mean, it was just like, gosh, dang, Jody Sue, you wow, girl, you wow. I see you though.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
Oh God, I can tell it's 2:30 in the morning because now I just got a picture of somebody hooking in my head of somebody hooking up Jody Sue's camper and going down the road with it. Her on a live. Now that's one I want to see.
Don't get repoed.
I'm gonna tell you what, if I lived beside Jody Sue, I'd hook my truck up to her trailer and I'd turn her around looking the other way. I'd move it for her. I would not want to look at her. And she's been staying there forever. Why hadn't she got water? I do not understand.
All these creators that's out there stalking, harassing, and terrorizing her.
I bet she started.
Will somebody take them a dually truck up there and move Jody Sue back to Ben Hill?
I think that she started trouble with her mom, and she got her water tap off. Her water no more water.
Well, I have a hard time thinking about them knowing they're doing that to the daughter. The daughter's having to suffer a lot because she's got a POS mama.
She might let her take a shower. Who knows? I mean, I don't know. That's crazy, ain't it, y'all, when you think about it?
It's sad. My heart goes out to every one of the kids that are involved in these idiots of adults. My heart goes out to them. It's not their fault. They weren't asked to be put in this shit show. And I pray that the Lord has a hand over them and puts a hedge of protection around them. And if that baby girl ever gets the privilege of being a mother, she knows exactly what kind of woman not to be, because she knows the mother she had growing up as a kid. And I'm pretty sure if that baby wants to go to a bookstore, she'll make it. She won't be out there looking for fake people in a parking lot.
She had her brother probably helped her a lot. Now he's gonna be gone. That sucks.
Sad.
Oh man.
She's gonna get up and go get her lighter cigarettes or go get her more.
I just hope she's able to have a child. I mean, her mom has exposed her to no fresh babies. Who does that as a mother? One of the greatest things in life.
And Andy was right there. I don't wonder if he understood it. I don't know.
Well, hell, he was walking around with a fried pee-pee. I mean, shit. Bless him. Everybody's all jacked up.
A deep fried pickle.
Bless him.
Lord have mercy.
Oh my God.
That's craziness when you really think about it. And she didn't care to tell it, and neither did he. That's how I knew it was true. When he told it, I knew it was the truth.
Who would tell that though? I mean, who would tell that? I mean, his pee-pee literally was radioactive to the point where it was burnt. That's no longer a magic stick, dude. It's a burnt stick, you know?
You know, though, all jokes aside, and what is real sad about this is that kid is secluded in a camper with Jody Sue.
Sad.
So the likelihood is, if there isn't a drastic change, she's going to grow up to be like Jody Sue.
It breaks my heart because I'm going to go and tell y'all, we ain't ready for another one. If that baby starts doing 28-hour lives, I'm
Oh
getting
my
off
God.
YouTube.
I still wonder who HillRd boy was. Hey, did y'all know my stalker came in chat earlier?
You got a stalker?
Oh yeah, every time I talk about Jody Sue.
Who is it?
David Cohen. He's the same one as Cam's, and he's the same one as that Jamie Wilson has the same stalker too.
Oh.
He said his name's David Cohen, and he got on here. He always talks about my red hair and this creep. And he got on here. His first thing he said was, "I like red hair." And they blocked him for me. I told him you accept Mom to get him out of here.
Yeah, you've got some really good mods. I got in here and I was like, my wrench don't work. Wait, I don't have a wrench. It was funny. I had like a whole moment. I started laughing at myself, but you do have some really good mods. You've got a lot of support. You've got a lot of support here, and you're doing such a great job, and you're such a breath of fresh air. I have to give you props, baby, because you make me laugh, you make me smile. You're real, you're humble, and you are loved by so many. You don't even know, and you make a difference.
It does. I have noticed that, it does make me feel good because when I go in the chat and I say hi, and people say hi, you know me and all that, and I'm like, how, what? And then just like I said, I've been watching you a long time. I'm like, what?
Yeah, because I've been watching you forever. I mean, you were like the first short I ever saw of you. You were just like wishing everybody a good day. You were like, you were just like just showering whoever was watching that short, even if it was just 30 seconds. It was a blessing. And I remember going and looking for your shorts if I was having a bad day. So little do you know, you might think you're little, but you make a pretty big impact, and we need more like you.
Yes, we do.
Yo, darn it.
Yeah, you're pretty awesome. And I
tagged me in that one about the new channel she's wanting to do, and I'm like, oh my gosh, she asked me her opinion. I started saying everything I could think of.
Do what?
I started trying to find every name I could think of. She's a new channel.
I'm still looking for a new name.
I had thought of a bunch of them that day, and there's so many that you could just fit you so perfectly. And I thought, but I wanted it to be something so beautiful. You know what I mean?
Well, you have accomplished that, darling, and you're a beautiful, beautiful woman. You are absolutely gorgeous, but that is nothing compared to what you are on the inside. You truly are an amazing woman, and we need more of you in these streets, because whenever I tell you you're a breath of fresh air, you truly legitimately are. And whenever I go look for you when I'm having a bad day, that says a lot. And I'm just one of many.
Right.
You're kind of a big deal, sweetheart.
Oh, thank you. That means a whole lot. I do. I try to share love and share my prayer cards, and just like people do tarot cards, I do pull my prayer cards. Also, like pray for my trolls too. If I have trolls, I'll make sure I get their prayer in there. And if anybody can talk to Green Eyes and make him be praying about Jesus, then you've accomplished something.
I have never been graced with this person ever in chat. Not to my knowledge.
But he was good as gold to me.
I don't know who he is or whatever. I don't know who he is, but I've heard a lot about him, and whoever he is, Jody Sue cannot stand.
I know it. I think it came from. I think it's just been in true crime. I heard somebody else say that's been in true crime a long time. That he's been here for a long time, and it makes everybody think that he is somebody Jody Sue, and it's speculation, but it's not. I forget who it was. That he's been here a long time, for years.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if he's everybody that Jody Sue says he is, he probably has been here a long time.
Well, Jody Sue can't stand him, so that means he's probably a great person.
Yeah.
Well, no, he's hateful, and he gets into spells, and he never done it to me, but he has some kind of issue mentally, and if he don't take his medicine, from what I understand, one night in chat when I talked to him, he was so he just had a big issue, and he was almost died, and he had changed his ways that night, and ever since then I haven't heard nothing negative about him or nowhere. And I had him praying and everything.
Awesome. See, look at you. You're making huge differences in people's lives. And
had green eyes talking and seemed to enjoy being there that night. Yeah, had him talking. He was talking about Jesus and everything. I'm
that's
not even
amazing.
kidding. Yeah, and I haven't seen him be mean anywhere. I haven't heard nothing from him. And he might even change his name. He might still be here with a different name, but he's been good wherever he is.
Well, that's good. See what I'm saying? You made a huge difference in just that one person's life, and he comes in contact with many others. So little do you know, you were spreading a little bit of your love to people that he came in contact with. You're like a moral compass, so to say. That's a
You
good
know,
thing.
You would be amazed what people do. The people that you would think are like the worst people in the world that you've heard talked about all your life. Like when my boys passed away, that was the very people that showed up to help me. So you can't judge a book by the cover. I mean, the biggest alcoholics in the neighborhood was some of the first ones when my kids passed away to hand me money.
Oh wow.
And I mean, we had lost everything that we had, including 2 kids. And they were the first ones to show up. So I don't discount people because of what other people say about them.
Yeah, see, I had to learn that here on the YouTube streets because I was doing that. Like, I still like Prayer Garden. I still might joke around and stuff, but I love her heart. She's got a big heart. But I don't like how she talks and stuff, and she's one of them know-it-all. But she's a good person to be. I think she's underneath it all. She's good. And like Ziggy, I didn't think I liked her one bit, buddy. I didn't. But she's just human, and she's just trying to make $1, and I just have to look at that.
And now I'll tell you something I like about Lean on Me. I like her chat too, because in her chat you don't see a lot of nonsense going on. You don't see a lot of stone throwing, people arguing. It's peaceful. I like being in her chats.
See, that's what I saw something come across there, and it was that Cohen or whatever. His name was David. I know what she was talking about, because I tried to remove him, and then I was like, my wrench don't work. I was like, I tried to get rid of him because she does have, I mean, she's got a peaceful house, and she keeps it that way.
Yeah, they've been talking
Millie,
about
thank you.
They tried to get me into trouble with some woman, and so I tell my whole history. I don't hide nothing. I've been through it all, and I went through financial issues, and then I got a troll that went and found my GoFundMe's when I was trying to get help from my dogs years ago, and try to make it like I was a troll, and didn't think I knew about it, and so I just made a whole live about it. Said I had I raised $25 on, I think it was 2 or 3 GoFundMe's. That's all I ever got was 25, 20 on one, 5 on the other. So I just came out and said it. It ain't a sin to be poor and ask for help. I just learned, my grandma always used to say, a closed mouth don't get fed. But like I said, I don't even know why I even ask for help, because God always finds a way to fix things. So even though nobody actually really truly helped, I mean, $25 I was grateful, and that's 2 different times, and they dug those up on me from way back. And one thing, I was talking to Mike's dad, and we was all fighting over his house, and I was saying how homeless I was going to be, and we couldn't afford rent and all that. Well, they found that too. Yeah, it was like a family deal, just so I posted so they'd see it a long time ago because he was trying to sell the Mike's family home, grandma's home, and we didn't want him to. So he's acting like we was struggling, but so we wanted to live there. But it didn't turn out a different way. But
So are you saying this happened after you got a channel? This was coming out of the woodwork?
Yeah, people I never even heard of. And I'll tell you what her name is.
Oh, hell. Okay.
I'll tell you what her name is. I don't know from Adam. But her name is, I ain't going to say her home name that I've seen on there, but her name is Tracy. Her name is Tracy. And I don't know her from nobody.
She's not a YouTuber. She's just a sub of some sort.
Yeah, mods and she's a mod, and she was on 2 different channels. Now she's just one, I think.
Toaster oven, you can ask me anything you want to. I'll be as straight with you as I'm.
That's what I always say.
Yeah. I'm sure lean on me. I'll drop you a link if you want to ask me something.
Yeah.
Or type it in the chat. I'm on my phone, so I can't type back right now.
It ain't a sin to get headlights. It's a sin to keep it, Donna said. I always heard that too. Growing up, I always heard him say that all the time. Quit. It's a sin to keep it. That's funny. I wonder what toast oven. She's gonna ask you to come up, either one. I don't know. You want the link, toaster oven? There he comes back in, Lord, cusser. You think we's that like day and night, honey? He has a foul mouth. I got him muted.
Oh.
My boyfriend, he cusses a lot.
Toaster oven, you can email me I see what she said. You can email me. It's coldcasecrystal@gmail.com.
Love you, Toaster.
I hate that you're going through that. I mean, it was the worst time of my life, to be honest with you. It was the time in my life that I actually questioned God. As a matter of fact, when I got to the hospital, my husband had been flown out to the burn unit. And when I got up there, my sister-in-law, who I'm very, very close to, she came up to me and she said, "He's a merciful God." And I remember my response, and I'm a little ashamed of it, to be honest with you. I said, "Where do you see the mercy in this? We've lost our home. I've lost 2 kids. Where's the mercy?" I was angry. And when they wouldn't let me stay at the burn unit that night with him. And when I got back to my mom's house, I remember telling my mom, I said, because it happened in the middle of the night, I told my mom, I said, "I don't think I'll ever be able to sleep again. I'm afraid to." Well, I did fall asleep. And when I woke up, the Bible was open, and I'll never forget the verse, because it was the first one my eyeballs went to. It said, "God did not give us a spirit of fear, but of power and love and of a sound mind." And I just kind of carried that with me. But I was still questioning God. And I can remember saying, "Lord, you said no matter what I go through, you've been there. But when have you buried 2 kids because of a fire?" And it was almost instantly, I could feel it in my spirit, the answer. I don't really know how to describe it, but it was like he said, every day somebody denies me and they go to hell. But now my house caught on fire on August the 14th of 2005. And on August the 21st of 2005 was when I was able to have my boy's funeral. And throughout that week, the reason it had took so long is because my husband was on life support. And he had been burnt. I mean, all over. And they were talking skin grafts. And then finally they told me, they said he's not going to get out and in time to be able to have their funeral. And I can remember going down to the chapel and just praying, Lord, I don't think I can do this without him. And I continued to make funeral arrangements. I made a small service at the hospital because, again, I thought he wasn't getting out. And when I got to the hospital, he had his dress clothes on. And you'd have to know my husband. And had his clothes in a bag. And I said, what are you doing? Now, even though I had prayed for him to be able to come home and go to their funeral with me, I guess it's like I still didn't see the answer being right there in front of me. He said, I'm going home. I said, oh, no, you ain't checking out of here, because that's how my husband is. And when I went and talked to the doctor, he said, I don't know how to explain it to you. He said he's ready to go home and he's not going to need no surgery. And till this day, he's not had a skin graft, and he was burnt from head to toe.
Praise God. See, miracles. He puts them right in front of us. Wow.
Yep.
That's
amazing.
Just amazing. Yeah.
So the reason I'm standing here today, because we lived in a single wide trailer. It was fully engulfed. It's only by the grace of God. I mean, having my sanity is only by the grace of God. I don't question, like, I could never go through that. I could never do that. I don't do that no more, because you don't know what you can go through until you have to. But as far as being able to recover from it, if it wasn't for God, I never would have.
That's crazy. That's weird. There's 3 of us right here that's had house fires. It's Toaster, me, and you, and whoever else. 3 of us I know of. That's crazy. God's good, and he is, buddy. That's why I said I don't even know why I ask reach out for help sometimes, because he makes a way. He always does. He heals our hearts. At least he has big band-aids.
Oh, it takes a long time to get over trauma like that, Toaster Oven. It does. Like I said, that happened in 2005. I still have PTSD from it. Certain smells that take me right back to that day. And
TV shows too, don't it?
yeah. I mean, and there hasn't been a day that's went by that I didn't think of my boys. I mean, at the time they were 2 and 3, and they were my alarm clocks. They were what I woke up to every morning. I didn't go to bed until I knew they were asleep. They were my world. But now also, my daughter was in that fire. She was the closest one to the smoke that got out. They said that her lungs, that she'd always have problems breathing and stuff. My baby can sing like an angel. She's never had a lung problem.
Wow. It's crazy. I don't know if y'all know how mine burned down. I got burned out. So when I got kidnapped, and he burnt me out, so I wouldn't have a home. So I'd have to stay there.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
Mine was an electrical fire. It started in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I actually have had 2 fires. One was a 1967 model trailer that one of my first places. And I only have 1 child, and my niece and nephew stayed all night. And I'm not sure if they caught the house on fire. I don't know what happened, to be honest, but they said it was the baseboard heater caught the curtains on fire, and then it caught the baby bed on fire, but I got everybody. Luckily, we got everybody out because my little niece was 4 years old and saved us.
Well, now that fire happened in 2005. My mom passed away in 2014 from, well, she was at dialysis and she coded. Then in 2015, my sister, she was 40 years old. She passed away from a blood clot. And then in 2016, my dad passed away.
You're strong too. We're not. I always say we're not victims. We're survivors. And look how many survive. Somebody said, look how many's in chat. It's crazy. Like that's why it's such a good chat. We're all,
Yeah.
most of all of us believe in God, and we all have seen miracles in front of our own faces, and we've both been through struggles, and we both have an awesome testimony to talk about.
Well, what blows me about both of you is that with all of these things that have happened, they're traumas. I mean, and look at you. Look at the heart you have. Look at how you still have a loving soul, and you're the first one that wants to know, how can I help? How can I help you? You're that ear to listen. You're that voice of understanding. And most people would be bitter and angry. And you guys are the polar opposite. And that is why you guys are so beautiful. And I am just absolutely honored to be on the same panel as you two ladies. And Toaster, you too, sweetheart.
Thank you, Annabella.
Yes, that's so sweet.
I've enjoyed being on panel with you. I've laughed harder
Me
tonight than I have in months.
I just said, where have you been all my life?
Yeah.
Girl, hit me up. I'm in the streets. I'm on Jody C's Southern Driveway.
Yeah, you're such a sweetheart.
That's true. I mean, it's an honor. And I guess people that have been through certain things, I mean, you might know what I'm talking about, but it's almost like there's a magnetism there. It's like, you're drawn to this person, you feel comfortable with this person, or you just click with this person. There's a common factor there somewhere. You just don't know where it's at quite yet.
Yeah.
And you guys, y'all are not victims. Y'all are.
I didn't realize what a lot of things she's been through, I've been through.
Y'all are literally heroes of circumstance. Y'all aren't victims at all.
No.
Legends always rise from ashes. Never forget that.
I
ever.
refuse the victim label. I really do. I'm like, don't you put that label on me.
Toaster, you better get out of that driveway. Toaster, you hear me? This is your mother speaking. Get out of that driveway.
Get out of that southern driveway. Toaster's out there helping people too. She's such just a bright light, and she finds people that even in where her circumstances, she finds them and she talks to them about the Lord and helps them.
Yeah. So y'all didn't let this stuff keep you from being who you were meant to be, and that's the reason why sometimes things happen. This very conversation is helping someone that you don't even know that could be listening to this 5 years from now. You're touching people every day, different times of the day, because everybody gets to the YouTube at different times. They catch things on replay. So your voice matters, and it is forever. You'll be heard way after you're gone.
That's why I call myself Lean on Me. I said I can help.
What'd she say?
Sorry.
It cut out, I think.
I keep doing that because he cusses and my dog's barking. But I've called myself Lean. When I came, I was like, what can my name be? And just my heart just is who I really am. I'm Lean on Me. I've always been like a shoulder for people, or somebody could talk to, because I've been through. Shoot, I did that by accident. I've been through so much from starvation, from child SA, from adult SA, assault, and from kidnapping to 2 house fires to 2 bouts of cancer to a child that passed away. I mean, so much, and I refuse antidepressants. Not forever. I used to take them, but
Mhm.
I was sitting. I'm done with you, and I'm done with the fear and the anxiety attacks. So I started standing up to him, literally standing up and saying, "Bring it on!"
Mhm. That's right.
And
And
you know, before tonight, I didn't know that me and Lean on Me had been through a lot of the same things. I mean, a lot of things that she's just mentioned,
yeah,
Mhm.
I've been through that.
yeah,
Mhm.
Um, Child
oh, yeah,
SA, been there.
yeah,
Um, and the reason my name's Cold Case Crystal is because of my dad's brother. He was murdered in 1987. Until this day, that case isn't cold.
yeah. That's crazy.
Really? What? Tell me about it. Like, let me look into it. I'm not. I
Um,
mean, I'm just curious.
well, the thing about it is when, well, he was found on September the 10th, 1987, on a cemetery. He had been shot in his vehicle in the head at close range. Um, it all went to court. The guy that went to, well, the guy
Did
that
you
went
say
to
the
court,
10th of 87?
yeah,
September 10th. It's just wow. You just had an anniversary.
yeah. And my dad was the one that identified the body. Um, him and my dad was like the closest of the brothers at the time.
Mhm.
Um, he was an alcoholic, which my dad was when I was growing up too. But now my dad was one of those that he was, I guess you could call it a fun drunk. He wouldn't whoop you if he was drinking. Us kids waited till he was drinking to do our meanness because we knew we wasn't getting whooped if he had been drinking.
Mhm.
But he was on a cemetery with his woman, her son, and another man. And it went to court. They found my uncle's brain matter on this man's shirt. They found the gun in this man's drawer.
Oh shit.
Um, and like I said, there was two other people up there.
Yeah.
Now these people went home and took a shower before they even called the law, but that's a whole nother case in point.
Oh gosh.
Um, and he always had money on him, always did. But in his billfold, the only thing he had was a picture of his daughter. Now, was my uncle perfect? No, he wasn't. He wasn't. He didn't deserve to be murdered. Um, he had a really high temper. He was one of these people you didn't just fight him and it was over. He held a grudge. But when this man went to court, the jury was picked and everything, and his first trial, he got life. He appealed it, went back to court less than 6 months, went back to court. We didn't know anything about it. The county had lost the evidence, and he got off.
Holy shit. Are you serious?
He did.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh my gosh.
I'm so sorry they done that to you, y'all.
That's devastating. That's terrible.
And the man died last year that went to. But my thing is this: the other two was never charged with anything. The woman was sitting right beside my uncle. She was never charged with anything. The man that got off the second
Mhm.
time couldn't
Mhm.
be retried because of double jeopardy.
That's
And they
true.
and instead of marking it as a cold case, they
Yeah.
marked it as a closed case.
And there's no going back
Nope.
because of double jeopardy. Wow. What was the reasoning for her not getting anything? There was no DNA or any kind of evidence on her and her personal, like,
Honey, she went home and took a shower before she even called the law. And when they asked her how did she get from the cemetery 25 miles back to her house,
Yeah.
She told him that her and her son was on the cemetery with him.
What this? How old was the son?
Oh, he was like 26 years old at the time.
Wow. What state was this in?
Kentucky.
Wow, that is insane.
Yeah,
That's
you can look it up. It's I
yeah.
mean, I've got old
I want to. Do you have a
newspaper clip.
channel?
Yeah, Cold Case Crystal.
Cold Case Crystal, you have a new sub, sweetheart. What's his
Oh,
name?
thank
Or
you.
what's the case? I have a channel. I've got 40 subscribers, y'all. Watch out. Look out.
Oh, I made it over 600.
I've got 40. Okay. It's nothing but shorts of me doing dumb stuff. Because I don't like the drama. The drama scares me.
You should start sharing Crystal stuff out.
Right
Yeah.
now, I've ordered the transcripts from the trial.
Okay.
Because, like I said, I was 8 years old when it happened.
Yeah.
But, and I'm going to go in depth on it on my channel. It's just, even going up there asking for the transcripts, they gave me a runaround. I got death threats.
Oh my God. After all these years, I mean, this was in 87.
Yes. After all these years.
So somebody's still alive and well that was a part of it, huh?
Oh, yeah.
I got you. Okay. Well, how can I look this up? How can I help? That's
Otis
better.
Abner. His name is Otis Abner, murdered on Nan Riley Graveyard. That's Nan, N-A-N.
Nan Riley. And you said this was in Kentucky.
Yep. September the 10th, 1987.
I got it. What city?
And the title of the newspaper clipping that I found was Man Found Dead in Vehicle on Cemetery. Which I've got a clipping of it on my channel. It's like in my intro.
Mm-hmm.
But
what city was that in?
Barberville, Kentucky.
Marville?
Barberville. B-A-R-B-O-U-R. V-I-L-L-E.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to your channel, girl. Do you go live a lot? Do you do a lot of videos? What's your schedule?
Well, my schedule's been all messed up here lately because I've, like I said, my husband had surgery. He just now got back to work, and then I've got the foster kids, and my daughter just started a job, and she's just 17. But so I've had my hands full in the last 3 weeks, but I'm getting back at it. I've actually had 2 or 3 people contact me. One is there's a missing kid still to this day. The father was charged with murder. He made a confession, then recanted about it, but the body for the kid has never been found. It was the grandmother that got up with me, and she said that he was paranoid schizophrenic. They refused his medicine. They refused giving him a snack. They interrogated him for 40 some hours before he ever, said that he did anything. And they didn't find no DNA of him there. But the kid still ain't been found.
That just breaks my heart because I'm a mother too.
Wow.
And I can't imagine. I cannot imagine me not knowing where my baby is, so I could give it
Well, now get this though. The mom is in jail as well.
For what?
And for abuse. And one theory in that case is that the mom did it. Because the youngest kid said the mom come and got, the kid's name was
Is she still there? Hello?
I heard something.
Crystal, have you got gone?
I heard something that she was gone. Hope she comes back. It worries me.
Crystal done got gone.
I heard something like it sounded like ice spilling.
Sound like what?
It sounded like a glass of ice spilling to me.
Gosh.
Hope she didn't fall down.
I hope somebody didn't break something over her head. I'm scared. That's terrible. I did not know that she had a channel and that was her backstory. That is so interesting.
Yes.
Where'd she go?
Found her it's been about a year now. I'm going back and look at everybody was here. I think how they did the comment when Top Dog, I love him to death, but boy, he won't let you get a word in edgewise.
Oh, Top Dog?
Yeah. I love him though. Come on, Crystal.
She said she's coming back. She can't hear nothing.
No. I get worried. I always get so nervous. Something happened. It sounded like a glass of ice or something. It might have been just static. Drop a link. Okay. Where's my paste? Where's my glue? There we go. She coming back. Top Dog is a dancer. I know. Love.
I saw both of y'all dancing. Oh my God.
I can't help. I always get tickled at him. He's a wild cat now.
He's really smart too. I enjoy him. He's a really good guy. Yeah, I have I literally I got so excited when I saw I had 40 subscribers. You have no idea how ecstatic I was. I was so excited.
Yeah, did we drop the link for your channel? What's yours called?
I'll have to make a comment or something so y'all can find it. A mod. Do you have any mods still awake?
Yeah. I got Millie. Thanks. I told her, and I got two. I got Ancient Gypsy and Millie, but I told them they can go to bed if they want. I don't want them to think I just had them hanging in there. Oh, Lord, she said hot dog, and look at this. Hot dog and a pickle.
Yeah, there it is. I just made a comment. A mod can click on it and drop it that way. I can't do anything because I'm not a mod in yours, or I would do my own, but I can't. But Crystal, I'm just gonna go to you right now, honey. You got your new subscriber.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to turn all the bells and stuff on, boo.
I love my Ancient Gypsy and my Millie. I love them so much. You all, they are so good to me. And I got another really good person, but they don't comment or anything. But they bought me a $200 chair that's coming.
Oh my word!
I have to sit in this so hard chair no more.
That is awesome.
Yeah, because it's wood. And after you sit here a while with my butt on your butt, starts getting hard to deal with. But yeah, got me a chair and let me pick it out and everything. What's on my wish list? They talked me into making a wish list. They took them. I don't know how long to get me talked into it. So I just shared it with just my members.
I got you.
Because I don't want people coming back and saying, "Oh, she's a bum," and all that. You know how people are. But that's not just the only reason. I don't want people spending their hard-earned money on me. I like working for things, though. I like the goal of you work toward it and get it. Like that blue Yeti microphone I'm going to get. Millie got me the arm, so the hook it to the side. It came today. It made me happy. I was like, yes, but the stupid mailman stuffed it in my mailbox. I was like, what in the world? Lazy bones.
I was shocked at some of the stuff that I see in mailboxes out here in the country. I'm like, I know somebody just did not put that dirty bag of laundry in that mailbox. Yeah, they just broke up, and I guess she left the stuff on the street. I don't know. I didn't ask questions. I kept driving.
I was thinking, what if that was which it is fragile. I mean, it's a microphone arm thing, you know. It could have broke, but it was wrapped up really well, and they done a really good job packaging it. So, but it was a little bit bigger than a shoebox, and buddy, they just smashed the sides and crammed it in. I like to never got it out. My mailbox was like wig moving. I was like, oh, man, I ain't never gonna get this thing out here. Directing my mailbox out of the ground.
Well, I learned the hard way. If you order shoes, you better be home when the UPS man comes.
What did
Well,
they?
Especially if you have a pet outside that likes to chew on stuff.
Oh no. Yeah. Now, when I got me a job at Aldi's, it didn't work out. I talked too much, and I'm too kind to work at Aldi's, to be honest. But they don't want you talking to nobody. They want you like a robot. And it's a nice paying job for around here. But I had to get steel toe shoes, and they came in a plastic bag. Like, I thought, is these used? Yeah, I think the daggone, now that I'm thinking about it, the mailman probably took it out of the box. I didn't have to walk up my hill. They're gonna have to get used to it with my wish list going. They'll have to that stuff comes in left and right whenever it starts, you know.
Mhm. Oh yeah. I don't. I live out in the country. I told you. I live one side is named after a tree, and the other one is named after a turkey. And everybody over here on my corner, I'm related to. I will go knocking on a door if I order something. It didn't come, and I know it did. I will be asking my uncle and my aunt, "Where's my stuffs?"
Right. Good thing that here's what happened to me. So I have Android, and everybody else probably must have an iPhone.
I
And
have an Android.
I kind of think it was my mailman. Now stuff's happened twice. One time I ordered Mike's boots and they never showed up. But the other thing is they opened my, like the envelope Amazon packages. It has like that little tear thing. It's plastic, bubble wrap.
Yep.
They opened it and looked at my phone case and stapled it back. But,
Oh, now that happened one time on our road, and it was because it went to the wrong house, and they had ordered some stuff. It was around Christmas time, and it was like four houses from the other end of our road, which they know us. They know us, and if it wasn't for them knowing us, they probably would have kept it. But they had opened it by accident, and it was actually for our house, and it's like 4 or 5 miles down the road, the wrong direction.
and they kept my garbage bags once. So
Oh my gosh!
yeah, I ordered them so well or something. Garbage bags, Amazon brand. They're good. They're really good. For $10, you get 50, and they're really heavy duty. So if y'all ever get them, they're good. But they kept them. I think my mail. But at the time it was COVID, and I had substitute mail lady or mailman.
Gotcha.
I think he would go through the packages and keep what he wanted, and then he seen if that phone case would fit, and he seen it was Android, and he didn't want it. That's what I think. I don't know. If it wasn't just everything that I ordered there for a while, now it's back to normal, and I'm glad of it.
That's scary though, isn't it? You just take it for granted that you'll get whatever you pay for, and you have no proof that it never came.
Yeah, but Amazon's really good. If it don't show up,
So, Crystal, what do you think about? What do you honest to God, be real? What do you honestly think Jody Sue's agenda? Or what is her? What is she doing? Like, what are we doing here?
Well, in my opinion, there's only two types of people that would stay over a year on YouTube just running their mouth. Somebody that's guilty or somebody that's attention chasing. In her case, I'll be honest with you. I think she didn't have license. She was letting him drive her son drive her around. And with her delusional thoughts about what Andy was doing, we seen texts where she was blaming him of doing things all the time. I think she thought, well, I'll catch him in the act, and in their conspiracy ways, they ended up hitting Summer, and they knew they'd be charged with manslaughter. And I think she's been trying to detour evidence away from her ever since.
And create other evidence to make other people look suspicious,
Yes.
like all the neighbors.
Yep.
Okay.
And not to mention, she goes on and on there because she likes to debunk it. That way she can make money. And she also manipulates her chat by wearing hospital bracelets for 3 or 4 days.
So check it out, boo. How about she has a whole bag full of them and she puts them on when she wants to?
Wow.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I don't think she's having radiation. I think she's having thyroid treatment. IV thyroid treatment.
Wow, that's exactly what I said. I even looked it up.
I worked in the medical field for 11 years.
Yeah.
She does not act like somebody that's having radiation all the time.
No, she don't, because she's doing all the things. I'm telling you what, I've been around people that had the radiation. They did the pill form. Yeah, they could not stay up for that length of time. They were weak. They were terribly sick.
And it physically burnt my mom. They target the area of the cancer. Is it not supposed to be in her neck?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where your thyroid's at.
Yeah.
But they took her thyroid out, y'all.
She says they didn't.
Girl, bye, Keisha.
She did. She said they didn't take her thyroid out. They did
that big old long thing and didn't even touch it.
Now, this is what she said on live. She said, for the people that's late to the information, they didn't take her thyroid out. They did a reconstruction in there of some sort.
Well, Millie, I suspected you was a nurse, baby. Did you say what Millie said? Her throat would be burnt up by now.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I mean, with my mom, now my mom's was breast cancer, and then they removed the breast, removed the lymph node, and then it came back in the a mass came back in the chest area. Well, they targeted that area, and it literally blistered my mom's skin.
Well, did your mom have a hard time talking?
My mama? Oh no, honey, my mama could talk with the best of them. I mean, I had one of them never shut up, say it like it is mamas. But now my mom was weak. She was very weak. She actually became bedridden for, I'd say, about 5 months.
So, Kiko,
but now
are you
also
being serious?
my mama had chemo and radiation. My mom beat cancer 3 times.
Dang, you come from a long line of strong people. Gosh.
Yes, I had it twice in my intestines. They cut 3 foot out, and then in my right bowel, they cut partial of it out.
Millie, am I wrong? Do they not target the area where the cancer is? Wouldn't her neck be red? I mean, burnt?
Well, she just said it didn't take many treatments to start burning you. And if she's been on radiation for 12 years now, or however long it seems it's been.
Well, and another thing, notice she blames the way she talks on that surgery. But she had that surgery when she was making all those videos complaining about that land, which she wasn't talking slow in. I'm telling you, that surgery did not slow down her speech. Xanaxes did.
What? Yes, that and them truck stop styrofoam cups full of whatever's. Well, I mean, okay, so if she was getting thyroid treatment or whatever the business, radiation treatment, I mean, how did her girly pants catch a pickle on fire? I don't understand.
Well, now, radiation, you're radioactive. You can literally give it to anybody that's around you. They don't want you around your family. Depending on the type of radiation that you're even having.
Yeah, that's why she was supposed to get the yard barn.
Yeah, exactly. But she didn't. She was letting her daughter ride around with her. I mean, I'm all about birth control, but I'm not about sterilizing a child. What's wrong, y'all? That she's robbing this child.
That's mom and dearest material there.
Okay, so I'm learning, Millie. I'm learning. Thank you for being patient, girl. I'm kind of special. Okay. So, I mean,
But now I'm telling you, I know within a month my mom had pure like raw spots on her chest.
but she doesn't have any of the things.
Exactly.
She
Just a
has
bad attitude.
a limp arm, she says. It don't work, but yet it works. She says it don't work, but it works. I see her use it all the time.
Oh yeah, I see her throw her hands up with them fake nails on. I see her throw her hands and saying all the ugly words and she Jody, so if you're listening, will you please stop being a mouth breather? I'm starting to be worried, especially since I know that you can get herpes from your cat from the air that you breathe. I said what I said, Jody. Yeah.
She has such a low immune system, and she says, I read it right there. It says that you can get what was it? I forgot what it's called again. I forget what the name of it is,
but
yeah.
now think
rhinitis.
Well, now think of this though.
Rhinitis.
She says they didn't take out her thyroid. So how far-fetched is it to believe that she's taken IV thyroid treatment?
Well, I mean, she had a picture of it one day back in the day before I guess I was blocked or whatever's. She had a whole video on there. You know, she caused a big ruckus and a whole bunch of issues and a whole bunch of things happened. And then all the next thing you see is her in a hospital hooked up to some stuffs. And then later on that day, she's doing a live with some hospital bracelets on.
Oh, here's what I hear. So every now and then she dehydrates herself to go get fluids.
Well, I was wondering if she was like given some kind of, what are those things? Plasma, some kind of, I don't think you can do that if you're a cancer patient or whatever, but I was just like, she's doing this for, I mean, this woman's got an illness.
Oh, she goes and tells them she's dehydrated. She eats salt, dehydrates herself. I've met people just like that.
Well, no wonder she doesn't want her daughter talking to anyone, and no wonder her family doesn't want to have anything to do with her because she's a habitual liar.
Oh, and I'll tell you something else to notice. I think that her prescription might get refilled around the 7th because you notice for about a week, oh, she's all hyped up and she's talking as good as me and you, and she's going on and on and on.
I knew it was the first week of the month when she took a bath, but I wasn't sure.
Oh, sweet baby Jesus.
It is.
Oh my gosh.
We're going to have to go have Shay to let out the other air in the tires that way to even the bath water for
her. I keep that cup
those
still.
body parts.
So nasty. I feel so sorry for her daughter. I mean, look at all these adults just right there on that one corner, just on that one side of the road, you guys. Look at all these kids that were involved. That was just one road. It's sad. It's awful.
Skilo said, I knew I came back just in time.
What'd you hear, Skilo? What happened?
About the once a month bath.
I mean, what is she rinsing her bucket out with? Rainwater? I mean, because it didn't rain.
I really think she gets a water hose.
So does she legit not got no running water?
Girl, she be pee-peeing and poo-pooing in a bucket, a whole bucket. And I've got a brand new bucket. I laughed so hard as Skilo and Adrian and Jeannie the other night with Sarah, me, and some more of these wonderful queens I met the other night. I laughed so hard.
They said
they were talking about
a bucket for decorating for Halloween.
They what?
They're gonna make a Halloween poop bucket.
Oh yeah, let me tell you, we were talking about this bucket, and I was outside and I was laughing at these ladies who I love and adore so much. I laughed so hard. I was outside and I almost peed on myself, and I did. It got on my sock, and I told them I'm mad as hell. I'm gonna get me a whole new bucket, and I'm gonna mail this thing to Jody Sue. Put my pitsy sock in this bucket when I'm put some coleslaw in it, and I'm mailing it to Jody Sue's house.
Well, now I'm not gonna knock a bucket. And I'll tell you why I'm not. But now, Jody Sue, I'm gonna give you a tip, girl. It's gonna save your butt. You get you one of them swimming pool noodles and you cut the bottom of it.
Let me mute myself. Hold on.
And you put it around the top of it. And the reason I'm not knocking your bucket is because I've had to use a bucket. Only I had to use it in a truck because my husband's a truck driver. And you ain't never peed until you've done it at 85 mile an hour running down the road in a semi. So trust me, that noodle will save your honey.
Get you some noodles, girl. Get you some noodles.
No, I have seen whenever Daisy and they went and Jinkies went to Bucky's, and there's this bucket with the seat on it for campers. I said they didn't believe it was a poop bucket. It had a seat built onto it.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, toilet seat built right onto it for camping.
Well, see, one night I was listening to her, and this is whenever I didn't comment, so I didn't get blocked. But so like I heard somebody get up and pee, and it sounded like it was literally right there in front of her, and I was like, "Daggum," you know. And it was really, really loud. She didn't mute it or nothing, but I remember hearing something flush.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, and this has been a minute ago, so that might have been whenever her mama wasn't mad at her and let her hook the water hose up. I don't know.
So this woman that comes on her lives and spends at least 5 to 10 minutes on mute will occasionally mute, and I'm pretty sure there ain't nobody there talking to her. And makes phone calls on mute. I mean, half of her life is done on mute. Couldn't mute for somebody to flush a toilet.
Oh yeah,
Oh
she'll mute and talk to herself and stare at the ceiling and have a whole conversation. But yeah,
am I the only one that's looking for the shadow of the other person when she does that and don't see one?
I've seen it one time. I've seen it one time,
and I thought it was Andy, but I guess it was her boy.
I'll be like Inspector Gadget looking through her glasses to see if
no,
I see
did.
a
I saw it one
reflection.
Oh, I do that too.
I was watching it with that night I was telling you about that I peed on my sock and I got so mad. They had this. They were talking about it. They were like, "Let's see, look at this," and there was a shadow, and she kept looking up, and she kept looking up, and they were like, "Well, they were looking for the shadow, and we saw just a small shadow, but we don't know who it was. We have no idea who it was, but it was the same night that she came in from her southern driveway, the night that they went to court and all the things happened and all those papers that she took pictures of that tried to make it look like she was going to get a new court order, and it was all bull crap that day. Yeah, that day we saw a shadow. That's the only time I've ever seen it.
Did that shadow have big ears? It may have been Pickles standing in front of the light.
No, because he had his butt to her face.
Oh.
Yeah, it was great. I thought he was gone.
And that answers my question on how he got the herpes.
She was sitting in her driveway, and I heard like noise, and she opened the door and dropped money out, and then shut the door, and then a few seconds later, she opens up the door and gets it. Whatever they dropped her.
Oh, I wonder what that was. I bet it was Doug's Tic Tacs. What do y'all bet? It was Doug's Tic Tacs.
Yeah, I seen the shadow come up and everything, and she opened the door and she had something in her hand. She looked like paper or whatever, and then she dropped it. Then she shut the door, and then a few seconds later, she muted and talked out the window. And then after a second, she just dropped it, opened the door, and she started flipping her cigarettes out for a few minutes, but didn't do it. So it wasn't a cigarette. She just made it look like it was cigarette. People are so, I don't understand who her viewers are. I would just love to meet them, wouldn't you?
You know about half of them are trolls.
Yeah, they have to be.
About half of them are people like us that's looking through her glasses, examining the shadows on the wall, and critiquing what she says.
What's really sad is I think that she's got her daughter in her chat. I think that I really do. I think sometimes that she has her daughter in her chat modding for her or whatever.
And who puts earphones in their kids' ears for 8 hours a day?
Well, let me tell you this. I have to alternate. When I told you about me listening to Jody Sue, I'd have to alternate left and right ear every other day or my ear would get so sore inside.
Girl, you're going to get the ear herpes. It's
Get their,
catching.
what's it called? Cauliflower ears? Cauliflower ears?
I don't know. It was something with it had the word zoo in it. Zoolicious. I don't know what it was. You told me earlier. I don't know. Some
Yeah,
kind
I
of.
definitely had the word zoo in it because I was thinking all kinds of animals.
Yeah. It said do something, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a true story. You can get that at Jody Sue's, y'all. It's free. I do think we need a rescue mission for Pickles, though. I think it's time. I feel sorry for that cat, y'all. It can't breathe. I mean, it's horrible.
He's just not. You can just hear the mucus going in and out. When I picture it in my mind, it's just a little tiny pinhole to breathe.
It's sad. He's hacking like a person, like sneezing, like he's got like the worst head cold ever. And that's a cat. Cats don't
He's
ever
probably
get sick.
got emphysema. Look how much he smokes around him.
I know. We need to get that cat the patch. I feel sorry.
You know he's as addicted to cigarettes as she is by now.
Yeah. And if that cat could talk, there's no telling what we would learn.
Well, we'd know what happened to Summer.
Well, yeah, and we'd know that she's talking to her walls instead of a person. Because I do think she talks to herself. I think she is. I swear to God, she tries to make herself look so much more important than what she is, and she knows all the things. She's the smartest person on YouTube. I don't know if you knew that or not, but she says all the words and says nothing.
She's probably got more YouTube hours than anybody, yet she always uses the phrase, these creators.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the creators that I watch, they don't sit on live for 30 minutes while they're out there in their southern driveway and their subs are in there waiting on her. And whenever she does come back, she's sitting there staring at another screen, making all these facial expressions or like rolling her eyeballs and smoking 5011 cigarettes as she's trying to shake up her styrofoam cup. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's like
The
she's
magic
literally,
cup.
yeah, she's something else.
Yeti ain't got nothing on that cup.
Girl, it don't ever end, does it? It's just like amazing. It's like a Jesus
It's a
cup.
It's a bottomless pit.
Yeah, it just keeps blessing her.
But now
one time she was drinking coffee out of an empty cup. I saw that, Jody Sue.
Yeah, I did too. I was getting ready to say the same thing. There was one time she took a drink and didn't even swallow. I know there wasn't nothing in that cup.
Yeah, and she looked at it.
Coffee cup's never been washed. It still has the sticker on the bottom, and you all know good and well when you put hot water on them stickers, they come right off.
Girl, I've washed my dishes so much I'm losing the flowers off the side of the cup, so let alone the sticker left on the bottom of it.
Yeah, sticker's still on the bottom of it, y'all.
Ladies, she doesn't have water. I don't know what she's drinking coffee with. I don't know what that's about. I have questions.
She's probably buying bottles or jugs of water.
But out of the real, her daughter is able to shower and stuff. You think, honestly, her grandma and stuff.
I just want to pray that she is. And her grandma doesn't seem like a mean person according to Amy. But Jody Sue's mean to her, and I can see her keeping her from going over there, but I don't see her mom keeping the baby from going in there.
Didn't somebody say that Jody Sue was financially draining her mom?
I heard she was living off of her family to the point where she was, basically what she did to Andy.
The grandma and mom.
Yeah, I have heard that.
The grandma is, but I do know that one time she said, I had to get Rue out of here and get her to safety, so I don't know if that was a truth or a lie.
She had to what?
That she had to get her daughter. Or more. That's crazy. $100 a day. You can watch it add up the super chats, and that's what we can see.
She makes $100 a day. Is that what you just said?
I think Skilo said $100 a day.
Daggone, I need to take this YouTube thing a little more seriously.
You have to be mean to get anything.
Well, there goes that.
It's hard. I don't know. It's hard because it's like
I'm being smart mouth, but if I want to make big like some of them, I'm grateful for what I get and what I have. But yeah,
But that's not including her cash apps or whatever she's got going on over there. That's just what YouTube money is, like the YouTube money. But she gets cash apps and stuff like that, I'm sure. PayPal's or whatever the business is that she puts across her screen.
I'm very grateful that I have like 6 or 8 members now. I'm grateful for all that. I haven't got paid yet, but it's coming. I think the 21st will be my first one.
Oh, your check?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think it's $215.
You need to make a copy of it and frame it, baby.
Yeah.
Put it in a little book or something.
I think it said $215, but I don't know if they took the tax out yet or not. I don't know yet. I have to figure out how they work it.
Okay,
So
you
cool.
all.
But I'm grateful for it. It helps me big time.
Let's think about this, though. Because the more I think about it, the more concerning it becomes. When Jody Sue was given the timeline of the day Summer went missing,
Okay.
she's always including those kids.
Yeah, that's her alibi.
And then, at some point, evidently, the kids are no longer around. And for some reason, Andy can't drive up the driveway to get her.
Yeah.
She has to walk to the bottom, even though she's evidently deathly ill.
Yeah, and she's got Jesus shoes on, and she's walking through a creek.
And she's getting in that creek before she knows Summers went missing. She said when she got to the bottom, she heard Candace yell at Summer. On the third screen, she said she got in the creek because, people around there know what happens when people go missing.
But they don't go to no damn creek.
And she was trying to keep her scent down. And then she says Candace comes off the hill. And she thought that Dawn was in the vehicle, but no, Candace was on the phone. And it was at that point that she finds out that Summer's missing. But yet she's done been looking for her. Now, first of all, if I heard her scream, I'd be going up on that hill thinking that she needs help. I wouldn't be thinking a kid's missing.
Well, this is the weird thing, because if you watch one of her lives, she's saying that she's putting a T-shirt on, that she heard it whenever she was putting a shirt on right there at her bed. And for one weird thing, she likes to add extra details, which makes no sense. Why does it matter that she was putting a shirt on the side of her bed that's facing an electrical box? What's really sad is that I remember her saying that. But do you see? So which is it? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. But my thing is this. The kids never come back into her story. I mean, so is it likely that yes, they were in a vehicle and either he was driving or she was? Either way, neither one of them had license. I mean, and might have hit Summer and knew it would be manslaughter.
Ancient Gypsy, you're so daggone sweet.
Is that why the boy disappeared after? I mean, you don't hear her talk about her kids when she's walking down that driveway. But yet on live after live after live, she talks about she don't leave her kids alone. So what were they supposed to do that day? If she don't even let her daughter go no further than the mailbox to get her package, where was she that day when she was a-looking? Because I would assume if you are going out to get stuff to eat that night, you would have took your kid with you. You wouldn't left her there. Where's she at?
She forgot, didn't she? She forgot and left her over there, baby, at the house.
It's crazy. I never thought about that. She uses those kids as an alibi just to hear the scream.
Boy, and why he wasn't hunting, searching if he's on that area, because I heard her one time say he goes outside in the woods alone to get me time, but now she come back and said he never goes in the woods or nothing.
Yeah, the son's always kept out of it. Skilo's right. It's always her.
And I'm sorry, but that messages. Now she says that Andy was there. He went away and then back. But he asked her. She says, "Are you coming to get me?" And he's like, "Do you need me to?" I'm paraphrasing. And she says yes, and he said, "Well, I'll text you when I get by mom's." And she says, "I'll be at the end of the driveway in 20 minutes." Why
What was she
would
doing for 20 minutes? I mean, her driveway's not that long.
well, if he was there all the time, why would she be wondering if he's coming there?
Yeah, I think he was
That's
coming
home, right?
home. Wow.
I got you, Skilo. I got you, baby.
Good looking at Crystal, because he wasn't really staying there probably no more, like he said.
Yeah, and then the day that they were texting before, it was the same day that supposedly he had lost his phone, but it was still, she had it. She had his phone.
I thought she stole his phone whenever she went to. Now, from my understanding, when they went to DC, she stole his phone, had it for months during all this surgery, and then when she was at the hospitals when he found her having it. So that was a prior few months before Summer went missing.
I got you.
But
she might have been texting herself and making it look like they were having a full-blown conversation.
That's exactly what I think.
That's very possible. But my thing is this, though that makes her look really, really bad because she's saying he was there the whole
Skila
time.
says that she's had it for 2 years, actually this month.
But guess what? She does not ask him when he's coming home. She says, "Are you coming by to get me?"
Yeah, because supposedly, according to her, they were going on this date, that day.
That's her tale. I said on mine.
She's saying that because she thought that Becca is a different girl that Andy was seeing before Becca. And she thinks it's going to rub it in.
Where'd she go?
I love that mute button. I'm getting tired. But, so either he was really seeing Becca the whole time, or he claims it in front of Becca that they got together after Jody, which he wasn't married, so voila. And like divorce, you know how they do if you cheat and all that. So they wasn't married, so there's no point in lying about it. So, but I think it was another girl before Becca, if it was anybody, which he said it was nobody. But so I think that she thinks Becca is the same girl that was at the gas station that he flirted with, that there's no way that they did the do in there, because if she's the only one taking care of the store, who's getting turning the pumps on?
I don't know. That's a good question, especially if his pee was burnt.
Yeah. She claims that's how it got burned up.
Yeah, she tried to blame it on some phantom woman whenever it was her crotch rot that gave him a burnt penis. I cannot imagine. So, and you read those text messages and she's begging for sex. She's begging for attention, but yet she didn't want nothing to do with him.
Yeah. She asked him if we can do it one more time. We don't have to talk.
That's disgusting.
And she says that he started acting strange. He was like, hold me after Summer went missing. I don't believe that for 1 second. That man did not want her to hold him.
No.
He done almost lost the manly part because of her.
Now,
he did not want her holding him.
I'm looking at now, like if they both had something to do with it, they might have bonded that night.
Okay, so Miss Lisa says that and you cannot give it to your partner. Well, she claims that his penis got burnt because of her chemo.
No, he claims it, and she says
that the doctor was baffled, but it had a big old burn hole in it. But the doctor was baffled. And the doctor said that the only thing he could think of was her chemo. She said that herself.
Well, if she was doing like nuclear medicines, like the dyes and all that, whatever they do, I don't know. I just know this. If my ding ding had gotten scorched, I promise you I'd have started acting funny at that point. Okay. It wouldn't have taken a missing child. I mean, and I definitely wouldn't want her to hold me.
Several nurses in here has already confirmed that you can give a radiation burn. Radiation can travel from person to person, but I don't know the extent of like if it'll burn you up or not. But I do know that she claims that whenever somebody threw up on the sidewalk, they had to bust the sidewalk up and take it out.
Yeah, hazmat, yeah.
I think that's a little much. But now I do remember when Mom was taking radiation, she wasn't supposed to be like sharing utensils and stuff like that with others for like so many hours. I'm not talking days and months.
I think if you put saliva on it, it probably would burn it plumb up.
I don't think she was supposed to be in any kind of close proximity to anyone, but yet she was in a vehicle with her daughter talking about no fresh babies.
Yeah, she looked right at her too, didn't she?
That burnt me. Like that image is burnt in my brain. I mean, I will never ever get that. It was all, and she said it with the most poor, pitiful, no fresh babies. And I was like, you evil witch.
See, and I'm this
Look
little
at Donna. What Donna said. She said my ex-husband's third wife had lung cancer. He could not use
the same bathroom. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think it depends on what strength and everything too.
I already didn't have much respect for Jody Sue at all, but that was the last straw. Is that she's potentially robbing the gift of her daughter being a mother.
Hey, quit that.
And actually making fun of it, like no fresh babies. It's just like, you know what?
And see, that's the one thing that I overlooked because I thought she was talking about herself.
No, she was talking to her daughter.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, she looked. Yeah, there's no greater gift as a mother. I cannot wait until I'm a grandmother. I cannot wait. And this woman comes out of radiation and literally looks at her daughter talking about no fresh babies. Meaning she's sterilizing her baby's eggs. It's messed up. That's wrong.
Oh man. That's just evil. That's I mean, I totally read that wrong when I watched that. I remember the video. I remember what you're talking about. It's like my mindset was she was taking radiation and she was saying she couldn't have no more babies.
Now that's the reason why she was in that little barn by herself, whatever you want to call that, the bitch barn, by herself, because she was radioactive and her daughter couldn't be around her. No one could.
Oh man, that's evil.
Yeah, it's sad.
She did. She played again, find it, and played again. She looks right at Rue and says, "No fresh babies."
Well, and also though, she the day after Summer goes missing, she makes that video saying, contrary to what everybody's saying, Summer is loved and she is well taken care of. And then she come out in May and asked Andy why he was selling drugs to the kids on 110. So the little girls could be sedated and potentially touched.
Well, she first came out and said Don and Candace was fine fellers and fine people and great mom and dads until they said, "Oh no, Jody Sue was our dealer." Then it changed.
Okay, for just the people in chat that might be a little confused, I am not making this up. I don't know where it came from though. Lean on me. Where did it come from where he got his ding ding burnt from her?
Andy told on CSI about it, and Jody did a whole video, and she said she did not sleep with him at that time, but he did get a burn, and she said the doctors were baffled, and that they didn't know what caused it. And Andy asked him about the radiation. He said it must be that. The doctor said it must have been the radiation.
And that in that video that she said that no fresh babies, she was looking directly at her daughter, and she was implying that at this moment her eggs were no longer fresh to her daughter.
Yeah, she had just had her surgery.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And she said that to her daughter.
Yes. That's how I took it, and that's what I seen.
That's what I saw too. I was just making sure, just in case, people are just coming in. I just wanted to make sure that we all saw the same thing. We all heard the same thing.
And now we did the research on it. There's different types of chemotherapy, radiation pills and treatments. There's some of it's radiation, different, not treatment. I mean, not pills form, but then there's different types of pills form. Jody was on the pill form, and the first ones were supposed to be very strong. The second dose was not so strong.
And that makes perfect sense now, too, thinking back on it, because in that same live, she was talking about if she got pregnant because of the radiation and stuff, there'd probably be something wrong with it. And then she'd have to, that's when she goes and talking about putting a pillow over a baby's face and smothering it if it had something wrong with it.
Absolutely. And then she said she didn't really like kids anyway. And that same video or the next one, that she would only liked hers because I forget reason why. She had the motherly instinct to hers, but any other one she would she hated kids or whatever.
And she often mentioned those kids next door.
Yes.
She did. I don't know why she all of a sudden wants to act like, she's, the best granny on the hill over there, because she did not like them Wells' kids. She said some awful things about them kids. I heard you, Jody Sue. You can say what you want to.
As soon as they brought home some, I don't know who the neighbor was that she kept in contact with, but as soon as they found out that Summer was coming up the road in the car seat because it was snowed, and they were carrying her in the car seat, and they was like calling each other and saying, "Oh no, another one."
Yeah.
And she was like, never did like, I don't know.
And Kim Holmes, you made a good point. I do think she brings up certain things so the people that can tell on her, yeah, they'll be quiet, and then they'll have other people looking in different places take the heat off of her. She's notorious for creating evidence. She goes through trash bags every once in a while and finds things that's been, walked off and things.
Such as the shirt that she auctioned off and said Andy had it, and then after she didn't send it to nobody, after she made money on it.
And a cell phone.
Then she found it.
Mm-hmm. The Lord is good. Won't he do it every time? So, yeah, it's funny. It's funny for her to live in a little box. She has all these bags full of shit she can't never find.
She has some kind of bloody shirt that she claims was from Andy. I just wonder about that.
Mm.
Y'all, you know what, though? I hate it, but I think I'm going to have to get off here.
Yeah, it's the middle of the morning. I got to get these kids up for school here in a little bit.
I got to work at 9. I forgot.
Well, I'm fixing to get all kind of medical knowledge about zoophilus or whatever it was.
Look up feline, Ranitin, or just look up feline
Cat herpes.
Yeah, I want to look up cat herpes, Jody Sue related diseases. All the things. I'm gonna look up all the things.
Yeah.
All the things.
It
It's
blows
been
my
nice.
mind.
It's been a great
Yeah.
live. Lena, me, you're amazing. You're wonderful. You're beautiful inside and out.
Yeah, I've been
I am so
tonight.
glad I
I
got to
right.
meet.
Yeah,
So
thank you
glad I
for
got to
having
meet
me
you,
on.
Crystal.
Yes. I'm gonna
It's
go
been a good
pray
live, you all. I've had fun.
for all my meanness I've said tonight. I gotta go pray, but it's only the truth. It ain't like I'm sitting here making up tales.
Yeah, I got to repent for some of my meanness, but
I meant
God knows.
everything I said. I don't give a shit. I said it. I meant it.
I meant it too, but I still feel a little guilty.
I don't. I don't. The Lord said, "Speak, speak, my child," and I spoke. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, but I can't. I cannot. I cannot. I cannot thank you guys enough for allowing me up here tonight. Crystal, you're an amazing woman. I'm going to look into all the things, and I'm a new sub, so I look forward to you. And lean on me as always. You're amazing, and I love you.
Thank you. I love you too. I love each and every one of you, Millie and Kim and Donna and Skilo and Toaster Oven and McBro and Kim, already said that, Connie, Lisa. I love all y'all, McBro. I'm repeating, but I'm trying to find my ancient gypsy, Connie. Toaster Oven, and I don't think she's on here no more. An ancient gypsy. I love y'all.
And y'all, if you haven't subbed to Annabella, go sub up to her.
I got
If
40
anything,
subs,
you're
y'all.
going to get a good laugh, and she wants a community tab. I think every creator should have a community
Yeah.
tab just to be able to share the information about these kids missing.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
go sub up to her. Tell a friend.
Yeah. Share it
Thank
down
y'all.
loud. Might not get back on here and share it out tonight, but I'll definitely share it out. But I'm kind of tired.
Thank
Well,
y'all so much.
good night, y'all.
Bye. Good night,
Bye.
everybody. I love y'all.
Love you.
Love you.
All right, bye.